can double check that very quickly indeed. By doing that.
Doing that. And there we are.
And there's Dave Bracegirdle telling me what day of the week it is. So we're on the BBC Sport website and app. It was just a matter of perhaps a bit of static had built up or something, but we're on the stream as well. Very good morning to you on the Derbyshire stream as Connors is in again, and that one is guided down to backward point by Ben Duckett, where it's fielded by Anish Dahl. I've got Heidi Booth in my ears for the news. Do you have an 11 o'clock?
Oh, we do.
Off you go. Off you go. See you later. Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, no worries. Lovely, thank you. Here is Sam Connors in and bowls to Duckett, who guides it out into the offside. We haven't seen a run this morning. I saw 439 of them yesterday. Yeah, very early stages of day two here. We've had 4 deliveries, and having seen 439 runs scored yesterday for the loss of just 1 wicket, we haven't seen a run yet. Ben Duckett has defended each and every one of the deliveries bowled by Sam Connors. He's on 237. Hasib Hamid is on 165. The partnership's 393, and Notts batting on a 439 for 1 in their first innings. I knew there were some complicated instructions that I was sent by email yesterday. I'd completely forgotten them, but we're all sorted now from that point of view. I thought Dave was leaving, cutting it a bit fine. Final ball of the first over of the day. Can Sam Connors complete a maiden? He's in and bowls to Ben Duckett, and the answer to that question is no, because he's smashed that out to extra cover for 4 runs. Nice shot. 241 to Ben Duckett. 443 for 1 Nottinghamshire at the end of the first over of the day. And Hasib Hamid will take strike for the start of the second over. Glorious, glorious shot to finish that over from Ben Duckett, who's pretty much picked up where he left off yesterday. Had a little look at the first 5 deliveries and then thought, no, well, I've had enough of this now. And smote it, I think that's the word, through extra cover.
Takes him 35th on Nottinghamshire's all-time list of top scores at 241. He's just gone past Derek Randall, who made 237 against Derbyshire back in 1988. And if he sticks around for, well, any period of time this morning, you can imagine him climbing up towards Walter Keaton's 312. Now, that would really be something if he could topple that. Partnership 397. And it's going to be Ben Aitchison from the City End, bowls to Hasib Hamid. Defends on the leg side, no run.
Well, no batsman has scored a triple century on this ground, so even me.
That's astonishing, isn't it? Really?
It's absolutely staggering. I couldn't believe it when David Griffin told me that. Absolutely remarkable. 273 is the highest score by E.G. Hayes for Surrey in 1904. And the boy Gunn, who's in most of Nott's records in 1901.
Ben Aitchison passed umpire Pollard, and Hasib Hamid lets it go through to the keeper. Read a number of match reports last night on, obviously, on the first day's action. A number of drops were highlighted. It's one of those, really, I guess, if you're charged with writing a match report, and I've done it, and on occasions it's not easy. When only 1 wicket goes down in a day, it's also not easy. You tend to focus on just the little bits of opportunity that came their way as Hamid defends this one from Aitchison. It almost read like a list of, 1 or 2 of the match reports, almost read like a list of dropped catches, because, there's only so many times you can big up the cover driving of Hasib Hamid, the cuts and the pulls from Ben Duckett, the records that are there, and then sort of a list of drops. It happened here, there, and there, as Hamid gets his score up and running for the day. And that equals then Nottinghamshire's all-time second wicket record partnership of 398, set a million years ago, to 1904. There we are. It's come up now. Arthur Shrewsbury and William Gunn against Sussex at Trent Bridge, 398. And for the superstitious sort, lift your feet up now, because Notts are on quadruple Nelson, 444 for one. Not sure when they'd have last been 444 for one, if ever.
Yes, quite.
Aitchison bowls. And this one's eased into the offside by Ben Duckett, no run.
I'm going to leave my feet on the ground until you get to quintuple Nelson. I might do it then, but I'm all right for the minute.
Again, and whenever sides, not just Notts, I'll make this across the board. I'm not just saying for Notts, but the point is relevant at the moment. I just don't understand why you can't get a 6th or a 7th batting bonus point. Next delivery is defended by Duckett. Keep it at 110 overs. That's when the bonus points apply. But in this situation, Notts are presumably going to get 6 more runs in the next 12 overs. They're going to get to 450. Explain, somebody, regulation makers, explain why they can't have a 6th batting point for getting to 450 in 110 overs. It would encourage, I think, positive stroke play.
No question. But I think I can spot the flaw in your argument when you ask the regulation makers to explain. I've spotted the flaw there very early. Yeah, it makes no sense.
If a side, scrambling for promotion or relegation places or for titles, and you realise that,
there's no other sport in which they say, well, you can't have an even bigger goal difference, I'm afraid, because 5's the most you can have in a game.
You can only win 3 nil on Saturday.
Well, it's nonsense. I'd never really thought about it before. Connors begins a new over from the racecourse, and it's push-driven really by Hasib Hamid straight to George Scrimshaw at mid-on, and there's no run. But it is a very, very valid point. And for, as you say, obviously it would apply across the board anyway, but it's not just because Notts are in the position that they're in. It makes perfect sense. And there's the other flaw, of course. It makes perfect sense.
It would encourage them to be looking to get to 500 now in the next 12 overs, 56 in 12 overs.
Adds to the entertainment.
Yeah.
Connors bowls to Hamid, who defends this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I feel a little bit for the fly that's in here, that's in our window. It's just behind your laptop at the moment, that's alive. But here alongside it, unfortunately, is one of its deceased brethren. It's almost as if it's come along just to pay its final respects.
You can see another poor, sadly departed fly to the right as well. The wasp seems to have been removed. That one didn't die of natural causes, sadly, but... I don't want to say anything else because the lobby will be on to me. Here's Connors in and bowls to Hamid, who pushes it out into the offside once again. And there is no run. We will be joined at various times by Lauren Tuffrey, the Derbyshire Cricket Club women's captain. She's back with us for today and tomorrow, which is good news. And we may or may not be joined by Kevin Howells, who's managed to work his way to Derby by a very circuitous route. I'm sure he'll... I don't want to spoil the story because it might be his only story, so I'll let him tell everybody that later on. Here's Connors. In again, a balls to Hamid, who drives down the ground for 4 runs. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Very, very straight. And Sam Connors can do no more than turn around and walk wearily back to his mark, while George Scrimshaw trots to the boundary down below us to fetch the ball. 170 now to Hasib Hamid. The partnership over 400. 402 off 509 deliveries. And that will tell you that it's been a pretty rapid scoring. Well, the fact that they started today on 439 will tell you that it was fairly rapid scoring yesterday. But 400 partnership off just 509 balls. Excellent stuff from... a man who should still be opening for England and somebody who should probably still be batting number 3 for England as he defends the next ball up towards mid-on. There's Hasib Hamid, and it's defended by George Scrimshaw.
I managed to speak this morning. I had a little word with Ben, just congratulated him, and didn't want to, not that I'm going to put any pressure on him, but just congratulated him and keep going. But I had a word with Joe Clark, said he was in danger of getting pad rash yesterday, sat there all day with his pads on.
Well, I'll have him on again this morning, you'd expect, as Hamid just turns this one into the leg side. That's a nice stop at mid-wicket by Matty McKinnon, who bowled 17 overs yesterday with his leg spin. That's the end of the over. 4 runs from it, 4 runs from each of the 2 overs bowled by Sam Connors, who... At the start of this match, I hadn't realised he was quite so high up, but was the was 10th in the wicket-taking column in the county championship. 31. He's still on 31. It's not been a season for bowlers and magnificent bowling feats necessarily this season. It's definitely been a batting season so far, and has continued to be in this match.
So the next one is the all-time any wicket record for Notts, which is in sight as Duckett defends against Aitchison. 406 for the first wicket. It's only been standing 22 years. In 2000 at Edgbaston, Darren Bicknell, who was 180 not out, and Guy Welton, 200 not out. He put on 406 for the first wicket. So that is now within 4 of being... Oh, it won't come because Duckett chops on. And there is a wicket, and Ben Duckett looks crestfallen. It's a pat on the back from Wayne Madsen, who says well done. But Duckett departs. The stand worth 402, and Ben Duckett has played on, chopping the ball from Aitchison onto his middle stump. And it's 448 for 2. The partnership ending on 402.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. That's come as a bit of a surprise. Poor old Ben Duckett. All last night he'd have dreamed about the 300, becoming the first person to score 300 if he knew that here at Derby. He's going to get a good ovation from a crowd, many of whom won't have seen him yesterday. It was a much smaller crowd yesterday, understandably, given the hot weather. And Sam Connor's applauding him off there as well, which is good to see. As Dave mentioned yesterday, there were a lot of players who went and congratulated both batsmen as they left the field. Poor old Ben Duckett. I say poor old Ben Duckett. He's got 241 runs, but poor old Ben Duckett, having added just 4 to his overnight total, has been dismissed. And Ben Aitchison picks up his first wicket, 1 for 85 in his 17th over. It's never a good way to go when you chop on, though, is it?
No.
Never a good way to go. But a record second wicket partnership. And now they've got to start all over again. Well, not quite, because Hassi Bamid's on 170, but...
it revives Derbyshire hopes of getting something from this innings. They hadn't, of course, got a bowling point.
Oh, good shout, yeah.
They need one more wicket. They've got 10.4 overs.
The excitement's almost palpable.
448 for 2. Joe Clark is the new man. He'll have had his pads on this time yesterday.
I'm going to say it because you won't say it, and nor should you. But when you've had your pads on all day,
well, we said it yesterday,
after a big partnership.
As Aitchison bowls to Joe Clark, made 95 last week at Cardiff. Plays his first ball to mid-wicket. I have to say, I think he got a stinker. They were all very diplomatic about it afterwards, but I think he got a stinker at Cardiff. He played just outside the off-stump. First ball from Kieran Carlson, part-time off-spinner. Appeared to hit the ground. Next delivery on its way, and Clark defends. Appeared to hit the ground. The keeper took it, whipped off a bail, and is appealing towards the square leg umpire. So it's clear what he thought, and the standing umpire gave him out, caught behind. He'd heard the snick on the ground, I think. But there we are. He had to go for 95. He was I've seen a batsman looking at both umpires. Well, who's giving me out and what for? I've not done anything wrong. As Clark plays it to backward point, and Anuj Dal does the fielding. Ben Aitchison then with reward in his 17th over, 1 for 85. The only other wicket taken at midday yesterday by Anuj Dal. So,
yeah, it's just 23 hours between the wickets, that which will be mentioned in my 11:30.
So it's all a little bit flat after that, really. It shouldn't be, but they're so close to the all-time record. It's only the second time any Nottinghamshire pair have put 400 on for a wicket. And Clark again happy to defend. And all of a sudden he's thought, on this wicket, it's not that easy out here. You know, he must have thought it's tennis ball in the school playground stuff, seeing the size of that partnership. But of course, a new ball, a relatively new ball still for Derbyshire. They're fresh from, well, presumably some overnight rest. I'm not entirely sure how much sleep anybody got last night. Stiflingly hot in, I think, most parts of the country.
Yeah, it was unpleasant last night, wasn't it? Really unpleasant.
Got out of bed, tried to sleep on the floor. Tried to get up, couldn't. Got back into bed, couldn't sleep. Got up, had a drink.
New over from Connors, bowling to Hasib Hamoud, who pushes this out into the offside. In comes Harry Kane to do the fielding.
Considered going out into the garden and thought, no, there's lots of creepy crawlies and all sorts, and bugs and cats. And
yeah, it's difficult sleeping outside in this country. I always think there's a lot of countries in the world where you'd quite happily do it, but I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think when you look at some of the wildlife, some of the beasties in some places.
Well, yes, I think you'd pick and choose, clearly. In goes Connors again and bowls to Hamoud, who edges this one, and it's well claimed by Ben Aitchison at first slip on the bounce.
You're not going to be mauled by a grizzly bear in Newark or...
Not unless you're really unlucky. No.
448 for 2. I feel a little bit.
You've gone flat, Dave.
Yeah,
you've gone flat.
Life was worth living 20 minutes ago.
Connors bowls to Hamoud, who clips this out towards a wide-ish mid-on. It's a good stop, tumbling away to his right-hand side, almost crawling along the floor by George Scrimshaw. Hamoud picks up another single to move to 171, and it's 449 for 2. So they've got 9.5 overs, possibly, to get this run. I think they'll probably do it.
But it counts for nothing. When you started the 9.5
Yes.
overs, I thought you were referring to Derbyshire getting the wicket.
No, but of course it counts for nothing. That's nonsense. I'd forgotten all about that. We had been talking about it 5 minutes ago.
Counts for nothing.
Connor's getting a bit of encouragement from his team. There's still people coming in, which is good to see. It's a lot cooler today. Connor's in and bowls to Clark, who pushes this one up to Lear's deploy at mid-off, and there's no run.
Not really done Ben Duckett's stats, have we? He made 241, was out, bowled by Ben Aitchison, chopped the ball on. He faced 273 balls, 37 fours, no sixes, at the crease for 342 minutes. So getting on for 6 hours.
Connors bowls to Clark, who plays at that one outside the off-stump. It just took off a little bit, and it was taken by Brooke Guest, but a little fence at that one did Joe Clark. Still just getting himself used to the pace of the pitch.
Mark says, morning chaps from a slightly less hot but very dry Stamford in Lincolnshire. Liam Patterson-White must be looking forward to a bowl on this. I'm sure he is, but not yet. I think he'll be looking forward to a little bit of a bat this afternoon, maybe. Joey Everson is playing for Leicestershire today, by the way, I hear.
Connors bowls and again takes the edge of Joe Clark's bat, leading edge. He was trying to play it into the leg side. It goes down to third man, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, who finds himself down there for some reason. It's the end of the over. 450 up for Nottinghamshire from 92 overs. 450 for 2. Clark off the mark with that single, and Hamoud has 171.
So one of the poorest stats from the season's county championship. Who played against Glamorgan in consecutive weeks? Well, Joey Everson. He played for Notts down at Cardiff last week against Glamorgan, and has now gone on a short loan to Leicestershire, playing against them today. Here's Aitchison into bowl to Clark, edge down into the ground. Wayne Madsen takes it on the bounce and throws it up in the air. Nobody applauds. I think there's a few more in today, not surprising, a little more pleasant to be sat out there. They're not all huddled together under whatever shelter they can find or whatever shade they can find at the far end, are they? They're nicely spaced out. Nobody behind the bowler's arm. I don't know if that area is roped off or people have just used common sense as Clark eases it into the offside.
The Derbyshire flag's back as well, which is good news. So both clubs have got their flags flying at either end of the members' pavilion, which is good to see.
It's the 20th of July.
Oh, excellent.
On this day in 1981, the legend of Botham's Ashes was born. This is pushed into the offside. He got his Well, he got 140 or so on this day, and then the next morning he went on to get 149, and Bob Willis bowled them out. But this was the day when he and Graham Dilley slapped the Aussies all around Headingley. Nearer home for Nottinghamshire supporters, 20th of July 2000, Paul Franks made his one and only ODI appearance. Next ball is pushed into the offside. I was at Trent Bridge for that game, right down to the last over, and England should have won. I think they wanted about 6 in the last over. Chris Gale bowled it, got 3 wickets. Alex Stewart was at the non-strikers end, and Chris Gale won the man of the match for his bowling. West Indies won by 3 runs, but 22 years ago today, Paul Franks, currently one of the Nottinghamshire coaching or assistant head coach, is pushed into the offside. He made his one and only England ODI appearance.
They still talk about that alongside Botham's Ashes, don't they? They do. I'm sure somewhere they must. They must.
In the history of the planet, can you think of anything bigger than Botham's Ashes that might have occurred on the 20th of July in years gone by? I'll tell you after this ball. You'll have heard about this event. Next delivery from Aitchison and Clark. Lovely drive into the offside.
Wasn't in 1969, was it?
It was in 1969. That's an extra bonus mark.
Thank you very much. It was the moon landing.
It was both the moon landing, and then 6 hours later they said, well, as we're here, we'd better go and have a walk around. And Neil Armstrong, was it one small step for man, a giant leap for mankind?
Yeah. I watched it.
Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, I did.
Yeah, I watched it.
But for your extra bonus mark, who was the one left in the capsule?
Oh, that's an absolute belter. Oh dear.
Notts did get the 450 within 110 overs, by the way. So 6 batting points to Nottinghamshire. No, I'm afraid the regulations don't allow it.
Sam Connors beginning a new over, balls to Hasib Hamid, who's beaten outside the off stump. I don't like the way the ball's going past the edge or hitting the edge this morning. I've got to say, I'm not a big fan of that. I think the bowling's been really good this morning, but I'm not a huge fan. I genuinely have no idea who the
forgotten man was.
Yeah.
The forgotten man was Michael Collins.
Michael Collins, of course it was.
And one last thing.
Well, Buzz Aldrin's selling his suit.
Is he?
Yes, he's expecting £1.2 million for the suit that he walked on the moon.
Well, the money's no problem. I just don't think I'd fit inside it.
That was exactly what our newsreader said this morning when he read it out. Yeah, he's Collins to get involved. That's where I heard it. Nicely played, square on the offside, and it's been chased down by Anuj Dal, who will get there. Gets to the ball now, gives it to Harry Kame, who throws it in, and the batsman comes through for 3. So Hamid moves on to 174, not out, 453 for 2.
Well, what I heard on the radio on the drive-in was Zoe Ball wishing Anton Dubek happy birthday. Strictly Come Dancing, Anton Dubek. How old is he today?
Oh, Anton Dubek will be 57.
Oh, very close. He's 56, born in World Cup year, 1966.
Nearly said that. Connors is in bowls. This one is clipped into the leg side. There's a chase on here for Matty McKiernan. Joe Clark's going to get at least a couple of runs. In fact, he is just going to get a couple of runs because McKiernan has got to the ball. He moves on to 3, 455 for 2. I'm doing well this morning.
Yeah, very good today.
I'm on the ball today.
Very good.
Yeah, so there was only ever going to be one thing bigger than Botham's Ashes, though, wasn't it? So it almost certainly had to be the moon landings.
Don't know what they were doing for 6 hours. They were in the capsule for 6 hours before they went out and had a walk around.
You go first. No, you. This one is defended by Joe Clark. I'm not going first. I don't know what's out there.
Where's my shoes?
Yeah. Anything could happen. We could just sink straight into it. They had no real idea. I mean, they wouldn't have sunk straight into it because the capsule that landed on the moon didn't sink. But
the eagle has landed.
Yeah, that must have been both thrilling and very, very scary, I would suggest.
Could have been a grizzly bear.
But could have been absolutely anything up there. Golf ball from the previous landing. Here is Connors in a bowl that was clipped into the leg side by Clark. He picks up another single, 456 for 2.
A couple of fellas there. Hello.
Yeah. You haven't brought those bricks we asked for, have you? No, splendid. Splendid.
Not been any moons as they're playing cricket. Can't think of any moons.
It's been a noon, I would think, hasn't there?
Oh yeah, Wayne Noon.
No moons, but a noon.
Been 1 or 2 Armstrongs. Can't think of any Aldrins.
Next delivery from Connors is driven very pleasantly by Hasib Hamid, but straight to the man at mid-wicket.
Anyway, time for some sensible punditry.
Oh, really?
And commentary.
Who's coming? Who's coming on?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going.
We'll speak to Bryce Girdle again in due course. Lauren Tuffer is going to join us for the first time in this match. Be good to have Lauren back after her stints during the T20. Umpires are consulting again about something. I have absolutely no idea what it is, of course, because they're a long way away and they're not telling us. Lauren, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks, Fletch. Nice
Absolutely,
to be back.
yeah, good to see you back. I'm going to have to tell you to be quiet in a minute because we're going to do an update, and I'm teaching Ian how to play cricket in between deliveries. So we'll see how that goes as a new over begins from Ben Aitchison from the City end. The ball is pushed out into the offside by Joe Clark, and there's no run. So we'll bring you in properly when I'm just listening to Never Can Say Goodbye by the Communards.
Good tune.
Yeah, absolutely. Banger, I believe the youngsters say these days. They probably don't, actually. In fact, I'm almost certain that they don't. So, wicket this morning, wicket yesterday morning. I haven't actually commentated on either of them. There's Aitchison in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Joe Clark. And there is no run. I'm going to teach Ian today about the fact that you can hit the ball twice. It seemed like a good idea at the time. And now it's getting slightly troubling that I'm running out of things to tell him. But did the laws on taking players off the field in extreme conditions yesterday, as in comes Aitchison again, and that one is driven by Joe Clark up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Lewis Deploy in his second game as Derbyshire captain. He did, bless him, he was smiling yesterday, which was good to see, because he's only captained the side twice, once at Taunton. That didn't go well, and once yesterday, and that didn't go massively well either, but he says he's still happy to carry on doing it. This next delivery is down the leg side and clipped away by Hasib Hamid, Joe Clark rather, who moves on to 457 for 2. I will bring you in shortly, don't worry.
I don't want to speak and it like go
No,
against what we're trying to do here.
You're all right. I might have to turn your microphone around a bit as well. You're very, very quiet there. Nicely, Duncan. Yeah, that looks a bit better. How about that?
Is that better?
Oh, that's better. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes.
That's much better.
We're in business.
That's a very good question. The first £2 million footballer. No, got no idea. No idea at all. Who was it? Yeah, go on. Excellent. Where did they go to? Who did they go? Where did they go to? Was it? Right. Yeah, lovely. No, it wasn't Stewart, was it? It wasn't the lad Stewart from Liverpool, was it? No, he went the other way, I think. Yeah. Good. No, okay. Right. Excellent. We'll put this forward for the awards, this bit. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Well, 23 hours after taking their first wicket, Derbyshire took their second. Ben Duckett's gone. He actually played on, so the ball came off his bat and cannoned into his stumps off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for the small matter of 241 runs. He hit 37 fours, one of them this morning. So he only added 4 to his overnight total. He looked absolutely crestfallen. Nobody's ever scored a triple century on this ground. And unless Hasib Hamid does it, he's 175 not out. Joe Clark's joined him. He's on 5. It's unlikely that anybody will. In this innings, I'm going to say in this innings, well, not in this match, because, of course, Derbyshire have got to bat yet, and they've got some pretty good batsmen. Not currently 458 for 2. We're in the 105th over, and Derbyshire have got 5 more overs in which to get another wicket or 4 to pick up 1 or 2 bonus points. I think 1 is most likely, and even then, that doesn't appear to be very likely at the moment. Although the ball has hit the edge of the bat a number of times, which hasn't pleased anybody of a Derbyshire persuasion, because Nottinghamshire have got a very good bowling attack with internationals Dane Patterson and James Pattinson. Dane Patterson and James Pattinson. They've also got Liam Patterson-White, just to confuse things further. He's a spinner. And Luke Fletcher, who's a very good bowler, and a little spell on loan here a few years ago, 2016, I think, at Derbyshire, but he's a very fine county cricketer as well. So it's going better. The ball comes off the edge again, down to third man. This is not good at all. Hamid moves to 176. They're 459 for 2, Ian. Right. Oh, excellent. Lovely. Excellent. It wasn't Gaza, was it? Excellent. Excellent. Well, I got enough clues, didn't I? I got enough clues. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a quick one for you today. You can be out if you hit the ball twice, but you can still hit the ball twice and not be out in cricket. Well, the thing is, if you hit it once and then strike it, not with your hand, because that would be out anyway. You can't touch it with your hand. But if you hit it again with your person or your bat, you can be given out. But you're not out if the second time you hit it was for the sole purpose of preventing the ball from touching the wicket. So basically, you can't, off a spinner, sort of hit it up in the air and then smash it to the boundary. You can't do that. But if you hit it and it spins towards the wickets, and the umpire thinks that you're defending your stumps, then you can hit the ball twice. So it seems slightly bizarre to me that you can. It's called obstructing the field now. Most things are called obstructing the field. Even handling the ball it used to be out-handle ball, but that he's bowled him. Sam Connors has got a wicket now, and Joe Clark's gone bowled. The stump is out of the ground. It looks like the stump split to me, but the off stump's out of the ground, and Sam Connors has got his first wicket of the match as well. So they're all starting to join in now. But yeah, you can hit the ball twice, but sometimes if you hit it twice, you're out, and sometimes if you hit it twice, you're not out. Do you understand that? Can I apologise to everybody, because I know it's very, very difficult, but we sort of do the radio and we sort of do the online and we sort of do the stream as well, and there's just one of us, and there's only one way of doing it generally. Joe Clark dismissed for 5 off 24 balls. It surprised me as much as it surprised everybody else, I think, but a good delivery, Lauren.
Yeah, he just sort of pitching it in the right spot there, Connors is, and then it looks like he's played around it. I can't quite see from this angle. I'm just trying to get the highlight back on. Yeah, it's just gone in between bat and pad.
So it didn't do anything?
No.
That's good. That's good that it didn't do anything, but the fact that they've picked up 2 wickets in the morning session is slightly concerning. Although, as we said, I've never been in this position, and I'm almost certain, with the greatest of respect, despite this high standard of cricket that you play, that you've not been in the position where you've sat and watched 2 players put on 402.
No, thankfully.
And then had to go out and bat, and of course he will have had his pads on for most of yesterday, Joe Clark,
yeah,
batting at number 4.
I think that's what does it for a lot of people as well. Is it's the sitting and waiting, and especially with it being hot yesterday as well. He sat all day with his pads on, just watching somebody else bat. And it's difficult to stay in the mindset of being ready to go out when you can see that they're scoring at the rate that they were yesterday. So I think it'd be good though, good for Derbyshire, give them a bit of confidence.
Well, it will. It will.
Pick the mood up a little bit.
Well, it's almost not quite, but almost a momentum shift from yesterday. The problem being that then they have got to maintain the momentum with the bat as and when they go out to bat. But having lined up all these records for today, we've only seen the one of them. That was the 402 second wicket record for Nottinghamshire against any other county. The new batsman isn't going to face. It's Lyndon James, who's walked out to join Hasib Hamid. He's at the non-strikers end because that was the last ball of the over from Sam Connors. It's going to be Ben Aitchison to... It's George Scrimshaw. Is it George? It is George. It's George Scrimshaw, I beg his pardon, around the wicket bowling, and Hamid just guides this out into the offside. Ben Aitchison finishes his latest spell with 1 for 87. It's George Scrimshaw's 14th over. His name's now merged into the number as well because it's 13.1. When it goes back to 14 later on, there'll be a little bit of separation there. He's yet to take a wicket. Likewise, Lewis Rees and Matty McKeon, and Harry Kane bowled last night. Moments after I said, well, Harry Kane won't bowl because he's never bowled, which he hadn't, but he did last night. He bowled 5 overs for 24. Scrimshaw with a slip and a leg slip, and that one is clipped into the leg side by Hasib Hamid for a single. Down to Sam Connors. And there's no good to see George Scrimshaw playing first-class cricket, do you not think?
He hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, has he, Scrimshaw?
No.
And we know him for banging the ball in short in the white ball stuff. So I think it's interesting to see what sort of plan he comes out with. He's obviously got a plan for Hamid with the leg slip. He's coming round the wicket. He wants him to try and flick it off his legs to go straight to the man. But we've got a sort of regulation field here with 2 slips in for James.
Yeah, this is only his 4th game of first-class cricket, George Scrimshaw. He's in again now on bowls, and James goes up on his toes and pushes it out to Anojal. 3 wickets at 70. You want to improve that?
Yeah, I think it's still early days, though, isn't it, for him? He's still sort of working out how he's going to bowl, what his plan is for red ball cricket, and I think it takes a bit of time to work out your plan as a bowler, and you don't know until you go out and try it.
Kevin Howells, who at one point was heading for Cheltenham, will be pleased he didn't because it's raining at Cheltenham. Hampshire against Gloucestershire. Next delivery is a full one down the leg side. It's not stopped by Brooke Guest, and he might give away byes here, and he has. They're the first byes of the innings, remarkably, in an innings of 464 byes. Signal didn't hit anything on the way through. 464 for 3, and that'll be disappointing for the keeper, who's it was kept nice, or let's say kept nicely. He may or may not have dropped both of the batsmen, Hamid and Ben Duckett, yesterday. Very difficult chances because he was standing up, but there was one that Dave Bracegirdle was convinced should have been given as byes, but weren't, and definitely the ball went in and out. There might have been another one as well. Duckett was dropped twice yesterday, which is never a good thing.
I think that's the thing with keepers, isn't it? They're constantly on the ball all the time. You've got to concentrate, and with the heat and obviously all the runs that they scored yesterday, he's done well that now it's only his first byes for this morning.
Absolutely. He's done well just to be still standing up for me. Scrimshaw's in again, defended by James out into the offside, and there's no run. One game starting today, of course, the game between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. I'm desperately searching for I don't think I've updated it actually, that's probably why it's not on there. I was looking for who'd won the toss and all that kind of thing. Leicestershire won the toss, decided to have a bat first. Disappeared off my screen again. They're 43 without loss in the 11th over. And in the other game in the second division, Sussex batting on. They're 349 for 6 against Middlesex. As Scrimshaw is in again. That one's defended into the onside this time. And nobody should ever forget, nor should they be allowed for anybody to forget it, if that's a phrase. Middlesex put Sussex in. This seemed like absolute madness, putting anybody into bat yesterday when everybody knew what the temperatures were going to be. I know that the South African skipper got a lot of stick on Test Match Special on Monday, I noticed when I was driving home, in the Women's One Day International at Leicester, because she won the toss and put...
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, she decided...
I think it was a bit of a mad decision, really, as well.
Didn't make a lot of sense, did it, really? And it wasn't as hot on Monday as it was on Tuesday, but it was still quite warm.
It still looked very warm.
It's good to see. What I particularly enjoyed when I got home and watched the bits and pieces of it. Sam Connors begins a new over. Hamid on strike, who guides this very nicely out to the point boundary for 4 runs off the back foot. No massive effort, and he doesn't. I mean, he did hit a 6 yesterday, Hasib Hamid, but he doesn't. It's almost effortless. Duckett was the same, but it's effortless, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is what sort of your top players are like, aren't they? They've just got that knack and that skill for just timing it. If you time it well, you don't have to put all the power into it. And that's where you can tell batters are in form and batters who are struggling for runs.
Well, we've seen Shan Masood in the first half of this season, slightly more than half a season, as Connors is in again, bowls to Hamid, who this time goes back into his crease and guides it down to a wide third man for a single. He moves on to 182. It's 469 for 3. But Shan Masood's one of those players when he tries to hit it too hard, he looks horrible.
Yeah, he sort of looks like he's struggling when he tries to hit it too hard.
I mean, he clearly isn't struggling. No, but he does. You're right. It looks like he's struggling. Yeah, I was going to say about the women's international. I was watching Catherine Brunt as the one of the non-playing members of the squad, constantly going round the boundary with drinks and towels and all sorts of things for her teammates. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Edged, is it? No, just missed it there. Did James? He fenced at that one outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Time for the bowlers here, of course. When you looked at the bowling figures overnight, there was only 1 wicket yesterday. Anos Dal, 1 for 56. For the bowlers, if they can pick up a couple of wickets each or 3 wickets here and there, just helps with their overall average as well. Sam Connors now 32 for the season, which is a decent effort from him.
Connors has bowled a lot of overs this season as well, hasn't he?
He bowled 310 overs before today started. He's in again now, and that one is outside the off stump. Yeah, he's bowled more overs than anybody bar Alex Thompson, who's actually bowled 314, but 32 wickets for the season, Sam Connors. Terrific effort. He was in the top 10 wicket takers. Although his average at 41 is a little high, even for first class cricket. You'd want to get that down. It'll come. He's still a young man, still learning his trade. It's probably his second full season. First in front of crowds, as this one is defended by Lyndon James. And there's no run.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people sort of forget as well, is the COVID season, as we all sort of call it now, has had a sort of massive effect on not just sort of the professional game, but like the recreational game as well. When we notice it, that there's players who you think would have kicked on a bit more than they have, but they missed an entire season of proper training, like in the winter, and they didn't quite get that time that they needed.
James waits and defends this next delivery from Connors down into the ground. And it's the end of the over. 469 for 3. James yet to get off the mark. Hamid has 182. Nick Buxton, this is marvellous. He's watching from a How on earth do you watch from a campsite in the New Forest? But well done, Nick. He says, Fletch, we scored 550 in the first innings at Hove and lost. Just saying. Well, yes, it would be remarkable if Derbyshire won from this position, but you're absolutely right. We should rule nothing out, even at this early stage. Thanks, Nick. Good to hear from you, and enjoy your, what I assume is a holiday, unless you're just camping in the New Forest for the heck of it. Oh, that seems highly unlikely. Always good to hear from everybody and anybody. And here's George Scrimshaw. I'll have to turn that aircon off in a minute. It's freezing in here. He's pulled his Hamid, but down to Sam Connors at fine leg, long leg, that kind of area. And they go through for a single. Hamid moves on to 183, 470 for 3. Just had the email that nobody wants to get from BBC Online saying, hello, everybody. We're doing a football preview. Oh, no. And I've taken almost no notice. I've taken some notice of what's happening at Burton Albion, but not an awful lot. Hopefully get to see them on Friday night. Here's Scrimshaw. 2 slips in place. Bowls to James, who defends it out into the onside. And there is no run.
You've been in full-on cricket mode.
I have, really. I mean, it's been absolute chaos. Yeah, the 5.5 hour drive from Taunton to Chester Street was a particular highlight. Last Sunday, was it the Sunday before? Sunday before. Yeah, it's a long way.
I was going to say.
I didn't realise how far it was, to be honest. It was quite a long way to Taunton.
Especially after the game as well.
Well, fortunately, I stayed the night and drove up the next day, which was something at least, as Scrimshaw bowls and defended again into the onside by James, and there's no run. Just feels a bit fresher today, doesn't it? It just feels different. I don't know. I don't know if I could stand it if I'm going to have to start recycling. No, I do recycle, but it's just, if we're going to get those on a more regular basis, days like yesterday, I might have to move north.
I was going to say, it was hot where we were as well, because I live in Yorkshire. And it's
Yeah,
still
oh no,
stifling.
ridiculous. Scrimshaw bowls, it's pushed out into the offside by James, fielded by Cartwright. Somebody asked me about him bowling, which of course he is a batting all-rounder, but we didn't see him bowl at all in the T20. I think it's unlikely that we're going to see him bowl in first-class cricket, but he's still very helpful. He wears that strap around his right hand, which makes him easy to identify. That and the fact that he's quite a big lad. He's fielding at point. Two slips are Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen standing alongside Brooke Guest. As Scrimshaw is in, and that's defended up towards Anuj Dahl, who's at extra cover. Matty McKiernan's down at third man. Who's that? Sam Connors out at long leg, really. He's quite a way in from the boundary. And Harry Kame is out on the square leg boundary, where he was yesterday when he allowed the ball to go over his head. He was no more than 2 yards in from the rope. The ball went over his head and bounced before it went to the boundary, which might have been a slight misjudgment. I think that was duck it.
Be blaming the sun.
Yeah, potentially. Scrimshaw is in, and that's guided, a little edgily, but guided down to third man, wide of Wayne Madsen at second, slipped by James, who's off the mark. 13th time of asking, he's also pinched the strike.
It was well played though. Nice sort of soft hands.
Yeah.
Knew exactly where he wanted the ball to go. I think that's what you need to do. Just not be afraid if you're going to try and get it down there. Play with some soft hands, and then if you do nick it, it's not going to carry.
Yes, it wasn't a chance. It was a dive away to his right by Wayne Madsen. Anuj Dahl is going to replace Sam Connors at the race course. Sent Sam Connors this morning, 6 overs, 1 for 22. That'll have cheered him up, I imagine. But not still very much in control of this game at 471 for 3. Just need to check. I don't need a message yesterday about news bulletins. I can't remember who sent it and where they sent it to.
What sort of score do we think Notts are going to want to put on before they declare?
Well, 550 as a minimum, I would have thought, to make sure that the game is entirely out. I mean, it's pretty much out of Derbyshire's reach at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see them still batting until tea. Dahl goes in, and that's way wide of the off stump. When you look at Pattinson, obviously Australian, Patterson, South Africa, Luke Fletcher, who's one of the top operators in county championship cricket. That's a pretty decent three-man pace attack. Liam Patterson-White, Stephen Mullany will join in, of course. Ben Slater got a wicket when Derbyshire played at Trent Bridge, which was awful. Morning, Ben. Morning, Dave. As his next delivery is pushed out into the offside. That was his first wicket in first-class cricket. He's got another one since then, though. So it was Alex Thompson who he got out. So poor old Tomo isn't his only victim, which is something at least. But yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't bat till tea. There we go, I've got that message now. What does it say about 12 o'clock? Oh no, it's a live one. 2, 3, 4 and 4:30. Interesting. He goes, Dahl, oh, that goes past the edge of James's bat. Anuj Dahl. His follow-through is remarkable, isn't it?
He does a good run up towards the batter. Bit of a stare.
He's about 2 yards away from the batsman by the time he finishes his run up. Then wheels away to the left as he finishes off. Marvellous.
Definitely couldn't do that.
It is remarkable because he's not the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers by any manner of means. He's a very canny operator. No question about it. He got 21 wickets this season, and that one is defended by James, and he takes his bottom hand off the batter, so that spat up at him a little bit, and then he bends down to pick it up, which I absolutely detest.
I enjoy it. We get it a lot on a Saturday, where the batter will stick the hand up like, is it okay for me to pick it up? And then we're just like, yeah, we really don't want to go and pick it up. So like, yeah, thanks, mate.
Well, if you just played the shot, somebody could bend down and rick their back, couldn't they, or anything?
Right.
Well, when you get to my age, it's a very real possibility. This next one is driven by James out into the offside, fielded by Cartwright. So, yeah, I think they're called fielders for a reason. Let them field the ball. That's what I say.
Tell you what I found interesting the other weekend. Our Sunday women's game, was live streamed for the first time
Really?
ever. So we all were looking back at what we look like. And
What we look like.
you don't know what you look like when you do stuff, do you?
Well, I look in a mirror. I've got a fair idea. That one is guided down to third man by James. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. 2 to him, 472 for 3. So, yeah, we all pleased with what you look like?
It was more of the fact that I bowled. So I don't normally bowl very often.
Okay.
So I bowled my allotted overs that day. And I was like, I've never seen what I look like when I bowl. And I looked at it going, this is not a very good action.
Oh,
No
dear.
wonder I've got a bad bag.
You're going to have to remodel the action.
I think it's that hot Sunday as well. It was a really hot day. I won the toss, chose to field first. Terrible decision.
Live stream, no, it's the future, apparently.
It was until you look back and you could see my
Yes.
disapproval when the ball kept going to the boundary.
Yeah.
And I was like, sorry. Sorry, girls.
Scrimshaw from the city end bowls and back into his crease goes. James pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. There's no room. George is getting plenty of love from somebody out there. Popular figure. George Scrimshaw made his England Lions debut last week in the same team that Ben Duckett played in against South Africa. Very good South Africa side as well. Had played, that was at New Road, had played at Taunton in a game that was 14 against 14, so it didn't really count. So it was good to see him get his actual Lions shirt. I'm sure that'll be in a frame soon. He's on his way in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by James. Batting looks a completely different proposition today to what it looked like yesterday. It looked very easy at times yesterday, and I suppose it is easy when you've got 2 batsmen and 3 figures, but
I think it's the heat as well changes what the pitch looks like and how it plays. Obviously, the temperature dropped a little bit.
yeah,
Maybe
so
not much.
it's only
but
only the mid to late 20s today. I felt cold this morning.
I was like, do I bring a jacket
I
with me
know,
today, just
I
in
know.
case?
Of course we don't bring a jacket. I've got one in the car though. This next one is a full delivery from Scrimshaw that's driven down the ground by James for 4 runs. That's his first boundary up towards the long on boundary. It bounces onto the rope and then over the advertising boards and was very well claimed by a gentleman wearing a white top at the far end of the ground, just in front of the bin. I'm not sure I'd sit there. 476 for 3.
Yeah, it was a nice shot from James, that was. Just sort of leant on it, pushed it down the ground. There's no fielder there, so safe shot.
There's a big gap, isn't there? It's sort of wide mid-wicket where Lewis Rees is. Scrimshaw bowls, and that one is pushed off the back foot up towards Leas Deploy, who's fielding at mid-off. He has a shot at the stumps, but the batsmen were home comfortably enough in the end. James moves on to 7 now, 477 for 3. So at this stage of a game, it's absolutely the right question to ask. How many runs will Nottinghamshire get? And of course, they won't tell us, and why would they? But it's almost in a holding pattern, the game at the moment, because Derbyshire, while they continue to strive to take wickets, can do nothing about the fact that Nottinghamshire are just going to carry on batting for as long as they can. So if they can keep the run rate down, and in the last 5 overs, it's 3.5 runs and over compared to 4.5 runs over the course of the innings. That'll be exactly what they're striving to do. So far, so good this morning. Oh dear, that one's gone straight up in the air. He tried to pull that, did Hasib Hamid, out towards the square leg boundary, and it's come off an edge, gone straight up in the air and fallen short of Ben Aitchison, who was running around. It was a very strange shot. Now, did it come off his helmet? I think it's come off his helmet, yeah.
Maybe bat onto helmet,
Yeah,
maybe.
I think you're right. Yeah, so just the way they're all reacting. I think they're going to have drinks here now anyway. But will Hasib Hamid just have to have, yeah, here comes the Nottinghamshire physio, who isn't James Pipe anymore. Was James Pipe last season. I believe Pipe has gone freelance or gone rogue, one or the other. He was out in the IPL
Yes, I saw that.
this year, yeah. He's earning an absolute arm and a leg. Marvellous work. So the Derbyshire players will have drinks, as will Lyndon James, and they'll just check out Hasib Hamid, who I'm sure will be okay. You'd certainly hope so. I think you're right, Lauren. It must have just top edge onto his helmet and looped in the air.
Yeah, you can never be too careful nowadays either.
No.
I mean, did you see in the England game yesterday?
No, I didn't see much of it.
Oh, I can't remember who it was, but there was a clash between two fielders.
Oh yes, it was Maharaj and one of his bowlers, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think there was a massive delay, and I think he went off the pitch in the end.
I heard him talking about it.
I think it was.
Yeah.
They brought in.
I heard him talking about it in the post-match interview, which I caught last night. And Maharaj, the South Africa skipper, he was asked actually about it, and he said, "What about when he ran into him?" And he said, "Yeah, he didn't realise how big I was." And Maharaj is, he's like my little finger. There's nothing on him. But his teammate came off far worse. At Northamptonshire, let's have a look at the score, shall we? Northamptonshire bowled out for 235. Lancashire 7 for 1 in reply. That game being played at Wantage Road. They only played 72 overs yesterday, of course, as they did at Cheltenham, where they haven't started because of the rain. It's raining in Taunton as well now, where Somerset are 298 for 6. Surrey are 50 for 2 in reply to Essex's 271. Warwickshire, because they've called that again now, are 185 for 7 and lead Kent by 20 at Edgbaston. Sussex batting on a 365 for 6, and Leicestershire have already lost their first wicket this morning. I think is he having a new helmet? Well, certainly a helmet was brought out, because somebody's now running off with a helmet as well, and he's down on one knee, just being checked out here by the physio, is Hasib Hamid. And as I say, fingers crossed, he has had problems with finger injuries over his career, with broken bones, and when he does eventually come out the field, he's marvellous.
Just covered in tape.
Absolutely covered in tape, his fingers.
I think that's the way I'm going to be heading, I reckon.
Yeah.
Who is that who's just gone and sat on the little tractor?
On the tractor. It's either...
Is that Cartwright?
Yeah, it's either Cartwright or McKiernan, but yeah, he's having to sit down in the tractor. David Griffin's got his camera on that. David Griffin's at the... He said he was going to stand away to our left on the grandstand, but yeah, I think it's Hilton Cartwright. He's just having a bit of a... Yeah, you can see the white tape around his right hand now. He's having a bit of a rest out there.
Yeah, McKinnon's still down in front of us, so it definitely is Cartwright.
Splendid.
Have a rest.
Yeah. Cricket during the bulletin, Alicia, not a problem. She just Alicia giving me the instructions down my ears. So what will happen next? I think we'll bring Dave Bracegirdle back. You stay until past, and then we'll kick everybody off.
Yep.
I think. I don't know. They are bringing him a new helmet. Incidentally, it's perhaps they didn't bring the right one.
Yeah, one was a bit too small.
Yeah. You probably wouldn't want to wear somebody else's helmet either. You certainly wouldn't want to wear Ben Duckett's, because he'd been wearing that for 273 deliveries.
No, we once did the very village thing of changing wicketkeeper halfway through an innings once. And they were like, "Oh, should we just use the same helmet?" I was like, "Absolutely not.
No.
That helmet is not nice."
What about the nits?
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think of that. We were just like, the sweat.
I'd be more concerned about the sweat than the nits, personally, obviously. But so a little bit of a delay, but he's okay, which is the main thing. He's been checked out as Hasib Hamid. He's taken a new guard as well, even though he's only got one ball of this over from George Scrimshaw to go. Scrimshaw is going to come around the wicket. He may well have been already bowling around the wicket, but I thought he might have been, yeah, when I said it. You do all the observing, and I'll just try and describe what's happening. Here's Scrimshaw in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Hamid. It's the end of the over, 477 for 3 at the end of the over. Hamid has 183. James has 7. And the partnership, the figures around the batsman yesterday were just ludicrous. There were 3 figures everywhere you looked, but now it's calmed down a bit now, which I'm delighted to say. The partnership's only worth 18. We did see a partnership of 402. And then we saw a partnership of 11 between Joe Clark and Hasib Hamid. So Dave Bracegirdle will be doing his update as well, as in comes Anuj Dal, and that one's turned into the leg side. Fielded by Matty McKiernan, who wasn't on the tractor. I'm delighted to say that Hilton Cartwright's not on the tractor either anymore. He's just tried Something that Ben Aitchison tried yesterday, although he didn't let go of the ball, when he tried to pass it rugby style, Ben failed dismally, I'm afraid. It was very disappointing. For somebody whose sister plays for England, it was a particularly poor effort. The next delivery, well, that's come off an inside edge as he tried to drive it away. There's hands on heads from Wayne Madsen, and James picks up another single, 4-7-8. 4-3.
He was okay. He went for a bit of a booming drive there, James. It's nice to see Aitchison sort of stood quite close on the leg side there as well.
Yes.
Putting a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah. They've tried a number of funky things with their mid-wickets. They're trying all sorts of things a lot of the time.
Yeah, here we go. Madsen's come in at short, mid-on, very short mid-on.
I wouldn't feel there, personally.
Absolutely not.
No. And the keeper's going to stand up as well, because his helmet is now being brought out by Nick Potts, I think. We did have Mitch Wagstaff at one point, or a couple of points yesterday. That is Nick Potts. Not far from an update now, I imagine. Here it comes. Dale's on his way in. Defended out to the offside. Yes, Wesley, they moved on to 478, but they have lost 2 wickets this morning. They're 4-7-8 for 3. Ben Duckett was bowled by Ben Aitchison, chopped on for 241, having added 402 with Hasib Hamid, and so often happens. Joe Clark, the next man in, was bowled by Sam Connors for just 5. Hasib Hamid is still there. He's on 183, and he's been joined by Lyndon James. He's 8 not out. The partnership at very, very early stages, 19, and Nottinghamshire are 478 for 3. That one was pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. So when Dave's finished doing whatever he's doing, which is pretty much the same as what I've just been doing, I'm sure he'll come in and join you.
Am I going to be quizzed?
Quizzed?
Yeah.
On what?
Just he was quizzing you on the moon landings earlier.
Well, I think he's done all his on this days. Yeah, I don't know what he's got. Oh, there's an appeal for leg before wicket there from Anuj Dal, but it seemed a bit high to me.
Yeah, they seemed a bit interested, and then I was like, no, I don't think that was out.
He sort of went up, didn't he? But as you would, with so few wickets having been taken over the course of the first 24 hours of this match.
Got to ask for it when it comes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Doesn't matter whether you don't think it is out or not. Just ask. In comes Dahl again and bowls. That struck the pad. It's more interested in this one, but again, the umpire's not interested, and the ball goes down. I think there might have been an inside edge on that. And the umpire turns around and says there was an inside edge on that. And Hasib Hamid moves on to 184. Lyndon James has 8. Hamid, counted to 6, has improved from yesterday. He's pinched the strike, and Nottinghamshire are 479 for 3. A relatively decent opening hour for Derbyshire. Lauren, I'm going to make way if you say a few words, and we'll bring Mr. Bryce Girdle in.
Yeah, it's nice to see them sort of taking a few wickets as well this morning. Said it'll give Derbyshire bowlers something to sort of work towards, and they just got to try and keep the run rate down. At the moment, we know Notts are going to keep batting, trying to put on as much as they can, so it's just about taking those wickets and trying to restrict them a little bit as much as possible.
There's Big George from the city end, bowling to Hamid. Runs this away on the offside, takes a single up to 185. I think we're beyond the yard arm. Good afternoon, Lauren. Good afternoon, everybody. You weren't here yesterday. All those runs came. You come in and out goes Ben Duckett. And really did pop a bit of a balloon that for Nottinghamshire supporters when Ben Duckett was out. They did put 402 on for that second wicket, just 4 shy of the county all-wicket record. Things just starting to happen a little bit for Derbyshire. They've picked up 2 wickets this morning to get that batting bonus point. A couple of LBW shouts from Anuj Dal in the previous over, and Hasib Hamid's been clonked on the helmet. There's Big George. Scrimshaw bowls to Lyndon James, tickles this away almost out of sight down to long leg. They'll come back for a couple. And Lyndon James on to 10. He's had a really good season so far, Lyndon James. Big century in the last match at Trent against Middlesex. A debut century before that at Chesterley Street. Looks in really good touch, very elegant player.
Yeah, he's played some nice shots as well. He played a nice drive down the ground and looking to put some on here today.
Technically correct. He's on 10, this partnership. Just trying to get legs. I was going to say he's on 23. He's now on 27. That was poorly directed delivery from Scrimshaw, always angling down the leg side. And Lyndon James tickles it away. A little bit of a gift. 4 runs, 486 for 3. I think we can only speculate as to what Stephen Mullaney might feel is enough when he wants to have a bowl, but I wouldn't have thought would be anywhere approaching that just yet. I'm sure he'd want to go deep into the afternoon session, put a really big score on the board. I guess depends on the rate they score at. Scrimshaw in, bouncer ducked underneath by Lyndon James. That one absolutely smacks into the gloves of Brooke Guest. I'm very impressed with Scrimshaw when I've seen him over the last couple of years. As I mentioned yesterday, he seems to get better and better every time I see him.
Yeah, I think it's good because we were saying earlier how he's not played many sort of first-class games as of yet, but he looks like he's got some sort of plan that he's trying to bowl to here with those fielders in place on the leg side, almost like he's trying to get them to just play it off the legs or something like that.
There is a little bit of a leg trap, got a leg gully and a shortish mid-wicket. This one banged in short, goes through to the wicket keeper. Thanks to everybody that's got in touch over the last few minutes when I've not been on commentary. We're talking about the moon landings. Lauren, do you believe in the moon landings before your time? Ooh. Do you believe it happened, or is it a conspiracy theory?
I quite enjoy a good conspiracy theory. I'm not sure. I just feel like there's something there that we might not know about.
Oh, that's worth developing. Is Scrimshaw into Lyndon James. That's a super ball and it's kissed the outside edge, although Lyndon James has stood his ground and brushed his flannels with his hand. It's absolutely clear what Lyndon James felt. That came off, but he has been given out for 14, caught behind by Brooke Guest from the bowling of Scrimshaw, and Knott's a 486 for 4. He clearly feels he's got a bad in there.
Yeah, James is not happy there, pulling the helmet off. Looked directly down at his leg there as well, didn't he? Not sure on that one.
He's had to go. So Derbyshire chipping away. The morning began, of course, with Knott's 439 for 1. If you're just joining us, Ben Duckett fell with the score on 448 for 2. He chopped on, lost his middle stump to Ben Aitchison out for 241. They had added 402, New County second wicket record for Nottinghamshire, obviously. That wicket went down in the 100th over. Then Joe Clark, got to feel a little bit for him. He'd had the pads on since start of play yesterday morning. He was bowled by an absolute snorter from Sam Connors for 5. That wicket going down with the score on 459. And now Lyndon James has fallen in the 112th over. New man, not skipper Stephen Mullaney, who's been in decent touch this year. A couple of big hundreds.
Mullaney's one of those players who you can always sort of rely on to score a few runs, can't you?
Yeah.
Every time you look at the Nott scores, no matter the format, Mullaney always looks like he's in the game. Got Dahl continuing from the racecourse end here. Darling defended out for the single to the offside by Hamid. Yeah, they've definitely got a plan here, Derbyshire, against Hamid. You can see Madsen coming out of his very straight, very short mid-on, back into slip for Mulaney here. These sort of quick wickets are what Derbyshire will have wanted after being in the field for so long yesterday.
Wicket took me by surprise a little bit. I was going to mention the people that had been talking about the moon landings. Well, not necessarily. We'd veered off from the moon landings when I was talking to Fletch. Stephen King says, Leonard James Moon played 4 tests for England in 1904.
Darling. Flicked off his legs there by Mulaney into the leg side. Down to long on. Not long on, long leg, sorry.
And Andy Steeples, little bit of trivia for you, Dave. Second Lieutenant Leonard James Moon was a cricketer and footballer. Played first class cricket for Cambridge University and Middlesex. He also played 4 Test matches for England against South Africa in 1905-06. Thanks very much, Andy from West Bridgeford. So thank you, both of you, sending the same.
Dial back in. It's well left there by Mulaney. Good take by guest.
But you don't think they went to the moon? You think they went shopping in the Arizona desert or something?
I like to think they did go to the moon.
They did.
There's you watch all
I saw
these
the pictures,
the documentaries and stuff where they point out all these different things that are like, oh, there's like shadows here and there, and you're like, well, I'm not 100% sure. I'd like to be proved right or wrong either way.
Well, what would do it for you?
Oh, I'm not sure. Dial back in. Okay, defended to the leg side there by Mulaney. What would do it for me? I just feel like I need to see full. I don't know what proof you could get to show that it happened.
They're normally sceptical about things in life.
No,
There's pictures there.
Yeah,
it was in the paper and everything.
I would say I'm like overly sceptical. But I don't know. Dial back in. Driven down the ground, straight to mid-off. Lewis deploy there by Mulaney. Do you believe in all these?
Well, I believe in that.
I don't know, I think I'm just a bit too... I've got too much of a rational brain. I like to think things through all the time. I think that's my downfall. Dial back in. Another straight delivery defended out to the offside by Mulaney. That ends that over.
Outfield looks in need of a drink, very parched.
Yeah, I saw a photo comparison on Twitter this morning from Dave Griffin of the first game of the season in March and then one today, and there's a definite colour change going on.
Yeah, I put it up yesterday. The Nottinghamshire Media Day, end of March, was...
a bit of snow, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, for a while, we all had to head off back into the pavilion whilst the snowstorm stopped. Crackers.
Yeah, and there was a bit of snow here for our media day as well. I remember being in the pavilion over there and just watching it snow while they were having their photos taken.
Hard to think it's only, whatever it was, 3 months ago. Here's Scrimshaw then. He's got his first wicket, coming round the wicket to bowl to Hamid, who turns this away for his 187th run. Wickets have been shared. Anoj Dal with the only wicket yesterday. Ben Slater, Ben Aitchison getting Duckett, Connors getting Joe Clark, and now Scrimshaw has dismissed Lyndon James with one that I have to say may have gone the way of Derbyshire. There certainly appeared as if Lyndon didn't believe it. It didn't. It wasn't obvious to me that it had come off the bat, but there we are. The umpire gave it.
The umpire gave it quite quickly as well.
Stephen King says Moon's brother Billy Moon actually played in goal for England. Presumably means football. Round the wicket. Scrimshaw. Big George bowls. Stephen Mulaney pushes it out as far as Anoj Dal, once of course on the Nottinghamshire staff. Anoj Dal. Tom Moore's doing next. Liam Patterson-White, James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. I just wonder how many of those will be required to go out to the middle.
Yeah, do we think they'll want to protect the bowlers? keep them as fresh as possible.
It's not that. I would think he would want, from this position and with the amount of time left in the game, obviously Notts will only want to bat once as Mulaney's pulled this one away. He's taken the aerial route and it's been held by Harry Kame, inches from the line. And that's 2 weeks in a row that Stephen Mulaney has fallen in that manner. Played the same shot and had the same outcome at Cardiff last week. Harry Kame with the catch, a bouncer from Scrimshaw. Mulaney has taken it on and has holed out right on the fence. It was a nicely judged catch by Harry Kame, nearly toppled over, or it appeared for a split second maybe in the mind of Stephen Mulaney that he was going to topple over the rope, but Harry Kame hung on to it and has dismissed the Notts captain. 490 for 5.
Yeah, I think it was sort of a plan. We know that Scrimshaw's short ball in the white ball stuff that's his go-to, that's his danger ball. So it's nice to see he's not afraid to pull it out in the red ball as well. And little plans work there to get Mulaney.
So it should be Tom Moore's due in next because he missed last week's game, had the illness. I think may be wrong, but it might even have been the second time that poor old Tom's had it and to quarantine at home. 490 for 5. On his way out to the middle. So left-hander. He's played 1 or 2 decent innings against Derbyshire. I can actually remember one T20 game here 3 or 4 years ago where he played an absolutely stunning knock. And as we all know, with match sponsors, especially in the Blast, match sponsors always give it to the home hero, even if you've been pasted by 150 runs or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But the match sponsors here gave the Man of the Match award to Tom Moores. I'm not entirely sure that they'd been briefed properly, which I know got 1 or 2 comments. He did play really, really well that night, but it's a little bit strange for the home sponsors to give the bottle of champagne or whatever it was to one of the away players. Anyway, 490 for 5. God, Notts have struggled through the 400s this morning. 448 for 2 when Ben Duckett was out. 459 for 3, Joe Clark. 486 for 4, Lyndon James. And now 490, the skipper. And amidst it all, Seabermead is still there on 187.
He's just been ticking along, hasn't he? Mead.
That's what he does, but he's never ticked along quite as many as this. His previous best score 122 only. I know he mentioned it yesterday. He had designs on a daddy 100. Here's Scrimshaw into Tom Moores, leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper.
I think one thing Scrimshaw's got going against him, I think, is his height. Gets a lot of bounce, doesn't he?
He would probably say it's an asset.
Just thinking Albie's out of the question. That one, he's sort of pitched it up, but it's still gone miles over the stumps.
Very Stephen Finn-like. And he comes round the wicket. In again to Moores, down the leg side this time, well taken by tumbling Brooke Guest. A little bit of a breeze starting to blow out there. I can only imagine that conditions are much cooler for playing and for watching. The small crowd that was in yesterday were all huddled together right on the back row of the, what does Dave call it, the temporary permanent stand, or the permanent temporary stand at the far end. Next delivery in again. Moores pushes it up to Dal at mid-on, and successful over again for Anuj Dal. I beg your pardon, for George Scrimshaw. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 73 now for Big George. And he's done a terrific job. Connors 21 overs, 1 for 98. Aitchison 19 overs, 1 for 87. Dal 19 overs, 1 for 62. Scrimshaw 18 overs, 2 for 73. They're the wicket takers. Lewis Rees bowled 15 overs. Matty McKeon 17, and Harry Kane 5 yesterday. None of them taking a wicket.
Yeah, from a Derbyshire point of view, it's nice to see Rees bowling a few more overs again. Back from his injuries he's had, and he's bowled a few, I know, sort of coming up, but it is nice to see him bowling 15. Is Dahl coming in for a new over? Some drive from Hamid straight back to Dal.
Rob Collins says, Dave, tell Lauren, 12 astronauts have walked on the moon. There's been thousands of support staff involved. If it is a conspiracy theory, it's a very good one.
That's fair. I don't doubt that we've done it. It's just if that was the first one or not. Dal back in. Flicked off Hamid's legs there.
Just if you were the judge, you'd require more proof.
Yeah.
Perhaps a photograph or a piece of moon rock or something else that they brought back with them.
Bring me a gift back, and then we'll find out.
Nigel Spate says Dave Linden clearly was miffed at being out. It definitely hit his rear leg thigh. Thank you, Nigel. It's one of the advantages of the stream that people can have a look and go back and a bit of a rewind and whatever, but I think definitively without the old snicker or whatever the current equivalent is, you're not entirely sure.
Dowell back in. An uppish drive there from Moores. Full's just short of deploy at mid-on.
Yes, had that just gone, carried another couple of yards in the air, that would have been a very sorry way for Tom Moores to mark his return to first-class cricket.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones as well, isn't it? You see other people scoring runs, and then you don't, and you get a bit annoyed at yourself, don't you? Go Dowell back in.
Lovely.
There you go. That's a better drive there from Moores. Nicely through the covers. It's just trickled away for 4.
Lovely shot. That's closing in on 500 now. 495 for 5. Moores has 4. We're just under 40 minutes or so away from lunch. I can only imagine Mulaney would want top side of 550, between 550 and 600 before declaring. They've worked so hard to get into this position.
Dowell comes in. Little flick off Moore's legs there. Down to a long leg for a single.
I think there's a...
Oh, this...
Yeah. Just trying to see my notes there, and that... seeing how many times Notts had scored 500 in the first innings this season. 534 for 9 declared against Sussex, 548 against Leicestershire, 551 for 8 against Middlesex.
Dowell back into Hamid, who pushes it out straight to short mid-wicket, which is Ben Aitchison there for a single.
And they've had a 488 for 9 declared against Durham as well, so they have been piling on the runs in the first innings of matches this year. Of course, they did well last year in what's supposedly Division 1. Came very close to winning the whole thing at the end of last year, but then the decision was made to revert to 2019 finishing positions. So Notts found themselves back in Division 2. 496 for 5 here. But they've had a good season so far. 5 wins out of 9. Well, Scrimshaw's picked up wickets, I think, in his last 2 overs, but he's maybe just blowing a little bit. It's still going to be toasty warm out there, I would imagine, and it's probably due for a blow anyway. So Ben Aitchison, who got rid of Duckett in his first spell this morning, is going to come back to have a go at another attacking left-hander in Tom Moores. One slip, Wayne Madsen. There's Aitchison bowls, and free flow of the bat from Moores. Ball struck to backward point where Harry Kane does the fielding. Probably opening the batting, you would imagine, with Lewis Rees.
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
Game at Trent Bridge, it was Shan Masood and Billy Godleman opening the batting, but for different reasons, neither involved in this game. Aitchison bowls and Moores happy to defend. Hamid seems to me to have spent an awful lot of time at the non-strikers end this morning.
Yeah, he just looks like he's picked up a couple of singles and then just sort of, I'll just stand at the other end today.
Still holding it all together on 187. Watch us now as Scrimshaw bowls. Oh, and we'll find out in a moment, in the fullness of time, whether there was an edge on this from Tom Moores. It scuttled along the ground. Brooke Guest couldn't take it cleanly. And there's 2 runs to Tom Moores, yeah. It got away from Brooke Guest, that one, but it did a hop, skip and a jump, didn't it, just before it reached the wicket-keeper. And he couldn't hang on to it, and he deflected it with his fingertip away from Wayne Madsen at first, but that one just scuttled along the ground.
Guest looked like he was sort of prodding the ground there.
498 for 5. Next delivery is cut away handsomely by Tom Moores, and that will go for 4, and that will bring the Nottinghamshire 500 up. So the 4th time this season they've reached 500 in the first innings of a match. 502 for 5. And Moores into double figures on 11. The day began with knots on 439 for 1, so 63 for 4 this morning. I guess in isolation, 63 for 4, you'd say that's been a pretty decent morning for Derbyshire, but of course it's off the back of what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Aitchison in again, and bowls, and Moores drops this on the leg side. 502 for 5. I think probably just got time to squeeze this final delivery in before I turn into a pumpkin and have to go and speak to Radio Nottingham. Simon Aldridge says, I wonder if Buzz Aldrin came home with, and I went to the moon, but all I got was this lousy T-shirt. Very good, Simon. Next delivery is outside the off stump, and Moores has had a wild slash at it, and he's nicked it through to Guest. And clearly, I think there was no doubt about that one. Lyndon James not happy with his caught behind, but Tom Moores has to go for 11. So we were just saying, Lauren, what was it? 63 for 4. It's now 63 for 5 this morning. That does strengthen the opinion that Derbyshire have fought back strongly, but Notts were in a strong position at the start of the day. 502 for 6, more from Lauren, and then Dave Fletcher will be back with you.
Yeah, it's been a good morning for Derbyshire. So they've taken the 5 for just a 63. So they'll be happy with that. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't look like they've made that much of a difference, but it is a good morning for Derbyshire. Welcome back, Fletch.
Good to be back. Wickets have been falling like confetti while I've been away.
We're going to call it the Lauren effect, I think.
Yeah, yeah. 12 deliveries for his 11, Tom Moores. 502 for 6, and what was that, 63 for 5 this morning?
Yep.
Remarkable. Remarkable.
Yeah, Moores didn't look like he was going to argue that one at all. He walked before it was even given.
No, Lyndon James wasn't happy, was he?
No, was not happy at all.
No, not happy. So it'll be my update next, and then we can have a rest before we settle down for your lunch. If Dave comes back. If he doesn't come back, you can't have a rest. You'll have to stay there. But
Where has Dave gone? Is he doing his update?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. 502 for 6. And Liam Patterson-White, whose name barely fits on the scoreboard. Well, it doesn't fit on the old scoreboard, but barely fits on the new scoreboard, is the new batsman. But he's going to be at the non-strikers end because that was the last ball of the over again. England lost most of their wickets in the one-day international yesterday from the last ball of the over. I was listening to Andy Zaltzman, who I do enjoy, on Test Match Special. Darley's in and bowls, and Hamid drives it down the ground. That's a really nice shot from Hamid, and he's into the 190s now. 191 not out, 506 for 6. And that whole discussion we were having when I was on with you earlier about how many do you think they'll want and when do you think they'll declare, that might not even be a factor anymore, which is quite remarkable, really.
Yeah, I think if Derbyshire keep going the way they're going, picking up these wickets, they might have the chance of actually bowling Notts out here, I think.
Which is good news. This one is defended by, I didn't see what the score did. They must have got 1 bonus point. I never noticed. I should have noticed, but I didn't. I'll see if I can find out. Somebody will tell me, I'm sure, before I've even found out. But yes, they got a bonus point. Excellent. Good news all round. Sussex, when the first innings had been completed in the match earlier this season here, as Dahl goes in and bowls to Hamid, who clips this one into the leg side, backward of square. He's run the first one quickly, but he's only going to get one as Matty McKiernan gets around to do the fielding. Hamid moves on to 192. Sussex didn't get a single bonus point, either batting or bowling, which is unusual. It was a double century from Sham Masood. Was very much in their way. 3 double centuries in that match, 1 in this. So if Hasib Hamid could get another 8 runs, that will be 5 double centuries on this ground this season, which is a new record. I've seen 5, and will have seen 6. We saw one from Sham Masood at Grace Road as well. The double century machine. In goes Dahl and bowls. That's past the edge of the bat. Patterson White. Not too far away at all. 10 seconds before my next update.
Ooh.
Thank you, Kaz. That's very precise. If it's any more, I won't be here. I will, obviously. I'm not going anywhere. Gone 12:30, yeah. Well, I assume so, because it's not as hot today, and all of a sudden, wickets have fallen 63 for 5 this morning at Nottinghamshire. 5 down, indeed. Joe Clark for 5. That was after Ben Duckett was out for 241. Joe Clark for 5. Lyndon James, 14. Stephen Mullaney, 2. And Tom Moores, most recently, for 11. A couple of wickets each for George Scrimshaw and Ben Aitchison, 1 for Sam Connors. They've clearly bowled far better today. Of course, Nottinghamshire are just trying to score as many runs as they possibly can before they eventually run out of batsmen. And the batsman who is most keen on scoring runs at the moment is Hasib Hamid, who is currently 192 not out. We've seen 4 double centuries on this ground this season, 3 in one game between Derbyshire and Sussex, and already 1 in this one, Ben Duckett. So he will be the 5th player to score 200 or more in a match on this ground this season, which is a new record for the county ground in Derby. He's been joined by Liam Patterson-White, who's yet to get off the mark, and Nottinghamshire currently 507 for 6 now, which is remarkable when you consider they started the day on 439 for 1. It's supposed to be. Oh, yeah. Well, funnily enough, gin is one of them. I can't touch gin because it tastes worse coming back than it does going down, I find. And it doesn't taste very nice going down, I don't think. But coming back, you want to avoid that if you can. Just think on that, kids. Just drink sensibly. He did ask.
I enjoyed the look that Jane just gave you there through the window.
Did she not enjoy gin? Can't drink gin. No, I can't drink gin, Jane. That's not an easy thing to say either. It's Aitchison bowling. Oh, and a slash outside the off stump from Patterson-White. Ball goes through to the keeper.
It's poor.
Wasn't a great shot, that, was it? What's poor?
Just not drinking gin.
I don't like gin. I don't like any kind of gin, Jane. I still can't say gin, Jane, because it still sounds daft. Juniper gin, Jane. In comes Aitchison and bowls. And that one is pushed up out into the offside by Patterson-White, fielded by Cartwright. And there's no run. I think he is coming back, Mr. Bryce Girdle. Yes, he looks like he's coming back. So we'll see Lauren again after lunch. Thank you very much for a sterling hour-long stint there. Over 8 plus 2. Dave was talking about earlier about getting bonus points. I think you should get extra points for quick over rates. As Scrimshaw is in, and that one is slashed away down to third man by Patterson-White for just a single. And the Knots move on to 509 for 6.
What was this latest master stroke? Should get bonus points for bowling.
Yeah, for
15
bowling.
overs an hour.
Yeah, for bowling. If you can bowl 17 overs an hour, you get an extra point. Probably Derbyshire's best way of getting points in this match at the moment. They've got 1. Nott's got 5, of course.
Good morning for Derbyshire in isolation.
Very much in isolation, although a bad morning in the fact that if they're taking wickets, you'd expect Notts to, as Scrimshaw beats Hamid with another good delivery. He's bowled nicely, George Scrimshaw, today. Picked up a couple of wickets. It's Ben Aitchison, of course, who's bowling at the moment, so that makes absolutely no sense. Apologies, Ben. I should have spotted that slightly earlier, because he's bowled 5 deliveries of this over.
And one over before it.
Yes, I got slightly distracted by the update because I was asked a question. It's always a bit awkward when you're commentating online and on the stream if you're asked a question that nobody else can hear. Which alcoholic drink have you had a bad experience with, was the question.
Oh, crikey.
This next one is defended by Hamid. Well,
that's a bit deep for a Wednesday morning.
There are a number over the course of the last few years. But the answer I gave apparently met with some disapproval back in the studio because I said it was gin because it tastes as bad, or it tastes worse coming back than it does going down. I don't like the taste of gin anyway, but certainly not when it's going the wrong way.
I think as an idiotic late teenager, I was told to try Pernod, and this is all right. This, yeah, I didn't.
That's similar, well. I would imagine. Yeah.
I don't think I've had a drink of Pernod since.
No.
Was it aniseed?
Yeah, aniseed. Yeah. Pernod and lemonade and that kind of thing.
That was it. Didn't end well.
No.
There's Anage Dal from our end of the ground, the old racecourse end, the media centre end. Dal bowls to LPW. Pushes this back to the bowler. Not quite enough room on the board to get him all in.
When he gets into double figures, we've got problems, haven't we?
Yeah.
It'll be the same with his bowling figures, I imagine, later on.
509 for 6. Next delivery on its way and pushes it to backward point. Very fortunate to cover the North v South matches in 2018 in Barbados, and Daniel Bell Drummond played for the South, and for reasons best known to themselves, the scoreboard operators insisted on having Daniel Bell Drummond right the way across. You know, it was one of the digital ones, and there just wasn't room for his score at all. His name stayed there in full, but we had no idea what score he was on. Next ball is defended by LPW, 509 for 6. Men out this morning, Duckett for 241. Not often you say that, is it? Oh, just the 241. Joe Clark, 5. Lyndon James looked to me as if he got a poor one, and certainly from his reaction, might get a ticking off.
He was there quite a long time, wasn't he?
Brushing his leg. Poor old Lyndon had to go for 14. Dal bowls. Patterson White steers it to point. Stephen Mullaney, second week running, hold out on the square leg boundary. Good catch by Harry Kame on this occasion. Mullaney out for 2, and Tom Moores went for 11. Chasing a full, slightly wideish delivery from Aitchison and nicked it behind to Brooke Guest. 509 for 6. Hamid still there on 193. Dal bowls nice and full, and Patterson White plunders it up to mid-on. Leos deploy, and there's no run.
We're in carrying you back territory here, aren't we? With Hasib Hamid.
Well, he doesn't like getting out anyway, but I would suspect it won't officially go down in the record books as a carrier back, because I would think there'll be a declaration.
You think, yeah?
Before 9-10 Jack come to the crease. So it's chopped to backward point, and there's no run, fielded by Matty McKiernan, who might have expected to have had an over 2 this morning, but it's been all seen. McKiernan yesterday 17 overs, none for 80. 509 for 6, Nottinghamshire, after 119 overs. 70 for 5 this morning.
You see a slight change here in the field because Anage Dal's going off, and the person who I thought was Mitch Wagstaff yesterday was Mitch Wagstaff, and it still is Mitch Wagstaff because he's coming on in his floppy sun hat.
Oh,
yeah.
So we have got a floppy sun hat.
Yeah, he was wearing it yesterday, and he's wearing it today with pride. His mum was here to pick him up. I'm not suggesting he's a very young man, but he is a very young man, and his mum was here to pick him up last night. The grandstand away to our left-hand side.
It's been difficult position for Derbyshire, obviously, but all you'd say is go out and win this session, and I think they've done that.
First delivery of a new over from Ben Aitchison. He's defended out into the offside by Hasib Hamid. I hope he gets a double century. I really hope he does.
If he doesn't, he'll be even more doubly determined next time.
Well,
and you know, you need things to drive you on. Just maybe England has now been put on the back burner for a year or two.
Yeah, madness. Aitchison in again. Cartwright's just come up slightly closer at point. He's turned this down backward square on the leg side. He's run one. He wants to come back for the second, but Connors is quickly to the ball, so Hamid settles for a single. Moves to 194, 510 for 6.
Just one other thing on Ben Duckett. I've noticed his score of 241 is now usurped. Is that the word? Chris Reed was 30th in the list of high scorers for Notts on 240. So Ben Duckett's now into the top 30. He's 30th. Chris Reed 31st.
Aitchison bowls turned into the leg side by Patterson White. They're only going to get a single as Matty McKinnon comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Isn't it funny how certain... I always call Matty McKinnon, which is his name. But some players, you call them by their full name because it just sort of flows, doesn't it? And others you just call by surnames. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
That's absolutely true, yeah.
Seems wrong just to call him McKinnon. Well, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. There's Aitchison in and bowls to Hamid, who pushes it out into the offside. Came in to do the fielding. Good to see that Harry had learned his lesson from yesterday. It's all about learning. He's in the very early stages of a first-class career, but to let the ball go over your head on the boundary and not go for 6 is a slightly embarrassing lesson to learn, but he took the catch well this morning out on the mid-wicket boundary to get rid of Stephen Mullaney. Aitchison's in, and that one's turned into the leg side in front of square by Hamid. He's going to get 2 this time. Wagstaff comes racing in and then almost falls over when he picks the ball up. He almost tripped over his feet there. They were always going to get 2 though, and now he's moved on to 196, and it's over to Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, you'd imagine he's got his own kit today.
Did look a bit like a jumble sale yesterday. Bless him.
So Hasib Hamid has 1 ball left in this over. Been at the crease for 7.5 hours, and he drives into the offside and has gone out for 196. Hilton Cartwright at backward point takes the catch. Ben Aitchison with a wicket, and Hamid's marathon comes to an end on 196. Faced 328 balls, but has pushed at 1. He obviously sensed an opportunity to try and drive it through the offside for 4, but played it slightly uppishly, slightly away from his body, and he's lifted it into the hands of Hilton Cartwright at backward point and has to go, and Notts are 513 for 7 at the end of the 120th over.
I'm going to ask one of the more ridiculous questions of the morning now, and believe me, I've asked some ridiculous questions over the course of my career. How disappointed will Notts be this morning? As pleased as they would have been yesterday, there'd be a certain amount of disappointment, wouldn't there, at losing so many wickets?
I would imagine so.
I mean, they're still in a magnificent and a very strong position, but it just strikes me that to go from 448 for 1 to 513 for 7 is a little careless.
Yeah.
Which is a lesson that Derbyshire will have to heed, of course, because they can't be careless when they come to bat first time sometime today.
You know, we don't know if they've openly had some sort of target in mind. We'll, let's get to 550, and the ends justifies the means. It's not about the journey; it's about the destination. Well, and all these other little glib phrases we hear from coaches and skippers when we speak to them from time to time. We just wanted to get to 550 or 560 half an hour into the afternoon or whatever. If there are casualties along the way, then so be it. But James Pattinson might come in now and whack a quick 30 or 40 either side of lunch, and Notts are where they want to be. But yeah, I take your point entirely, and to a certain extent agree with you entirely. They've thrown away some cheap dismissals. We have said before, it doesn't alter the fact, though we've said it before. Very often after a big stand, the next few seem to suffer in comparison, and you look down at Clark 5, James 14, Mullaney 2, Moores 11, and of course now the big one. Sam Connors is going to bowl. We've got 2 left-handers out there, and we've got 2 patos out there.
And it was the last ball of the over
Yeah.
again. This is remarkable. Here's Sam Connors, then bowling to Patterson White. Pattinson is the non-striker, the new batsman. Patterson White tries to flog this into the leg side, and it goes about 4 yards. Right off the toe end of the bat, which he's examining now. He didn't get, well, he clearly didn't get hold of that at all because it barely went on beyond the next strip. Sam Connors, the bowling figures are looking far healthier now. Ben Aitchison, 3 for 99 from 22 overs, 2 for 73 for George Scrimshaw, who'd only taken 3 wickets in first-class cricket coming into this match. Sam Connors has got 1 for 98 and probably deserves more. Anuj Dal, who got the only wicket yesterday. Lewis Rees, who hasn't bowled, nor has Matty McKinnon or Harry Kane, are the only players who haven't taken wickets this morning. There's had a slight field change. Patterson White. There's a man coming at mid-wicket as Connors goes in and bowls, and he clips it up to square leg. Wagstaff in the game once again. The substitute fielder picks up and throws it on the full to Harry Kane. Good work. Another single to Patterson White, who moves on to 3, and Nottinghamshire move up to 514 for 7. I just had I wanted to check how many double centuries, which now is now irrelevant, that have been on this ground this season with somebody in the written media, and I said I don't think I've commentated on a single wicket. A voice at the back says, "I hope you commentated on a few this afternoon." Mick Newell was sitting on the back row. In comes well, that's Connors with a leading edge of Pattinson's bat, first delivery that he faces out into the offside.
He'll have marked your card.
Yeah. I had a good chat with him at Old Trafford, at Trent Bridge earlier in the season. We were talking about 1 or 2 things. It's always good to chat with them. But that's the great thing about cricket, is that it doesn't matter what people are or what their titles are, everyone will talk. Once they work out who you are. This one is guided backward of square on the offside by Pattinson, fielded by Matty McKinnon, and there is no run. I just wanted to flag something up as well. I was told to by Kevin Helms, actually, so I better do it, otherwise I might get the sack. Derbyshire's Chief Executive, Ryan Duckett, when we finish on the stream at lunchtime, if you go on to 5 Live Sports Extra, Ryan Duckett will be speaking to Kevin Helms on Sports Extra, as will David Griffin, I understand. That's always worth a listen. As Connors is in and bowls to Pattinson, pushes this one again out into the offside. Cartwright trots in to do the fielding. So that'll be in around about 10 minutes time or so when they're all wrapped up with the commentary game that's on that particular station, which for no reason is Surrey.
Division 1 leaders, sorry.
Division 1 leaders, sorry, that's probably the reason. And who knows, you might even hear Kevin tell you his story about how his day's gone so far, which we will get out of him at some point.
Yeah, we'll get him on air at some point.
Connors in and bowls, pushed out into the offside. They've gone through for a very quick single, but actually it was a very well judged quick single, because by the time that McKinnon got to the ball, the batsman had gone through. But that will just have tested Pattinson's hamstrings. He had to get a move on. He had to get a move on. Last ball of the over. He wanted to get off the mark, which he has. He's pinched the strike as well. He's on 1. Patterson White has 3, 515 for 7.
Yep, new dad, Pato, James Pattinson. New little baby girl this week, Elsie. So,
is that their first?
No, the second.
Oh, well, they'll be used to it now then, yeah.
Born in England, of course. Missed the game at Cardiff last week. So he'll be ready for an outing. The nasty fasty. Might be a chance for Ben Aitchison to strike a blow first. Pitches it up and it goes through to the keeper. The likes of Harry Kane and Lewis Rees might be saying, no, don't bounce him. Don't upset him.
Don't upset him. He's got a century, hasn't he, in first-class cricket, and averaging 25, so he's no mug with the bat.
James Pattinson, I thought his best was 89.
No, that's Patterson White. They've swapped over.
No,
Apologies, it is 89.
This is 89. That was for Notts against Leicester on his Notts debut. He's pushed this into the offside.
But he averages over 20, 21,
Yeah.
so again, it's decent for a tail-ender. Lower order batsmen, I know they don't like being called tail-enders these days, do they? No such thing as a tail-ender until you see George Scrimshaw batting.
He's faced many of the so-called world greats, of course, in his Australian international career. Aitchison round the wicket. Bowls. Patterson White cuts it to back. Oh! And they're going to come. No, they're going to settle for one. So Liam Patterson White gets the run. I was laughing there because it was cut to backward point where Mitch Wagstaff, the fielder, is situated. One bounce just in front of him. He didn't take it cleanly. The ball ran away from him, so they were always going to get a single. And instead of immediately running after it, Mitch Wagstaff shook his hand as if to go, oh, that hurt. And he looked at his hand and then thought, oh, I better go and fetch the ball.
Yeah.
Aitchison into Pattinson, throws the kitchen sink at this one and just about everything else, but couldn't get anything on it as it goes through to Guest.
Who immediately threw it to Wagstaff, who's still holding his hand, because that obviously stung a bit.
It did.
Yeah. And that's why Mads just shouted it. It would, and almost 100% guarantee it would have been words of encouragement from Wayne Madsen.
517 for 7. James Pattinson bludgeons this to mid-wicket this time. No run. Cartwright, fellow Aussie, doing the fielding. I'm sure they've come across each other in domestic battles. May even, of course, have played for each other in the Australian jersey.
Mm.
Aitchison once more. Final delivery of the 122nd over, tickled fine down below us, and we'll go for 4 and signalled as 4 by umpire Pollard. Just wondered if there had been bat involved. It looked it and given. 5:21 for 7. James Pattinson 6 not out. Liam Patterson White 4 not out. And well, what have we got? About 5-6 minutes so to go until lunch. Mitch Wagstaff's going off and Anuj Dal is coming back.
Going up to have his finger sorted out. I think he's still holding it now. Bless him.
That hurts.
Yeah, yeah. We only played 3 tests. No, we only played 2 tests, so I can find out if they played together. Played 1 against Pakistan, which they didn't play together. Oh, sort yourself out, Fletcher, but that's absolutely pitiful laptop work. Here's Sam Connors, I'll be on it again in a minute. Bowling to Patterson White, who's beaten by 1 outside the off stump, goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest.
He's sort of had about 3 careers, James Pattinson, with a couple of elongated spells away from the international scene through injury.
It appears they didn't play together, which is, the chances were smaller because of the fact that Hilton Cartwright's only played a couple of test matches, obviously, but it's 2 more than me. Here's Connors. In again, bowls to Patterson White, who just about gets bat on that one. Sam Connors is pointing at the end of his follow through into the offside. Not entirely sure why. He's not a particularly angry young man, in my experience. Even last night, at whatever time it was, 6 o'clock or around about that time when they eventually took the new ball, he had a big smile on his face.
He's just conceded his 100th run as well.
Yeah, that might be... of course, that will be on the big scoreboard away to the right, so he'll know. He's in and bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side, muscled almost. Harry Kame. Anuj Dal comes around the boundary to do the fielding. What's he doing out there?
He's just come on the field.
Yeah, Harry Kame's at mid-on. They go through for a couple, I think, now. They do. Patterson White moves on to 6, 523 for 7. Harry Kame has been out there for most of the match. Dal perhaps having a bit of a breather after that spell with the ball as Connors is in again, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Patterson White to go through to Guest.
So what have we had this morning? 61, 64, 84 for 6.
It is remarkable. I'm glad you did the math so I can just write it down. Yeah, we'll get another over in after this one. I think we've already had 4 deliveries of this one, and there's 4 minutes to go according to the clock at the bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard. As in comes Connors again, and that one is, of course, if a wicket falls, that might make a difference. Sort of beaten into the offside by Patterson-White. No real timing.
If only it had been
If this had been
this score yesterday morning.
Yes, absolutely. There would have been a different complexion altogether, wouldn't it? Because I'm still being asked questions about how poor it was yesterday, and the sort of best you can say is, well, they stuck to their task, but very rarely beat the edge of the bat. Connor's in again, whereas this today, they've beaten the bat a number of times. That was a poor attempt at a shot, though, by Patterson-White. There was no real foot movement. He sort of waved the bat in the general direction of the ball. Went through to the wicket-keeper. Both batsmen have got 6. That's Patterson-White and Pattinson. And with 1 over to go until lunch, it's 523 for 7. And we're going to get that over of spin like we had yesterday. Perhaps, no, they'll not get 2 overs in, surely.
Matty McKiernan. So the morning began with Notts on 439 for 1. A couple of potential partnerships, records to be broken, with Hamid and Duckett returning to the crease. The first one of them was broken when they went past the Nottinghamshire all-time 2nd wicket record. But having put on 402 together, Ben Duckett was dismissed for 241, played on to Ben Aitchison, inside edging it back onto his middle stump. So the Nottinghamshire all-time all-wicket record of 406 remains intact. That was 448 for 2, became 459 for 3 when Joe Clark lost his off-stump to Sam Connors for 5. Good delivery, that one. Here's McKiernan then, tosses one up, and Pattinson, very restrained, nudges it up to mid-off, no run. Lyndon James, to me, it appeared as if he had a bad one, but that feeling was probably accentuated by the fact that Lyndon James stood there, just sort of brushed his thigh, as if to say that's what it came off umpire, but Paul Pollard had sent him anyway. James out, caught guest bowled Scrimshaw 14, that was 486 for 4, became 490 for 5 when Stephen Mullaney pulled Scrimshaw out to Harry Kame on the leg side boundary for 2, as Pattinson again defends. And 502 for 6 when Tom Moores was given out, caught behind. Well, no doubt about this one, had a wild slash at Ben Aitchison, looking to try and hit him into orbit. Out for 11, and the last man to go, Asib Hamid, whose lengthy vigil ended on 196 as Pattinson defends this, the penultimate ball, now the 4th ball of the over. Hamid caught Hilton Cartwright at backward point off Aitchison, 196. That was 513 for 7. 2 balls left. This pair have added 10. McKiernan bowls, and they don't seem intent on adding any more before lunch, as again Pattinson defends. They're both on 6. And we're moments or 2 away from the break. A reminder to everybody that if you switch to 5 Live Sports Extra, if you're following on the live streams, you'll hear Kevin Howells guiding you through the lunchtime, which has now been reached with Notts on 5-2-3 for 7.
Thank you very much, Dave. Dave will be back this afternoon. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. I'll be back as well. Lauren Tuffery will be back. We'll try and prize Kevin Howells out of the room next door and perhaps give him a go for half an hour as well. But at lunch, Nottinghamshire 523 for 7. Dave's taking you through the relevant dismissals and all the rest of it, and we will speak to you again online and via the BBC Sport website and app, and on the club stream in around about 40 minutes.
concludes the first session with Nottinghamshire on 523 for 7. Play will resume at 13:40. captain Reyes deploy. England return to the Incora County Ground on Monday 20. Find out more and buy online at derbyshire.ccc.com or visit the ticket office here in the Incora Pavilion.
Giving it to them, smashing them in the chops.
Oh, for the racecourse end, some promise.
So she said.
Yes, that's always likely to happen, isn't it? Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. We'll save that one for tea. Interesting morning, 86 for 6. 523 for 7 is the actual score, of course, so that puts a slightly different complexion on it. And Derbyshire's morning, but it didn't really detract from the fact that Nottinghamshire are very, very firmly in control of this game. Dave Bracegirdle.
Won a session.
Won a session.
Won a session, that's
Got
all.
a bonus point.
Yeah.
Sam Connors bowls the first over after lunch, and from the racecourse end, it's turned by Patterson White into the leg side for a couple of runs. 525 for 7.
No, it's got to be the Derbyshire aim to win this afternoon session, hasn't it? And then the evening session and so on. Just had a little listen, I think, as you did, to Dave Griffin speaking on 5 Sports Extra with Kevin Howells during the luncheon interval and extolling the virtues of county cricket. And to my mind, a lot of sense was being said there about how important it is. And Derbyshire have made great strides.
Next delivery from Connors is defended by Patterson White. Is it? Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, and you know, not necessarily referring to Derbyshire here, but we've seen situations like this up and down the country forever, so long as the game's been played, where one side gets 500 and another one gets rolled over twice. You tend to think the modern day Derbyshire have made a little bit sterner stuff, and
They are.
their supporters, the members, the followers will be will be desperately keen to see them respond and maybe not get 525 for 7, but at least put a good score on the board today.
Connors bowls on the leg stump. It's whipped into the leg side. Mitch Wagstaff loses his floppy sun hat, for he's still on the field, or he's back on the field out there at mid-wicket. And they go through for another single, 526 for 7. So he's clearly his fingers are all right.
He does almost seem to be impersonating a cricketing Mr. Bean.
Yes.
He can't run without his floppy sun hat falling off. He goes to field it and gets one on the finger end and stands rubbing it. He's not quite slotted smoothly into the action.
No, he's crouching down, walking in at the moment, but the ball's gone to the other side of the ground. So Pattinson moves on to 7. And a no ball as well. 529 for 7. Now Pattinson moves on to 7. I've had too many no balls today. We had a few yesterday. A massive number today. I can't remember too many others.
Free it.
Yes.
That did stop him.
I think all the free hits were yesterday. Connors in. Back into his stumps goes Patterson White, and then gets one that pops a little bit on him, and he's a little bit surprised by that. He's right on the cusp of his name, running right into his score on the big scoreboard. Just to see how they cope with that.
think there's been a marked improvement in Derbyshire today, or their fortunes have been improved today. You know, get a wicket and build a bit of momentum that way.
Next delivery from Connors is driven by Patterson White for 4 runs. Glorious shot out to the extra cover boundary in front of the marquee, away to the right-hand side from where we're sitting. He moves into double figures, 537 for 4, and now it's an absolute mess. Patterson White, the E is all over the 1, or the 1's all over the E, or something, but it's an absolute mess. Good question.
Because we did say yesterday, you know, heat withstanding and all the rest of it, we didn't think they'd done an awful lot wrong, and they stuck at it all day, which is almost a bit of a platitude, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. No, I think from what I'm told from down the corridor as Connors bowls, that was down the leg side and well stopped by Brooke Guest, who flung himself to his right to get a paw on it. End of the over, 533 for 7. The ball's been doing a bit more. Now, again, is that down to the bowlers actually bowling better and therefore making it do a bit more? I think Aitchison looks a yard quicker today, or has looked a yard quicker today. And, of course, when you start taking wickets, I think you're right. When you start taking wickets, it leads to more wickets generally. And the problem yesterday was when they had the opportunity when Duckett was on 24, they didn't take the chance. What a different story it might have. It clearly isn't, because it's what it is, but what a different story it might have been yesterday. They might then have gone on to bowl as well as they bowled today. Possibly not because of the weather. I don't know. You can't tell. But they've certainly been better today.
533 for 7. Ben Aitchison to bowl the second ball of the afternoon session. And James Pattinson has come a long, long way down, heaving it towards the leg side, missed it. It struck him on the pad. The appeal was vociferous in the direction of umpire Pollard. He said not out. There had to be an element of doubt, I think, just by the fact that Pattinson had gone a long way down. No, I just sort of get carried away with a little bit of how well they're bowling today, you know, sort of making it sound like we were knocking their efforts of yesterday as this is pushed into the offside. But I suppose, as you say, the further you get down the batting order and the fresher the players are arriving at the crease, you know, they're not going to have the same momentum and be in the same sort of touch as Duckett and Hamid were yesterday. They made it really hard for the bowlers. Long spells when they were unable to build up any pressure. Oh, James Pattinson's clubbed that one away, baseball style, away over mid-wicket for 4. Gave it a bit of a wallop. Perhaps he heard that on the FX microphone. That was a nice meaty thwack, wasn't it?
It hit it hard. What I would say, we discuss this quite often amongst ourselves on away trips and before play starts in the morning. We think that Derbyshire have probably had 4 poor days of cricket this season, which isn't bad.
No.
Unfortunately, you've seen 2 of them. One was in the T20 at Trembridge, and one was on the day when Nottinghamshire completed that 10-wicket victory. When I thought they looked at a fairly dishevelled bunch, which was very out of character for this season. So I'm hoping 2's as many as you see really this season, if I'm honest.
Next delivery is round the wicket, and Pattinson punches to mid-off, and there's no run. So interesting that you're not including yesterday in that.
No, I think there were so many mitigating. Yes, because they could have clung on to a couple of catches, but it wasn't an unmitigated disaster.
No.
Whereas some days have been.
537 for 7. This one's pulled away by Pattinson. Lost the flight of it for a moment, but he did roll the wrists, keep it down before the ball arrived out to Hilton Cartwright, standing on the rope away to our right. Does that side of the ground, apart from the scoreboard side, have a name?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
So what would you call it? The scoreboard side of the
Pretty
ground?
much, yeah, in front of the old scoreboard, the old commentary box.
Next delivery on its way. Cut away for 4 by Liam Patterson White. Behind square on the offside, our friend Mitch dived full length, couldn't get anything on it. Nice looking shot from LPW. No idea what his score is now. 17, I think.
Yeah, 17.
542 for 7 is the score. Nottinghamshire, you'd imagine, wouldn't want to go on forever and ever and ever. So don't know, 5. Probably in a situation now where they might feel they can go out and best serve themselves with the ball, but perhaps Stephen Mullaney wants to go on and get 570, 580.
They've got it in them, haven't they? There's no question they've got it in them to get 580. Do they need it? Possibly not. But I suppose the more they get, the greater their chance of enforcing a potential follow-on.
I mean, James Pattinson is the one to throw the bat. We've just seen a little indication of it in the previous over that he may be starting to do that.
Strike now for the start of a Sam Connors over and defends that one up to Harry Kane at mid-off. Generally 550 is pretty decent first innings total, isn't it?
Yeah, you need 401 to avoid the follow-on.
She's asking a lot. They've scored in excess of 500 3 times this season, twice here, Derbyshire. In goes Connors again and bowls. That one is defended again by Pattinson, and there's no run. The second innings against Worcestershire, they got 565 for 8 declared. That was the second innings of the match, obviously. And against Leicestershire, they've also got 398 for 8 declared. So they are capable. There's no question. There are some good batsmen in this Derbyshire lineup. Obviously, no Shan Masood, which makes a bit of a difference as Connors bowls and they attempt to pull that one. Pattinson gets struck on his thigh pad as he swings around on his right foot, on his right heel. The ball dribbles out into the offside. Anuj Dal picks it up, does a bit of polishing. But scores have been generally higher this season all over. It'll be a good effort to once they get to the avoiding the follow-on, then that would pretty much kill the game. You would have thought that one is guided down to third man by Pattinson for a single. He moves on to 13, 543 for 7, just because of the amount of time it would take them to get there.
Yeah.
So I'm not precluding Nottinghamshire going in and thrashing a quick 200 or 150 and then saying have another go on the last day. I've ruled out the tie. My favourite bits of commentary last week. In goes Sam Connors and bowls. That one is defended by Patterson White. And there's Durham, bless him, Martin Emerson. There's Durham were 160 adrift and they were 7 down. I said, well, there's only a couple of possible results. He said, we've ruled out the tie. And I said, well, you need another 167 from 7 overs. He said, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Come on, Martin. I know it was late on day 4. Bless him, he drifted. We all drift. Yeah. We all drift. There's Connors in and bowls. And that one is pulled into the leg side by Patterson White. There's nobody out there. He didn't really get hold of it, in fairness. And Leicester-Ploy's giving chase. He's still chasing it. And he goes. Oh, no, he doesn't. He takes the ball over the rope with him. And for all that effort that Leicester-Ploy put in, Patterson White picks up another boundary. Moves on to 21. It's his 3rd boundary. And Notts have moved up to 547 for 7 at the end of that over. James Pattinson has 13, and well, Sam Connors had his hands on his hips. He looks weary, doesn't he, Sam?
Brooke Guest came and gave him a hug.
He looks really weary. 1 for 117 in 25 overs, his figure. So again, expensive, and he has been expensive this season on occasions. But he is Derbyshire's leading wicket taker in the Championship.
And Liam Patterson White, in fact, is leading the charge. He's 21 from 31. James Pattinson 13 from 25. They've added 34 this pair. Ismail Shahzad just coming back from some net duty down below us. So banged in very short by Aitchison, left alone by James Pattinson. Good man, Ismail.
Remarkably, he's coming back by himself, so I can't imagine that he's been in the nets by himself unless he's been perfecting a new method for trying to sort the slips out in the morning. That's one of his many jobs.
Aitchison, passed on by Pollard, bowls and pulled away by Pattinson for 4. That will take the Nottinghamshire total up to and beyond 550. Hit that one hard as well. Nice pulled shot. Pattinson on to 17. Partnership 38. 5-5-1 for 7. So there is the 550.
No sign. In fact,
no
the
sign.
next
Well,
batsman's sitting there with his pads on in the balcony.
To be honest, had there been, I'd have been up in arms as I was at Cardiff last
you?
week, because there's only 2 balls gone in the over. I'd never see the point.
Might as well use all 4, mightn't you?
Exactly. Next delivery is through to the keeper, with Pattinson again looking for a big shot, mid-wicket sort of area, but missed it. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it really?
No, not really. No. Is that Big Luke who's sitting? I don't think
Probably is. It's only Luke and Dave
next.
Pattinson.
He'll be next, will he?
Pattinson we haven't seen. Derbyshire just reacting to James Pattinson's intentions here. They've now got 3 out on the leg side fence. As the big Victorian, oh, that's down the leg side. He'll get away with that. Big Victorian looking to launch the ball over the ropes as far as he can hit it. 5:51 for 7. Still got 64 overs remaining in this second day. Next one pulled away by Pattinson out onto the leg side. Out there to Cartwright. Just a single taken. 5:52 for 7. Liam Patterson-White back on strike. Played some very nice innings for Nottinghamshire so far in his young career. Next ball is outfoxing him, actually. He backed away towards the square leg umpire to give himself a little bit of room, and Aitchison followed him. Nice bowling from Ben Aitchison, who's now through 25 overs, 3 for 119. Sam Connors has also bowled 25 overs. Crikey, that's a lot, isn't it? Annodisdale 22, Scrimshaw 18, Rees 15, McKiernan 18, and Kane 5.
I'm going to have a change of bowling already this afternoon. Sam Connors 2 overs for 15. Annodisdale going to replace him. They'll do that silly practice now. Last week the ball landed on his head at Durham, which was extremely amusing for everybody bar him, I think. He hasn't done it yet. Will he do it to Harry Kane? I'm sure he will.
Yeah, well.
There we go. There we go. Straight up in the air. Nobody else in the Derbyshire side does it, certainly. I'm sure other people do it, but
I don't know. Don't see the point. It's more like he's giving Harry Kane catching practice than...
yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Straight up in the air. So he's going to be bowling to James Pattinson, who's on 18, 552 for 7. And Pattinson forces the ball out into the on side, and it's fielded by Wayne Madsen. No slips anymore. It's just waiting, really. I think Derbyshire here try to keep a lid on the scoring, but it won't be easy. These two batsmen continue to swing the bat as they have done, and as they look like they're quite keen to do. Dull balls, that's down the leg side, off a pad, down towards long leg, and off the boundary comes Lewis Rees to do the fielding, and they get through for a leg bye.
We always know that Dame Fortune or Lady Luck or whatever her name happens to be that particular week likes to play games with county cricketers. Last week, Leicestershire's Colin Ackerman, 277 not out. He just got a first ball duck in the match at Grace Road against Glamorgan.
Again, that happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really strange. It's why sport is why we love sport, I suppose. This next one from Dahl is clubbed it for 6. Over the head of the man down at long leg. That's a terrific blow by Patterson-White. It's relatively central, I think it's fair to say, here at the county ground. And that one had Lewis Rees leaping on the boundary's edge, but getting nowhere near it. 5.59 for 7.
Mind the windows, Tino. Very nearly clattered into the glass. You'd imagine it's reinforced.
Yeah, I don't know for certain, but if it isn't, they've not done the homework, have they? So Dahl, 27 to Patterson White now. He's in again, and this time he smashed it down the ground. Is that going to go all the way as well?
Yes.
It is. That's another 6, 2 in successive deliveries. That was out towards long on. That was another terrific blow by Patterson White, who moves up to 33 off 34 balls, 565 for 7.
I know he can hit it, and we've just seen from the last 2 balls. But if you'd said to me in the first 20 minutes after lunch who's going to hit a couple of sixes, I must admit I'd have got it wrong.
The wrong way around. Yeah, no, absolutely. Update time. Notts 565 for 7. Oh, blimey. In comes Dahl. Bowls, and this one is guided out into the offside by Patterson White, just for a single this time. Thank you very much indeed, Jack Timon. Thank you for your ridiculous answers to my question. Dahl around the wicket in bowls. That one is clubbed for 4 more, this time by James Pattinson, who moves to 22, out towards the extra cover boundary. And he got a bit of stick in that over, did Anoj Dahl. He went for a couple of 6s and a boundary. A couple of singles as well, including a leg by 18 off the over. Nottinghamshire 570 for 7. Oh, laptop just switched off. Looks like Matty McKinnon might be coming on now. Indeed he is. $570 for 7. Patterson White 34. Pattinson 22. The partnership's worth 57 off 55 balls. Which is a decent effort. Going to take a while to sort this, sort the field out for Matty McKinnon's leg spin. He's got the long on and the long off on the boundary. He's got a man out on the mid-wicket boundary and on the square leg boundary, and a sweeper on the cover boundary as well. No slips, no short leg, nothing like that. Seven runs since lunch. As Nottinghamshire move towards a declaration. Matty McKinnon then is going to be bowling to Liam Patterson White. Update coming up. Next one is Yes, Jack Notts for 574 for 7. Oh, good morning for Derbyshire, which they took 6 wickets for the addition of just 86 runs. But in the 20 minutes or so since lunch, Liam Patterson White and James Pattinson have put on 51. Patterson White has 34 from 36. Pattinson has 22 from 33. Their partnership's worth 61. We're just waiting for a Nottinghamshire declaration. They're 574 for 7. Well, they've got a Patterson White, a Pattinson, and they've also got a Patterson as well. It's absolute carnage in the lower order of the Nottinghamshire batting, and they're all bowlers as well, so stand by for loads of mistakes later on. Ball struck down the ground, and 6 more for, 4 more this time for Patterson White. They move on to 580. He moves up to 40. Now has he moved up to 40 or has he moved up to 38? He's moved up to 38. 578 for 7. I thought it was a 6. Everybody thought it was a 6, and the umpire signalled 4. 5, 7, 8 for 7. Perhaps 600 is where they're at. Next delivery from McKinnon is lifted out towards mid-wicket by Patterson White. It moves into the 40s now. He moves on to 42 with another boundary. He's 5th. He's got a couple of 6s as well. 586 for 7. Partnership up to 69. So they've scored more. No, they haven't. Ignore that. Ignore that. I'll do that one again in a minute. That was absolute nonsense. Not for the first time today. And it won't be the last either. A little change in the field here. Ben Aitchison moving. Yeah, I think that makes sense. He's going out to long on, and that will enable Leas Deploy, who's skippering the side, to come in at mid-off rather than being all the way down on the boundary and not being able to speak to his bowler, who's conceded 12 runs off the first 3 balls of the over. 4 leg byes and a couple of boundaries as well. Lauren's back. How are you?
All right, thank you, Fletch.
Good. Is the next delivery, and it's a smear into the leg side from Patterson White. And they'll go through for a single as Cartwright does the field. We're just waiting for the declaration now, aren't we? The batsman, the next batsman, who was sitting on a chair with his pads on, has now disappeared.
Right.
I don't think it'll be long before they're called in and we can all have a rest. 70 these have added in 59 balls. And some meaty blows from Patterson White in particular. But it's Pattinson who's just guiding this one up to long off for a single. 584 for 7.
Well, it's looked like they've been trying to push the score up a bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
Saw some slightly big shots being attempted. A couple of 6s.
Some have come off, some haven't, but yeah, they've scored a decent lick, and that's down the leg side, and that's a horrible shot from Patterson White. Toe-ended it out to the mid-wicket boundary where it's fielded by Cartwright. I think he was trying to get it back with a square on the leg side, and the first over of the afternoon from Matty McKiernan costs him 11 runs. He's bowled 19 overs, 0 for 19 out. And Nottinghamshire 585 for 7 as both batsmen turn around and look towards the pavilion, and everybody suddenly looks down. No, we're not declaring yet. You carry on, boys.
Keep going.
Yeah. They'll know pretty much, I would have thought.
I reckon a fall of a wicket and that'll be...
Yes, I
They'll call
don't,
them
I don't think we'll see either Luke Fletcher or Dane Patterson with their batting pads on, certainly. I don't think we'll see either of them with fielding pads either, but they'll not bat.
They might be waiting for Patterson White to get to his 50.
Yeah, well, he's got a chance, hasn't he? He's only 6 away. He's on strike now, and he has hit 2 6s in the previous over off Anaghdal, so you never know. They try and do it in one blow. For only the second, I'll tell you that in a minute. Dahl is in around the wicket. That one is turned into the leg side by Patterson White. He can only get a single here as Lewis Rees runs around the ball to pick up and throw in left arm. 45 to him, 586 for 7. For only the second time in Derbyshire history, 500 runs or more have been scored in an innings 4 times on this ground in the same season. Derbyshire have done it twice. Sussex did it. Nottinghamshire have done it. The previous occasion was 2001. So all go. Dahl around the wicket bowls. That's a full delivery and gets underneath Pattinson's bat. Overcast, a little bit breezy. It's almost chilly.
Yeah, it's sort of cooled down a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm freezing. I have to go and get my jacket.
The sun's not shining.
No, what's going on? I'm giving my instructions for my date with 5 Live. Later on with Tony Livesey. I can't wait. I love Tony. This next delivery. Oh, he smashed that down the ground for 6 as James Pattinson. He got hold of that one all right. That's crashed. You'll have heard it crash into the sight screen down below us. Fairly straight. And as Dahl looks around, when Madsen comes across and says, look, they're going after you. It doesn't matter where you bowl. He's just going to swing the bat. Leas Deploy has retrieved the ball for his bowler. He's got those bandages on both hands. He's got the elbow protectors on both elbows.
He's very strapped up there, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he had the strapping on. He had both of his hands been treated last night before he came to talk to us. Apparently, he dived on the floor and taken the skin off both palms It should make you holding the bat nice and comfortable, shouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Have an injection, do you think? Could you have an injection? I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I don't think I'd like one.
I think
Oh, we're not happy with the ball.
Dahl bowled that last one as well out the back of his hand.
Did he?
I think.
I suppose it's an opportunity to try a few things out because everybody knows where this game's heading towards a Nottinghamshire declaration, isn't it? And the umpires are going to change the ball potentially here after 61 overs and 3 balls. No, that's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. How many overs have we had with this ball? We've got the new ball. Oh dear, oh dear. I've no idea. 86 overs last night, so take 6 off. No, I can't do the maths. But they haven't changed it anyway. But it'll have been noted by the umpires. They've shown us the ball again. The umpires have seen more cricket balls this season than any other season. Just have a look at this umpiring.
Yeah, I don't know if anything sort of changed to. Maybe it's the weather, the warmer weather this year.
I think it's just rubbish balls.
Oh, yeah.
That would be my. Apparently, there's a shortage of whatever they use to make balls with, some kind of leather. Martin Emerson did a very long piece. I didn't get to the end of it on the BBC Sport website. I'm sure it's very good. And they were giving reasons. Sorry, not making excuses. They were giving reasons as to why the balls this season were so pitifully poor. It didn't convince me, the bit that I read. Shortages of this and problems with that. Just make better balls would be my answer.
No, we moan about the pink ball all the time.
Yes, they're like rocks though, aren't they? This one is. That's an interesting looking shot. He went for the ramp, did Pattinson. Managed to get it down to fine leg. I don't think that's where he wanted to get it, but he got it there anyway, and he moves on to 31, 594 for 7. 6 more till the declaration.
That was an easy sort of shot for him there because Reese has just moved from fine leg to third man as well, so it's opened up that area.
Some colours are just creeping around. He goes for the reverse sweep, and it's gone through everything. That'll be byes. I don't know how many it'll be. Just one. That's a good piece of fielding by the aforementioned Lewis Reese. And fortunately, somebody told Brooke Guest that the throw was coming in because he had his back to play there. But it is a bye. 595 for 7. That could have been a bit awkward.
That would have just hit him straight on the back.
Yes.
Get the physio on.
More delays. Next delivery from Dahl is guided down towards Lewis Reese, who's a busy man at the moment down at the third man. He does the fielding. They get through for another single. Patterson White moves on to 46 and pinches the strike. Pattinson has 31. The partnership's 83, and Nottinghamshire are 596 for 7.
Yeah, they're still going along at a nice rate, aren't they? Not.
In the last 5 overs, they're going at 11, which isn't bad. 54 without loss, 54 runs in the last 5 overs. And the overall run rate's over 4.5, which for county championship cricket it's at least half a run and over too many, but potentially a whole run too many. More leg spin from McKinnon. Who bowls now. The reverse sweep comes out from Patterson White, and he just plays it straight to Wayne Madsen, who's at a backward point that turned into backward square leg. Field pretty spread now as well.
Yeah, I think they're thinking they're going to go aerial again, aren't they?
Miss hit might give Matty McKinnon his first wicket of the match. Who knows? It's not that kind of delivery. Down the leg side, it's fielded by George Scrimshaw, who's fielding at short fine leg. Oh no, he gets up and limps.
Oh, no.
He did limp there, didn't he?
He did.
Just held his left leg a little bit. Yeah, and again, this next delivery's down the leg side. A big swing and a miss from Patterson White.
Yeah, so good work there from Guest there to take that.
May have dropped a couple of catches yesterday, but wouldn't be 100% certain. This next delivery, oh, that's been smashed straight up in the air and straight over the head of Long On and halfway up the permanent temporary stand. And that's another 6. And Patterson White goes to a half century with that 6. It's his 3rd. He moves on to 52 from just 46 deliveries. He's hit 5 4s and 3 6s.
He's not hanging around.
It's sort of exactly what you want, isn't it? At this stage when there's so many runs on the board. Here comes McKinnon again, and he dances down the track and forces the ball out towards the cover boundary for a single. Still nobody there to call them in. The 600 came up as well. 603. So they've probably got enough. I don't know for certain.
Yeah, you'd like to think it was enough, wouldn't you, from a Notts point of view?
Yeah. The highest team total against Derbyshire. 677 for 7. That was Yorkshire some years ago, 2013. That one is pulled into the leg side by Pattinson for a single. He moves to 32 and pinches the strike. Patterson White has 53. The partnership's worth 91. And Nottinghamshire is 604 for 7. I'm just looking for the highest total against Derbyshire at Derby. 661 by Nottinghamshire, unsurprisingly, in 1901. So probably, I'd have to ask David Griffin, but it might not even have been on this square. It might have been away to the right where there was the cricket field was at one point. It's moved about a bit, certainly in the early years when it was sort of in the middle of the race course, from what I can gather. I wasn't here.
Neither was
If I wasn't, you certainly weren't. This next one is just outside the off stump. There's an appeal for something from Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Pattinson making no contact with that one. So it was like the phony war, this particular stage of any game in first class cricket, when you're just waiting for the declaration. We know Notts have got enough runs. They clearly only want to bat once as the little paddle round the corner brings a single. It might be a run out here, you know. Sam Connors has thrown the ball in, and well, he just about got back in time, did Pattinson. It's an excellent piece of fielding. We said it during the T20, Lauren, didn't we, about Sam Connors and his fielding. He's excellent.
Yeah, he's made good ground round there again. But throw just wasn't quite quick enough. Started off quite slowly there as well in his run, Pattinson, didn't he? Had to speed up, get his legs moving.
Your microphone might have twisted round again.
Again.
Yeah, it does that a lot.
Ooh, I think that's gone the opposite. Well, there we go.
There we go, that's better. This next delivery's wide of the off stump. They keep swapping around. I know he's left-handed. That's all I need to know, really. Pattinson makes no contact. 606 for 7. It's that headset. I use it for the football a lot, but I have to make sure that
it's pointing the right way.
Slightly maddening, really. To put a bit of white-o on it or something so everybody knows where it should be. This one is clubbed down the ground. There is a fielder down below as it's Harry Kane. Oh, and he's let it go straight through him, and it's gone for 4, and that's a little disappointing from Harry Kane. Didn't see the bounce, and if he did see the bounce, he didn't see the ball. That's
laughing away.
That's not great from Harry Kane down on the boundary down to our right. That's what he's there for. Took a good catch this morning, but he won't want to remember that.
There's a bit of a teapot from Dahl there as well.
Well, poor old Anish has gone for 105 now in his 24 overs and 4 balls. Another chance is it for Harry Kane now? That's 6. Straight back down the ground over Anuj Dahl's head, and 6 more. This time to Pattinson, who moves on to 44 from 44 deliveries. And Nottinghamshire is 616 for 7. And what this is doing, any momentum that Derbyshire gained in the morning session has now completely disappeared, hasn't it? Completely disappeared.
They're now back on the back foot again here because they've just brought the game to him. Pattinson, White and Pattinson. That's confusing, that is.
Don't worry, there's Dane Patterson yet to come. Pattinson waits, and that one's wide of the off stump and guided straight to the man at point, who is, well, it's George Scrimshaw. I don't think he'll found himself at point too many times in his career, and Anusdal takes his cap. 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 111. Ben Aitchison, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 119. And Sam Connors, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 117. And if Matty McKiernan's going to bowl the next over, which I fancy he is, he could become the 4th Derbyshire bowler to get to his century, because he's bowled 20 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 99.
Not sort of bowling figures you'd want very often, are they?
Now, I might ask Griff if it must have happened, I would have thought, over the years, but not too many times. 4 bowlers have all gone for centuries in the same innings.
At least it's spread out a little bit.
Yes, to a point. Here is Matty McKinnon then. He's on 99. And now he's on 100 because that one has been pushed by Patterson White up towards mid-wicket. And as Dal does the fielding, he moves to 54, 617 for 7. And Matty McKinnon has now got to 3 figures, 20 overs and 1 ball, 0 for 100.
Just a lot of runs, isn't it?
He's had a few hit off him in recent games, hasn't he? Bless him. McKinnon bowls, no, a complete miss there, and the ball bounces up off the pad and down towards third man where Wayne Madsen does the fielding.
Thought somebody might have gone up then, but obviously hit it.
I think they've given up. Yes, that would, yeah. I think they have given up now. Next delivery, and he comes down the track and gets down on one knee, tries to launch it away into the leg side, does Pattinson, trying to get to his half century with a 6, I think.
Yeah, I think
get
there as quick as possible.
The declaration is imminent because Big Luke Fletcher's already walking down the steps ready to do his warm-up, so the declaration's not far away. Will it be after the Pattinson half century? Oh, and he's missed that one completely. There's a half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps from Brookguest. He clearly wants to get to 50 with a 6, doesn't he?
Just wants to get there as quick as possible.
Well, at the moment, he'd have been better off trying to hit 2 4s instead of trying to hit the ball as hard as he is now. Then he's hit that quite a long way. It's along the ground, though, and Hilton Cartwright does the fielding. And Pattinson moves on to 45, 619 for 7. He's taking his sweater, his Big Luke, around to what will presumably be the third man area, where he'll be fielding at some point. This next one, he's bowled him. A huge mow by Patterson White. He's dismissed for 54 off 49 deliveries. Pattinson is 45 not out after 49. And knots have declared on 618 for 8. Probably enough. That partnership worth 105.
Yeah, it's 105 off of 85 balls as well, so they definitely didn't hang around.
No, that's been a slightly disappointing end to the innings from a Derbyshire perspective, but well batted. Liam Patterson White, 54 before he was bowled by Matty McKiernan, who picks up a wicket but finishes with 1 for 101. 2 for 73, George Scrimshaw. 1 for 111, Anuj Dal. 1 for 117, Sam Connors. And 3 for 119, Ben Aitchison. The ground staff are coming out to do the tidying up and all that kind of thing. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll return with the Derbyshire first innings. They're going to have to bat well, I suggest, to stand any chance of saving this game. Knots 618 for 8 declared. Well, welcome back. The umpires are here. Oh. Of course it is. An update before we crack on. This is very exciting. They're always playing the cricket theme. Yeah, well, the players are just coming back out because Nottinghamshire declared around about 10 minutes ago on 618 for 8. They declared when Liam Patterson-White was bowled by Matty McKiernan for 54. It was a pretty decent innings, I think it's fair to say, from Patterson-White. Just 49 deliveries. He went berserk towards the end as well. He hit 5 fours and 3 sixes. James Pattinson was the not-out batsman. He made 45, 5 fours and 2 sixes for him. And they put 105 on from just 85 deliveries, most of those after lunch. Earlier today, in the morning session, Derbyshire took 6 wickets for 86 runs. Some of the bowling figures are a little bit unpleasant. In fact, 4 of the Derbyshire bowlers conceded in excess of 100 runs. McKiernan 101, Dahl 111. 117 for Sam Connors and 119 for Ben Aitchison. And the key now is to lose as few wickets as possible. It sounds a stupid thing to say, but they've got to bat for a long, long time, Derbyshire, to save this game, because Nottinghamshire have declared on 618 for 8. That's a lot. Yes, it's more than 600, certainly, Jack. So, yeah, absolutely, it's a lot of runs. It's an enormous amount of runs. It's not quite the most runs scored in a single innings by a batting side here at the county ground, but it's certainly in the same ballpark. And they will be able to attack from the very start and continue to attack for a long time, because Derbyshire need to get in excess of 450 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. First delivery, so I nearly missed that, from Luke Fletcher is, well, past the edge of the bat. That's not a good sign. Lauren is still here. I'll put her microphone on and I'm going to switch.
Yeah, nice start from Notts there, beating the outside edge of the bat of Harry Kane. Gone for a very attacking field, which is all that Notts need to do at the moment. Put some pressure on. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Go, Fletcher's in. Slightly down the leg side. Kane just missed getting a bit on it. It's gone straight through to Tom Moore's the keeper.
It's a bit of a daunting target up there on the board for Derbyshire to reply to. 618 for 8. I think the declaration would probably have come a moment or two after the wicket, had it not fallen. James Pattinson, of course, was 45 not out, so they may have let him swat one away to get to his 50, but when the wicket went down, Mulaney called them in.
Yep. And Fletcher's back in for another ball. It struck Harry Kane on the pad there. Looks a bit high from here, but they're very interested.
I suspect Luke Fletcher would agree with you, Lauren, but the noise came from the slip cordon, and Fletcher thought, albeit a little bit late, thought he'd join in, so it was a little bit comical. We've got some floppy sun hats on display. We didn't have any from the Derbyshire starting 11. We saw Mitch Wagstaff come out, the sub-fielder, with a floppy sun hat, but Notts have got plenty out there.
Go, Fletcher. Steaming in again. Just fended straight back by Kane there. Not getting past him on that one.
4 slips, Clark, Duckett, Lyndon James and James Pattinson. Seba Mead is at backward point. Liam Patterson-White, I thought, batted really nicely after lunch. He's in that position, sort of covering 2 spots, isn't he? Extra cover and wideish mid-off. Got a short leg mid-on, and I presume Dane Patterson down below us at long leg somewhere.
Yeah, Fletcher's coming back in again. And defended straight back down. pitch from Kane.
Fletcher got a 5 for here in this match last year, but if I remember rightly, predominantly bowled from this end. Maybe not, because I've also got in my mind that Stuart Broad also bowled from this end. They couldn't both have bowled from this end, I don't think. No, I think Fletcher got his bunch of wickets from this end.
Yes, Fletcher comes back in again. It's a nice lead there from Harry Kane, just outside the off stump. Getting nice and out of the way. It's first over done.
It was a nice photograph last year that did the rounds. One or two newspapers got it, and on the club websites and whatever. Last year, of course, this game was played early season behind closed doors. We were very much in COVID times, so there's not a spectator in the ground. But apart from that, Nottinghamshire couldn't use the dressing room. I don't know where they were, maybe in the gym or something, but they were round the back of the main pavilion. They had to exit and enter the ground over by the old pavilion, go through the car park and round the back. And I know when Fletcher got his 5, he was walking off holding the ball, and there was actually a photograph that appeared of him actually wandering through the car park, celebrating his 5.
That. Yeah, they would have been in the performance centre, I think. I think they turned 2 or 3 of the lanes into the away dressing room,
yeah,
if I remember rightly.
It's going to be James Pattinson, the nasty fastic, who bowled battered very nicely after lunch. If anything, he was probably outscored, out-hit by Liam Patterson-White. He's just bowling quicker and quicker there, practice deliveries to Luke Fletcher.
So, didn't want that to go through the hands.
It didn't. Here is Pattinson. He will get steamed up. Of that there is no doubt. He's bowling to Lewis Rees. First ball goes across the left-hander and thuds into the gloves of Tom Moores. Just 3 slips for James Pattinson. And no short leg. Interesting, the more aggressive, the more attacking field on paper, certainly, for Luke Fletcher. But Pattinson does tend to go for a few runs, but he also gets wickets, and he also gets under the skin of opposition batters. There'll be a scowl and a stare and a comment. Here he comes, past umpire Middlebrook, bowls down the leg side. That's wonderful from Moores. If there was a photographer on hand to snap Moores flying through the air there, would have made a lovely shot.
Let's hope Griff got one of those.
So one outside the off stump, one down the leg side.
Just gotta get into it, get into your groove.
Yeah, he will.
That's what we say.
He will. Might be a no ball or two. Look out for that. Sometimes blights his performance. Second child born earlier this week, Elsie. There's James Pattinson in to Lewis Rees, and this one does find the centre of the bat as Rees gets solidly behind it and defends, and there's no run. Derbyshire replying to Nottinghamshire. 618 for 8 if you're just joining us. Ben Duckett 241, Asiba Mead 196. They did go on and break Nottinghamshire's all-time second wicket record, but when Duckett was out, he was the first out. They put on 402, so just shy of the 406 that Bicknell and Welton put on in 2000, as this next delivery is dug out by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. That 406 was for the first wicket. This the second highest partnership in Nottinghamshire's history for any wicket. So history of sorts created here this week. Notts making 618 for 8. Derbyshire had a pretty decent morning, actually. 6 wickets going down in the morning session for just 70 runs or thereabouts. But, of course, the damage had been done by then. There's Pattinson in to bowl, and, well, he begins with... it's not a maiden, that's just the 5th ball of the over. It's not hard, is it, Lauren? It's not hard, as it says it. It's not hard to count to 6, but it does actually say here on the screen to my right.
It is surprising how I struggle to count to 6 when I umpire from square leg on a Saturday. Always checking.
Yes, I've had a bit of that. That's the last 2 weekends. After the first one, I said never again.
There you were the week after.
There's Pattinson. Bowls, Rees turns it to leg, and we still await the first run. Luke Fletcher began with a maiden. James Pattinson begins with a maiden. Derbyshire 0 for 0. Some of the, we'll go through the bowling figures. Most wickets, Ben Aitchison, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 119. There were 3 of them, in fact 4 of them that got centuries altogether. George Scrimshaw, he was 2 for 73 from 18 overs, 1 maiden. And then the other Centurions, Sam Connors, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 117. Anuj Dal, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 111. And McKeon, 21 overs, 1 for 101.
And Fletcher comes in for start of new over. Turned just a short leg there by Harry Kane. Nice little bounce before it reached him.
The only other 2 that bowled were Lewis Rees, none for 54, and Harry Kane, none for 24.
Yeah, we were surprised to see Kane bowl. First bowl in professional cricket for him. Not sure if he'll be asked to bowl again.
Well, I actually just trotted out the line. There he was. He came and went, and I got told off by Mr. Fletcher. It's been done. You're not the first.
Fletcher in for the ball. That's turned into the leg side. Pass short leg. They're going to pick up 2 here.
Captain doing the work. It's poor, isn't it, the captain?
So
Having to do all the running.
you don't want to be doing running as the captain.
Where does the captain of Derbyshire's women field?
Or either field at slip or sort of like an extra cover. So I'll go wherever needed, to be fair. I was on the boundary the other week.
He must have been chasing some leather if the captain's on the boundary.
Yes, Fletcher comes in. Defended out into the offside there by Harry Kane. He's gone past Hamid there at point. They've come back for 2.
Yeah, it's good running.
Yeah.
Hamid looked sprightly as well. He didn't look like somebody who'd been batting at the crease for, I don't know, most of the last 4 days or whatever it seemed.
Yeah, he was sort of, after that quite quickly, he had a nice little stretch there as well after picking it up.
How many minutes did he bat? Asiba Mead. 492 minutes. So,
Just a few.
So what's that? 480 would be... No, hang on, idiot.
Fletcher comes in, another ball. Left outside the off stump by Kane, straight through to Moores.
480 is 8 hours, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
So 8 hours, 12 minutes. We got there.
Wow.
8 hours, 12 minutes.
That is a good effort.
That's a career for some people. 8 hours at the crease.
You know, the concentration it takes to bat for that amount of time.
Faced 328 balls. Ben Duckett faced 273.
Fletcher's steaming back in again. Another leave outside the off stump there from Kane.
Can't remember who it was. Last year at New Road against Worcestershire, Asiba Mead got a century in both innings, and they were both long innings. And I know he broke the record for number of balls faced in a county championship match, but he didn't have it for long. Somebody outdid him later on in the 2021 season. I can't remember who it was, but it was one of those that when he did it, you thought, well, nobody will ever face that many balls again in a match, ever. But somebody did.
Lose that. Fletcher comes in again. Defended straight back to him by Kane. That's the end of another good over for Notts there. Picked up a few runs though, so 4 for none after 3.
Not been a terrific amount of help for either Luke Fletcher or James Pattinson, hasn't it? It's already looking hard work for them both.
Yeah, I think the sun yesterday as well was not going to have helped. It will sort of flatten out and dry the pitch up a little bit.
Says she who was no doubt sat by a paddling pool with an ice cream and a cold drink.
I was making sure the dogs didn't overheat yesterday. They were struggling.
There's Pattinson to bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees. It's well wide of the off stump and Tom Moore's had to react there. He was on his way, a little short journey across towards where first slip Joe Clark is standing, and then suddenly he had to check his progress and move back the other way. It swung very late after going past the bat.
It's always a good time when it's swinging though as well. It's what Notts will want. Bit of swing.
Didn't see any of the Derbyshire bowlers come back to start their run anywhere near this advertising logo down below us. But Pattinson almost past the start of it, and this one's been tickled away very fine for a boundary. Lewis Rees off the mark with a tickled 4. So Derbyshire double their tally of runs from 4 without loss to 8 without loss. And both openers are up and running.
This is an opening partnership we've not really seen much of. I know for Derbyshire in the county championship recently it's been Masood and Godalman. So this is a bit of a change, sort of mixing it up a little bit. Obviously Masood's not in the country at the moment.
Pattinson, no doubt irked by that delivery, bowls one on the stumps that Rees eases into the offside, and there's no run.
I like the little stare he gives at the end of his every ball. Sort of stops but has a little lingering stare at the batter at the other end.
Yeah. Sometimes that lingering stare is a little bit longer than normal. Sort of stare that would make hard men crumble. No nonsense Aussie with the tattoos. Comes into the former Lancashire man Lewis Rees, bowls a bouncer which is cut away nicely for 4. Didn't particularly get up too high. Wasn't that short in truth from Pattinson, but enough width, enough bounce just outside the off stump for Lewis Rees to cut away his second boundary of the over. Derbyshire on to 12.
Yeah, he looks like he's just sort of waited on that nicely. Hemi at point there has just sort of watched it, just stood there and watched it go past. He's hit it with that much power past him in that gap.
Gentle breeze out there. You can see the respective county flags just fluttering above the members' pavilion. Decent number on the balcony watching on as Pattinson comes in to Rees. Turns this to square leg where Ben Slater, who of course very much knows his way around this ground, does the fielding. Slater with the protective pads on for the times he has to go in at short leg.
Do we think that Slater's going to have a little bowl today at some point?
I noticed him turning his arm over this morning with Kevin Shine, the bowling coach. Bowled at Trent Bridge in the match, and the corresponding match earlier in the season got Alex Thompson out, which I'm sure, well, which I know he enjoyed.
I remember watching the videos on social media of that.
Pattinson, final delivery of this, the 4th over. Bowls to Rees, who leaves it alone. End of the James Pattinson over. He's 2 overs, none for 8. A couple of boundaries in that over, and Derbyshire are 12 without loss, replying to Nottinghamshire 618 for 8. Their 14th highest score of all time. The first time they've passed 600 since 2015 when they did it against Warwickshire at home. Alex Hales made 189 in that innings. Stephen Mullaney 112. Not really paid that much attention to what's going on around the country, but I see that Zach Chappell has now taken a second wicket for Gloucestershire.
Fletcher's coming in for the start of a new over. It's defended back down the ground by Kane. Thought about running there, but decided against it, which I think is a good call.
At Cheltenham, Hampshire, 310 for 4. Century for Felix Organ yesterday. Zach Chappell has 2 for 57 on loan from Notts. At Wantage Road, where Northants are playing Lancashire, Northants made 235. Lancashire in reply 69 for 4.
As Fletcher comes back in for his second ball. Again defended out into the offside by Kane. for a dot ball.
They've had rain at Taunton. They're back playing again, where a Tom Abel century has helped Somerset to 368 for 6 against Yorkshire. Lots of wickets over the first couple of days at the Ovals. Essex 271 all out yesterday. Surrey struggling. They're 138 for 7 in reply. Division 1 leaders, of course, Surrey, and also plenty of wickets at Edgbaston. They're already in the third innings of the match.
Fletcher in. Defended out again by Kane.
Kent to 35 for 1 second time around. That's trailing Warwickshire by 25. One Division 2 match started yesterday at Lords. Sussex 461 for 7. Remember, they were put in by Middlesex. Unbeaten century still there. Cheteshwar Pujara is 180 not out. Tom Alsop made 135. Middlesex second in the table behind Notts.
Fletcher comes in again. So flicked down to mid-on by Kane, but for another dot ball.
And the match that started today at Grace Road, Leicestershire Glamorgan, also in Division 2. Leicestershire 200 for 3. Lewis Hill 74 not out. Joey Everson is playing for Notts, making his first-class debut. He's also on loan, making his first-class debut for Leicestershire. 3-5. He's due in at number 6, so he's due in next.
Fletcher in for another ball here. Kane sort of goes to defend it, but doesn't quite get close to it, and it goes straight through to Moores. Another dot ball. It's a good over here from Fletcher.
Yeah, it's what he does, just runs in and tries to put it there or thereabouts. The top of off stump. Got to be just as patient as he is. He'll just keep probing away, just trying to either clip that bail off or just catch the outside edge. And if you're the batsman, you've just got to keep your wits about you and keep him out.
Fletcher in. Flicked down the leg side by Kane there. Just going to get the single.
Yeah, bearing in mind what I just said, that was a very un-Fletcher-like delivery, because it certainly wouldn't have clipped the top of off. It wouldn't have hit 2 sets down the leg side, probably. Poorish delivery, which he'd have been unhappy about, and worked away for 1 run.
Yeah, it looks like there's only been that one really from Fletcher, which is sort of strayed from his line today. So it's not a bad start. This does bring Rees on strike, who's not faced Fletcher yet today. He's going to come around the wicket, keep 3 slips in. Go Fletcher in. Defended out. Sort of a backward point there by Rees for a dot ball. And that ends the Fletcher over.
Yeah, Dane Patterson doing the fielding. Don't think it'll be too long before he gets a go. Maybe this pair will have 4 apiece, and then Stephen Mullaney will just consider just switching it round a little bit. Dane Patterson will be first change. Remembered on this ground, of course, for a catch he got last year, a sensational catch to dismiss Sam Connors in the second innings. And Connors thought he'd got a 6 down at the far end. The ball just appeared to seem to be going over the ropes when Patterson ran round the boundary, leapt like the proverbial salmon, and caught the ball just as it was going over the ropes. A brilliant effort. Going to be Pattinson to bowl to Harry Kane for the first time. 3 slips. No third man. Pattinson in. Kane whips it away. Down to Asiba Mead, who does really well to come in from the long leg boundary very quickly. I think he got a kindly bounce as well. The ball just seemed to take a bobble, just come up into the air and into the hands of Mead just as he was reaching down to field it. So he fizzed it back in, and they only take a single.
Yeah, I know this outfield looks like it's quite flat, but I know when we've done some sort of ground fielding stuff on it, you've got the odd bobble here and there, which you've got to look out for.
There's Pattinson to his third over now, bowling 2. Lewis Rees hitting for a couple of boundaries in the last over. Works this to square leg and there's no run. It's no longer Ben Slater at square leg, it's Liam Patterson-White. I'm not entirely sure why they've swapped over there, because Ben Slater's now gone to extra cover. So we did comment in the last over that Slater was standing there. But they've swapped over for reasons best known to themselves. Second half century of the season for Liam Patterson-White today. Was out about half an hour ago, the last to fall. Pattinson bowls again to Lewis Rees, happy to defend. Brooke Guest, look, they've now swapped over again. Look, Patterson. Well, that would confuse an idiot. and I'm not sure why they've done it. What on earth is that all about? Anyhow, Liam Patterson-White out for 54, and Ben Slater just halfway through the over have just very deliberately swapped fielding positions. There's Pattinson in again to Lewis Rees. I'm sure he hadn't noticed. This one's fielded by Hamid behind square, no run.
Do they know something that we don't know? That's what?
It'll be some sort of game they've dropped on just to help pass the time. Here's the ball polisher, Liam Patterson-White, so it does make a bit of sense that he is fairly close to the bowler. He never happier than when he's buffing and polishing and trying to get a shine on one side of the ball.
So you need the chief ball shiner, don't you?
You do. You do. Used to be Michael Lum back in the time before Liam Patterson-White. This one on the pads of Lewis Rees, and it's whipped away nicely for a boundary. Nice looking shot which races over the parched outfield, over the rope, and thuds into the advertising boards. And Lewis Rees with 3 boundaries now, all off James Pattinson, is on to 12. Harry Kame has 6, Derbyshire 20 without loss here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham, the respective live streams. Here we go, we've only taken 35 deliveries before Stephen Mullaney says, can we have a look at the ball, please, umpire? We think it's been damaged, either thudding into the advertising hoardings or gone out of shape. And umpire Middlebrook calls over umpire Pollard, and they'll pop it through that ring thingy-me-bob. And they'll say, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, boys, get on with it.
Yeah, it's a bit early on for the little check of the ball, I'd say.
The bizarre ball-changing episode we had yesterday was when they came out after 40 minutes lunch with the ball in the umpire's pocket or wherever it was. They came out, they handed it to the bowler for the first ball of the afternoon session. The bowler had a look at it and handed it back to the umpire, and we wasted 5 or 6 minutes changing the ball. Heaven knows how it went out of shape during the luncheon interval. As Pattinson bowls to Rees, there's going to be a run here. That may have been off a pad. We'll just check with umpire Middlebrook. Is he going to signal our score? As he does indeed. So we've got an extra to add, and it's 21 without loss. Derbyshire at the end of the 6th over. Pattinson 3 overs, none for 13. Fletcher 3 overs, none for 7. And I did say we weren't too far away from Dane Patterson having a bowl, and that's exactly what's going to happen. I'm now going to turn thinking to Dave Fletcher, because I've got to go and update BBC Radio Nottingham, but in the meantime I'll leave you with Derbyshire women's captain Lauren Toffrey.
Yeah, as we said, Dane Patterson's going to one bolt. Patterson looks like keeping the same field here as we had for Luke Fletcher. 3 slips. Ben Slater's at point in his fielding pads. Welcome back, Fletch.
Hello. That's left alone by Harry Kame outside the off stump. Steady start from Derbyshire. Oh, I've got myself in a right old mess here. There we go. Sorted. Oh, this seat's warm. Oh dear.
It's never a good sign.
Not a big fan of that. It snuck up on me at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I just looked at the time. I was like, oh, 2 minutes to.
Yeah. So I'll have an update fairly shortly as well. As in comes Patterson and bowls. That's left outside the off stump by Lewis Rees to go through to Tom Moores. And there's no say steady start from Derbyshire. Harry Kane looked in a spot of bother in the early stages, but he seems to have calmed down a bit now.
We've already had a check of the ball already as well, Fletch.
Oh, I've missed that.
Yeah, we had a
dear, oh dear.
We had a check. I think we were like 35 balls in or something. It's got to be some sort of record.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? 469 required to avoid the follow-on. It's quite a lot. Here's Patterson pushing this next delivery out into the offside. Is Lewis Rees.
That's a lot of runs to
It's
avoid
an
a
awful
follow-on.
lot of runs, isn't it? So to avoid the follow-on, Derbyshire would have to score their 5th highest score of the season. That's a good start. I like that.
That doesn't make it sound as bad, actually.
Does it not?
No.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, they've made 500 4 times. They made that one is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees and goes through to the keeper. And then the next best after that's 398 for 8, which they made against Durham last week in the 3rd innings of the match.
yeah, we know that Derbyshire can score runs.
Can they score 469 of them? That's the, that's the
We'll
question.
have to find out.
$21 for 1 at the moment. So a little way to go yet. As in comes Patterson and bowls to Rees, who pushes it back to him. 3 slips. And Ben Slater's going to be wearing those pads that you mentioned all day. Serves him right.
Yeah, the umpire keeps checking
His front foot.
his front foot where he's landing here. He's not. Doesn't seem very happy.
Here comes Patterson again and bowls, and that's defended by Lewis Rees into the leg side. A minute away from the next update. The excitement's building. 49 overs to go in the day, which means 17 overs until tea. So a good hour. That'll be gone 4 o'clock when we go to tea. I've sorted out my cover for 5:30 when I'm. I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I'm on 5 Live at 5:30. You get your opportunity to broadcast with a legend of broadcasting, Kevin Howells, who is the nicest man in cricket.
I was having a nice chat to him earlier.
Yeah, he's a top man, is Kev. Always good to see him. Speaking of Mick Newell at tea, for those interested, they'll be talking about Andrew Strauss's latest pronouncements. Update coming up. Jack Tymon. Yeah, Derbyshire in the early stages of their first innings, 7 overs gone. So far, so good. They're 21 without loss. They need to score 469 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on that after Nottinghamshire declared their first innings on 618 for 8. Ben Duckett 241, Hasib Hamid 196, and their partnership of 402 for the second wicket was the 5th highest score of the fifth highest partnership. I'll get it out in a minute. Sorry, 5th highest partnership for the second wicket in county championship history. So it's quite a big one. I'm hoping to get that right later on in the afternoon when we do this live. Derbyshire 21 without loss in their first innings in reply to 618 for 8. Over to you, Jack. That was an absolute shambles. An absolute shambles, but I love Jack. Absolutely love him. And he took it in very good stead. Well, he could do little else, really. So, oh dear, 22 for no loss now. 7 to Kane, 12 to Rees, who's on strike. And here comes Pattinson again. It's his 4th over. He's around the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Rees, who clips that away nicely. In between the two fielders down there at long leg and backward square leg for 4 runs. That's a nice shot from Lewis Rees. He moves on to 16, and Derbyshire to 26 without loss. Lewis Rees hasn't had the season he would have wanted. I don't think there's any question about that. Going into this game with just 281 runs, 1/2 century, and averaging 28. So he will be particularly keen, I'm sure, to get a few runs in the Derbyshire cause in this innings. Yesterday, I broadcast on something that's called a Raspberry Pi. Obviously, you can't see it at home, but believe me, that's what it's called. There was a little indicator suggesting it was overheating yesterday. I've never had that in my life. Here's Pattinson around the wicket. Oh dear. And it's left alone by Lewis Rees to go through to the keeper.
Yeah, my work laptop was not liking it yesterday.
It's when you're driving in the car and your phone suddenly says, can't charge anymore. Sorry, I'm going to switch off in a minute. It's too hot.
You don't know where you're going.
Yeah,
because
using it as a sat-nav. Absolutely. No, it's incredible. It was incredibly warm yesterday. It's warmish today. Possibly pleasant. Overcast. It's Pattinson. He's in. Oh, and that one leaps at Lewis Rees. And he does well to drop his hands and get his bat out of the way of that one.
There was the infamous stare there as well.
Good delivery that, wasn't it?
It was good. He's done well to get out of the way of it, Rees has there. Not get anything on it.
Just managed to drop the hands in time.
Yeah. No, it was nice to get in my car this morning and it actually turned on because it wasn't too hot. We went to watch the cricket at Old Trafford.
Does your car not turn on if it's too hot?
No, we went to watch cricket at Old Trafford on Sunday. It refused to restart.
No, here's Pattinson around the wicket, balls to Rees, who goes for a wild shot there. That isn't the shot that's required at this stage, and Pattinson stands with his hands on the back of his head. 26 without loss at the end of the over. So it just won't start because it's...
No, so it does a weird half start, where it'll turn your aircon on, the radio will come on, but the actual engine doesn't fully come on, so it's like a...
Which is quite important, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, so it was just running on its battery. So I was like, I don't want it to do that because the battery's going to run out. I'm in the middle of, I'm in Manchester. Yeah. How am I going to get back? So I dropped a message to my parents. I was like, right, you used to have a Nissan. Did this ever happen? And they said, oh yeah, all you need to do is just take your keyless entry key and just push the button with your key. I did it and it just went like that.
New over begins from I don't know, keyless cars. Patterson bowling from the city end. First delivery is pushed out into the offside by Harry Kame. I got excited when I got this new car and it had you could press a button and it unlocked the car. I've never had that before.
Yeah, it was very embarrassing. Me and Pete from work went. We sat there for about 45 minutes waiting for the car to decide to work, and then it just turned on.
You could call the rescue company, and they'll come out and say, "Well, what you do is you push the key
in,
and
you just do that.
Go, oh no!
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, nobody wants that. 26 without loss. Next delivery from Patterson is turned into the leg side by Harry Kame for at least 2. It might even get 4. It's gone to the boundary. That's just a tap, really. This outfield is lightning fast. It hasn't had any rain on it for a long, long time. It might get some rain on it in the next 2 or 3 days, but it hasn't had any rain on it for a long, long time. It's parched and it's quick. And Harry Kame moves up to 11.
Yeah, it looks like that summer where it was really hot all the time, when the grass was even lighter than it is now.
1976.
I think we've had one recently as well.
Oh, have we?
Yeah.
Oh, have we? All right.
And it was like that across the county.
Kame waits, Patterson bowls, he leaves it alone outside the off stump. He's 76 when the West Indies were here. Sadly, I was 13 at the time. All the outfields were just yellow.
Yeah.
A bit like the Open Championship that's just happened, but everywhere was yellow, apart from the squares. And that was a very, very hot summer. And I know people have been harking back to 1976 over the past couple of days, but I think I don't remember it being as unpleasant as yesterday. Luke Fletcher's back. I think he's been for an ice cream. This one is driven by Kame out into the offside. Nicely done, being chased by Patterson White. And they come back for 2 very comfortably indeed. And Harry Kame moves on to 13 and Derbyshire to 32 without loss. I don't know how early. It's too early to mention, but I'm going to mention it. I may regret it. Derbyshire haven't had a century opening stand this season.
Oh, there we we go.
Thank you.
You said it.
Thanks very much. That should do for them. Nottinghamshire supporters can thank me later. Third of the way there. Kane waits, Patterson bowls. Jimmy leaves alone outside the off stump. He's been in good form for the twos as Harry Kane. He got a century and a thick end of a 90 in the 2 innings against Yorkshire last week, which seemed to be the tipping point at which Mickey Arthur decided to leave Billy Godleman out of the squad and bring Harry Kane in to the squad. Billy Godleman averaging 15 in the 15 innings that he's batted this season. Spoke to Billy about it down at Sussex, and he was working hard then. He'll continue to work hard as in comes Patterson, and Kane covers up nicely, defends it up towards mid-on, and it's the end of the over. That's the 12th man. He's got no number on his back. We've got no idea who he is, but he's going off now because Luke Fletcher's eaten his ice cream. And I think he'd probably done more than go for an ice cream, in all honesty, Big Luke. Oh, I bet he wouldn't have said no if someone had offered him one.
Oh. It's becoming a thing, isn't it, on the cricket scene at the moment, the ice cream trucks. I see it on social media all the time.
Yeah.
Now Alex Hartley's a big one for the
Loves an ice cream,
the
Alex.
ice cream.
Yeah, loves an ice cream. Who doesn't? I can't remember the last time I had an ice cream, if I'm honest with you. James.
That's a good point, actually.
James, well, they're expensive now, aren't they? Pattinson around the wicket, bowling to Lewis Rees, who leaves the first delivery of the over to go through to Tom Moores behind the stumps.
Looks like we mentioned earlier, but I think Tom Moores is now the only one with
Oh, he is, yes.
his rim hat on.
Sensible. See, you can still get burnt in this weather. It doesn't matter if it's cloudy or not. I know a man called Jonathan Baker who may or may not be listening to this, but he got severely burnt listening to the commentary from Durham last week because it was cloudy. He was doing his garden and he was in agony for several days. Pattinson around the wicket to Rees, who drives. Pattinson thinks that one should have got through. That sounded like it came off the middle of the bat to me.
Yeah, it looked like a solid shot down the ground from Rees there.
Pattinson thought he might have had a wicket.
It's quite an animated bowler, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. I don't know. I'd get Dave to Bracegirdle to confirm, but as I understand it, he's one of those cricketers who, when he crosses the white line, crosses the rope, he turns into a different human being. Because he seemed perfectly personable at Trent Bridge when he was standing on the boundary's edge before the start of play in the game earlier this season. This one is on leg stump and clipped away for 4 runs. That one's going to race, and it's racing up a hill. That's a terrific shot from Lewis Rees. He moves on to 20, 36 without lost Derbyshire in the 10th over.
Yeah, Pattinson was stood with his head down there, sort of arms slumped. Wasn't quite expecting it to go that way, but Rees played well. He's looking all right at the moment.
See, I'm doing my best to get rid of him, and now you're joining in. We don't want to get rid of either of these two. Derbyshire need a number of big partnerships here, having seen a partnership today of 402 between Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid, the 5th highest second wicket stand in championship history, I'm told. This one is wide of the off stump and taken well low down to his left by Tom Moores behind the stumps. He spotted Hasib Hamid's fingers.
Oh, yeah.
Behind his back at the moment, he's got his hands, but when you get a good chance, they're all covered, just absolutely covered in bandages.
Got to protect the hand, especially if you don't have to bowl. Protect him.
I don't think he does bowl, does he? He'd be down as a leg spinner, I'm sure. Most opening batsmen are down as leg spinners, and that's some sort of spin that Ben Slater bowls. And goes Pattinson again, and that one is pulled very nicely in front of square. There's a chase for the aforementioned, I think, Ben Slater, and he gets around. Does the thing that might not be Ben? Is it Ben? It is Ben. Ben Slater out there away to our left. 38 without loss. Rees moves on to 22.
Yeah, I don't think he quite got hold of that the way he wanted to, but he got hold of it well enough.
Yeah, it looked a better shot than it turned out to be. I thought it was going to go to the boundary for 4, I've got to admit. Not on this occasion.
I think if it had gone where he wanted it to, he might have only got one with Slater being out there.
He's behind square on the leg side. There's a long leg as well, or a fine leg, call it what you will, and this one is defended by Rees out into the offside, and Stephen Mullaney does the fielding end of the over. Mullaney wipes the sweat from his brow and starts polishing the ball. Harry Kane has 13, Lewis Rees has 22, and Derbyshire in reply to a massive 618 for 8 declared, a 38 without loss. Let's have a look and see what's happening. In the games in this division, Leicestershire 219 for 4 against Glamorgan, having won the toss and decided about first. And Middlesex, who obviously put Sussex in. Sussex now 483 for 8. Ouch. Patterson from the City end bowls to Kane, who just guides this down to fine leg for 4. Just got a little tickle on that one. Down it went, raced away. I mean, the outfield, it's been lightning throughout. It is. It's not going to slow up anytime soon, I don't think, until it rains tomorrow, of course.
And then I know that, like, Notts have bowled some good lines today, but I think there's the odd ball here and there that are sort of drifting, but Derbyshire are doing well to put away those slightly offline balls today. Sometimes they can get a bit bogged down, can't they? Whereas today they look like they're trying to put away, like that one there that was just drifting down leg.
I think they've got to show some positive intent, because they just hung around. They would be bowled out at some point. Kane waits and pushes this into the offside. And it's fielded by Pattinson. I was just looking there to check, talking about boundaries. Derbyshire have got 7 now. It's early in their innings. 77 fours and 6 sixes in the Notts innings. I thought I'd use the word 4 quite a lot yesterday. Or boundary.
Oh, it's gone to the boundary again.
It's almost non-stop, as they made 439 for 1 yesterday. Patterson in, and that was left alone outside the off stump by Kane. Very watchful. Looked to be troubled by a couple of deliveries in the first over, but has looked okay since then, as he settles down to life in the first team.
Yeah, I think it's good to see that he's getting the opportunity to come up, and I think that's what second teams are there for, aren't they? Let them have their opportunities. If you perform well, then you can move between the teams.
There's no point in not giving him an opportunity. I don't think. He has a highest first class score of 45. This is his 9th game of first class cricket. He waits now as turns the next delivery from Patterson out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's not going to get all the way. Hasib Hamid chases it, and they come back for a couple of runs. Kane moves on to 1944 without loss.
Yeah, Hamid's been doing a bit of chasing around so far, hasn't he? After spending, I think we worked out it was just over 8 hours. I think we worked out earlier.
Yeah. No, well, at one point I thought he might be going to carry his bat. He ended up not doing so, as he was out for 196. It's a little disappointing, really. I was desperate for him to get to 200. I do like him. Patterson in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. Big Luke's warming up again, using his cap as a ball.
Yeah, you've got to use what you've got with you.
Just took his cap off. Perhaps he feels uncomfortable trying to bowl with a cap on. Don't see it very often. Well, in either the men's or the women's game now. I used to see it a lot more often in the women's game for some reason, but
Yeah, I know we played Pakistan women when they came and toured, and they bowled with their caps on.
yeah. I suppose it's what you're used to, really. As that one is defended out into the offside by Harry Kane. End of the over. Good one for a decent enough one, certainly, for Derbyshire. They've moved on to 44 without loss. Kane has 19, Rees has 22 in that over. 6 runs from it. The run rate is immaterial, but it's 4. It's been a pretty steady start from these two, who I can't imagine they've batted together many times, with Kane only making his 9th appearance, and Luke Fletcher, having warmed up or stretched the bowling muscles, is going to come back on. Earlier ball 3 overs for 7. Pattinson 5 overs for 24. Patterson 3 overs for 12. The bowling figures as things stand.
Patterson seems to be talking to Mulaney there. He's throwing his arms around a little bit. Not sure if he's happy about being taken off.
Doesn't look happy about anything, does he? He's pointing and now his head's drooped. Here's Luke Fletcher around the wicket, in and bowls. That's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think we mentioned earlier that Luke Fletcher took a fifer, I think, was it this fixture last year?
Oh, we're surprised.
I think it was mentioned. And because he's opened from the opposite end, from the City end, but we think he got his wickets from the
this
race
end.
squad end,
Okay.
which might be why he swapped ends.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him make his Derbyshire debut when he came on loan briefly in 2000. I'm sure it was 2016, might have been 17. Down at Bristol, didn't take a wicket. He's in now around the wicket, and not many bowlers did that in that match. Ball is defended by Lewis Rees out into the offside. It was an awful game down at Bristol. Awful. I think it was my first game, and I wondered what I'd let myself in for. 4 days of absolutely turgid cricket. But
You stuck with it though.
it's changed, yes. I had to, really. I had to pay some bills. This season has been a completely different kettle of fish, as I keep saying. 44 without loss. 3 slips as Fletcher bowls, and it's driven out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Chase on for Patterson White. Gets to the ball now. Batsman come back for 2. Rees moves to 24. 46 without loss. Adding up. Just let me down a touch there. 44 plus 2. One of the trickier sums, I always think.
It's always the easy ones that throw people off.
It's all of them, Lauren. You know that now. You've been alongside me long enough to know that I can't add up, really. Just a good job. My job doesn't involve figures, really. Fletcher around the wicket. That's a good leave from Lewis Rees. The ball was he bowled from reasonably wide of the crease and angled it towards the stumps, and it kept moving towards the stumps. But Rees was confident enough to leave it.
Yeah, he was confident enough that he didn't have to go for it, and it kept Notts interested. Just for a little bit.
Every time I've turned the music on in my ears, I haven't known what the song is today. It's remarkable.
It's very unlike you, Fletch.
Well, yeah, I'd like to. Quite like I don't think my knowledge of music's reasonable. Oh, now then, that's gone straight up in the air. He's going to be out here. Lewis Rees is going to be caught by Stephen Mulaney, and he is. And Derbyshire have lost their first wicket. He went for the big shot from the shortish delivery, and Lewis Rees goes for 24 off 39 balls. And that is a big blow for Derbyshire. They really could have done with Lewis Rees hanging about for a while, but he hasn't been able to manage it. Luke Fletcher strikes with a catch taken by Mulaney. Derbyshire 46 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think Rees really needed to try and hit that one out the park like he tried to. But we know Fletcher's a tricky bowler anyway, don't we? So, I don't know, just sort of bowled it into the pitch a little bit. Just skied it, really.
Just such a disappointing shot. No need to play it. Derbyshire need to bat time. They don't need to score rapidly or anything like that. They just need to bat time. And Rees goes in the 12th over. Brooke Guest will be the new batsman. I assume. It looks like him. He's been batting at 3 this season and been batting very well at 3 as well. Come out to join Harry Kane. These two might have played with each other in the second team, but I don't think they'll play much in the first team. Harry Kane won't have played much with anybody, really. But he's still there on 19. Just make a note of the 12th over. There we go.
Yeah, it's a bit too early on to be taking on the ball.
Yeah,
like
I think
did.
so. I think so.
Especially with the runs that they need to score.
Yeah.
You just want to stick around, don't you? Because it looks like you can.
I'm going to get a message.
Score.
Get ready for a message. There's a message going to come through the window here from Dave Bracegirdle, and it says that is very impressive. Actually, I like that. Oh dear, oh dear. Both sides were 46 for 1. Will they be 448 for yes for 2? Well, if they are, this game will be a draw. That is remarkable. That is. I'm going to. Yeah, that is.
I'll tell you who will like that stat.
Go on.
Griff.
Yeah, well, he won't regard it as a stat, though. He's very particular. He's very particular. Next delivery from Fletcher, bowling to Brooke Guest, is defended out into the offside. So they went from 46 for 1 to 448 for 2. Tony Livesey will like that one.
Oh, yeah.
My mate Tone, when I speak to him later.
Fine, mate.
I love Tony Livesey. I've always loved him. He used to do Look North, worked on Radio Lancashire as well. 46 for 1 at the end of the over, as if anybody else is interested. I'm very excited. I like to think I was summoned by Radio 5. I think I'm going to put that on my CV.
Put that down.
Yeah. They insisted on including me in the Derbyshire hour of between 5 and 6 this evening over on BBC Radio Derby. I have to get my makeup on. It's going to need a lot. 46 for 1. Patterson bowls to Kane, who pushes it out into the onside where it's fielded by Lyndon James. Relatively comfortably. Tall man. James out in the leg side. So another, I'm afraid to say, relative failure for Lewis Rees. He's got 1 half century this season. He hasn't been opening the batting, of course. Here comes Patterson in and bowls. That's left alone by Kane to go through to the keeper. He's got the opportunity to open because Shan Masood's gone to Sri Lanka with Pakistan to carry drinks. And he was the senior partner once Billy Godleman had been omitted from the squad for this match. And unfortunately has perished for 24 with a Skyer.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed
Yes,
with that.
he took a while to drag himself off the field. There's Patterson again. 4th over from him, halfway through it. That one is left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. He's got a blast of air conditioning then. That was chilly. Well, definitely have to go and get a jumper at tea. I can't wear a jumper, surely.
I like how we're struggling and thinking it's a bit chilly and it's 23 degrees outside.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. That says everything
That's
about how hot it was yesterday.
That's a proper summer's day, isn't it? It's a proper summer's day at 23 degrees.
People will be in their vest tops at 23.
Well, I wouldn't, obviously, but some people might. No, it's not for me, that. Patterson bowls wide of the half stump. No idea why they were using ours there. Yes, people will be delighted to know I don't own a vest top.
See, I just don't wear them because of the terrible cricket tan that I end up with.
Yeah.
I spend that much time playing cricket that you end up with awful tan lines and then you just can't fix them.
Yeah, no, mine's mainly to protect other people. Well, entirely to protect other people. But I suppose if they were selling them cheap in Asda, I might get one. Next delivery is defended by Harry. Came out into the offside. Sorry, somebody sent me a message about food. I'm going to say yes, please.
It's important to respond to any message about food.
That's my tea sorted out. Sausage, homemade Yorkshire pudding and roast potatoes.
Oh, being treated.
Yeah.
After the food we had earlier as well, which was lovely.
I know, and that's why I'm sort of leaning against not getting another pizza tonight, because I barely fit into my shorts. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Harry Kane. He'll get 1. I think he'll settle for 1. They do settle for 1 as Ben Slater comes in off the boundary to do the fielding and overthrows the wicketkeeper by some considerable distance, then apologises. Kane picking up the single, pinches the strike as well. He's moved on to 21, I think. 40. I'll have to wait now. No, he moves on to 20 and he's pinched the strike. 47 for 1.
Yeah, Kane just going along steadily, isn't he? He's not trying to do too much. He's just got to build that innings. I think the runners are out there. We saw that from Notts. You can't score what you score. Is it 618? Can't score that without there being runs out there. So
No, that's a good point. It's just it's that pressure from the scoreboard, isn't it, with that such a huge figure on there. Luke Fletcher begins a new over, bowling to Harry Kame, who leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump. That one came back at Harry Kame. It was a good leave, and now the umpire's having a look to see where Luke Fletcher's landing his front foot. There will be an update at some point soon. I'm sure Claire or Jack will let me know. Now that Jack's talking nonsense about food, and goes Fletcher again and bowls. That one's pushed off the back foot into the offside. They go through for the quick single and get there comfortably enough in the end. And Harry Kane moves under 21, Derbyshire to 48 for 1, and they still haven't got a century stand for the opening partnership this season.
yeah, well, we said it, and that sort of did it in then, didn't it?
I'm taking no responsibility for that fall of that wicket. It's entirely down to Lewis Rees.
I'm going to swap out.
Lovely, lovely. We'll hear from Lauren again a little bit later on. As Deb Bracegirdle comes back. Next delivery from Fletcher is defended by Guest towards mid-off, and there's no run. Ball picked up by... They're looking at the ball again. The players are looking at the ball at the moment.
There's an old-fashioned phrase for me: stepping
out.
I'm stepping out. I'm going to the Deb's ball. I'm stepping out.
Patterson White, who was showing Stephen Mullane the shape of the ball.
Mark, you need to refresh your live stream. He's saying it's now 4 minutes since I said a wicket had fallen. It still hasn't on the live stream.
Next delivery from Fletcher's pushed out into the outside, and there's a single taken, Guest off the mark, 49 for 1.
I promise you he's out.
Poor shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Poor shot. 1 half-century all season, Lewis Rees. Not been the player he has been in previous seasons.
He was batting at 6 or 7, wasn't he,
Yes,
earlier on?
Yeah, got the chance to open because Shan Masood went to carry drinks in Sri Lanka and was the senior partner once Billy Godolphin was left out of the squad for this match.
I was talking to Lauren earlier when I was commentating with her. You've just got to be patient against Fletcher.
Yeah, he bowls now, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, there's no point in taking it. Well, the whole point is that they need 469 to avoid the potential of being asked to follow on. They just need to occupy the crease. They need to bat for a day and a half. Well, it shouldn't be beyond the wit of a professional cricketer to bat for a day and a half, should it? No. I'm not suggesting everybody should be able to bat for a day and a half. But a cricket team, yes, the bowlers are going to bowl good deliveries. All bowlers bowl good deliveries. Fletcher bowls, and that's defended into the onside by Harry Kane this time. Luke Fletcher's innings, his over comes to an end, just 2 runs from it. Derbyshire 49 for 1.
He didn't have an innings, did he, the old boy?
He was padded up at one point, but...
Yeah, didn't get out there. I'm sure he'd have been padded up last night as well. Or maybe not. It might have been James Pattinson. When I last went off comms, I set off with the determination to find out who the young sub was for Notts.
Yes.
We've seen him on a time or two. The director of cricket has replied to say he's playing for Clifton in the Premier League, and he's put Kyle van Vollenhoven, but I think it's Kyle van Vollenhoven, who played a little bit for Warwickshire last year. That's Patterson from the City end. Starts a new over, bowls to Brooke Guest, and he defends. Born in Johannesburg, of course. Born in June 1998. Playing for Clifton in the Notts Premier League. Kyle van Vollenhoven. If we see him again, we may not.
Famous name in rugby league, that, Van Vollenhoven.
Is it going to rain?
It might. It feels like there might be some about, but who knows?
The old flags look as if they want to go back to Nottingham, don't they? This one's cut into the offside by Brooke Guest. He'll Get a couple of runs there. James Pattinson denied a half century by Mulaney's declaration earlier. Does the fielding, and the ripple of applause is for the Derbyshire half century. 51 for 1.
Make a note of that.
Make a note of that. I might need it. 51 for 1. So, I presume you commented on the fact that I'd just noticed both sides lost a wicket on 46.
Yeah, it's absolutely sensational. I'm going to mention that in my update, which I'm going to do fairly shortly. So I'm just going to leave you for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a that's going to get on 5
Yeah,
live, that one.
4:48 for 2, yeah. Next delivery on its way from Dane Patterson, bowling to Brooke Guest. Was a bit of speculation earlier in the campaign, notably back in South Africa, that Dane Patterson might be on the short list for the South African tour of England this summer. Well, as you'll no doubt be aware, as the South Africans are already here, he didn't make the squad. I spoke to him about it and didn't hear anything and wasn't expecting to. Comes in and bowls and strikes Brooke Guest on the pad. Balloons up to Gully. Lyndon James. He actually said if they're not picking Kyle Abbott, they're not going to pick me. 51 for 1 is the Derbyshire score. Definitely a cloudier, cooler feel to proceedings. Trees just blowing in the breeze all around the ground. Next delivery wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. When I say all around the ground, those I can see in sporadic spots. Some away to our right, just swaying gently, some at the far end. Also with a little bit of animation to them. $51 for 1. Here's Patterson. Passed on by Pollard. Bowls to Brooke Guest. Now short. Brooke Guest pulls it with a roll of the wrist to control the ball nicely out to Slater on the leg side fence. Single taken. 52 for 1. Brooke Guest on to 4. He will keep strike from Luke Fletcher, who's already advancing into a position to begin the next over. Each of the Nottinghamshire bowlers used so far, the three have had 5 overs apiece. They've each bowled a maiden. Fletcher 1 for 11, Pattinson none for 24, Patterson none for 16. So Fletcher, the first to begin his 6th over, bowling to Brooke Guest with 3 slips. Guest is behind it, just blocks it, and the ball runs up to James Pattinson at mid-on. He lobs the ball to Patterson White to do the polishing. Elsewhere, I note they're off for bad light at Cheltenham, where Hampshire 353 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 108 for 6 at Wantage Road, replying to Northants 235. Fletcher in again to Brooke Guest. Clips it to the leg side, where Hamid, with all those fingers, as usual, well and truly taped up, does the fielding. At Taunton, they've reached tee. Somerset are all out, so they've obviously combined the change of innings with the tea break. Somerset made 424, century from Tom Abel. And the Oval, Surrey 178 for 8, replying to Essex's 271. So the Division 1 leaders almost 100 behind. They've only got 2 wickets left. As Fletcher bowls again to Brooke Guest. Once more a solid defence to a backdrop of roars from the slip cordon. At Edgbaston, Kent in their second innings 78 for 2 against Warwickshire. That's a lead of 18. Division 2, the match that started yesterday. Sussex still batting. They're 490 for 8 now at Lord. Cheteshwar Pujara, 201 not out. Tom Alsop made 135. And remember, Sussex were put into bat. Fletcher to Brooke Guest. Again, a defensive push. And the only other one we've not given you is at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are playing Glamorgan. The match that started today, Leicestershire batting. They're 248 for 4. Nottinghamshire's Joey Everson is at the crease, 10 not out. He's come in at number 6 in the order. He's batting with Vian Mulder, who got 235, was it, not out last week. And Mulder is 68 not out alongside him, so he's clearly in good form. Fletcher to conclude the over, bowling to Brooke Guest, works it to mid-wicket. In fact, it's the 5th ball of the over. Pattinson shies at the stumps as they scamper a single. And it's 53 for 1 here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Lauren Tuffrey, Dave Bracegirdle and the returning David Fletcher, Esquire.
So I was trying to work out why I couldn't hear you, and then I worked it out. There's an old university friend of mine whose son, Harry Toffolo, has just signed for Nottingham Forest.
From Huddersfield,
Yeah, so
played against them in the...
I'm just going to have to tell him, as working at Radio Derby, I now automatically have to detest him.
53 for 1. Next ball is short, pulled away. Cries of catch out to a Mead, but it's going to bounce in front of him on the deep square leg boundary. That would have been rather too much, I think, for Derbyshire supporters to bear. Had a second Derbyshire opener fallen, going for the hook against Fletcher, end of the over, 54 for 1. It's a real step up for Harry Toffolo then, going from Huddersfield Town to Nottingham Forest. 54 for 1.
Step up, really? Do you think? I'm not so sure.
Nigel Spate says stepping out was a hit for Joe Jackson. It was, Nigel, it was.
It was. Yeah, I think it was on the other day. Burton born Joe Jackson, of course, as he's known on Radio Derby. Yes, indeed, yeah. I'm not sure how long he was there, but...
Is that Burton on Trent?
Yeah.
Is there another Burton?
There must be, mustn't there? There must be. Patterson from the City end bowls to... He's clothed it, and that is a sensational catch at mid-wicket. Harry came, he got it off the toe end of his bat, and the mid-wicket leapt through the air. The ball, it looked like slow motion, didn't it? And it was taken by Lyndon James, a sensational catch, and Derbyshire have lost their second wicket. They're 54 for 2, Kame goes for 22.
Oh, that's a fabulous catch, it really was. I think it was mishit, but
it was mishit.
Yeah, take nothing away from Lyndon James flying through the air and catching it. Gave him probably a 1 or 2 in 10 chance of getting there. Terrific stuff. His fortunes have changed since earlier in the day when he was given out caught behind. Umpire said he hit it, so that's the end of the story. But he clearly didn't think he had. But he certainly played a role in that one. Derbyshire 54 for 2. Notts need 18, Dave. Is that one way of looking at this?
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. The good thing there is if there's a prize, a cash prize for the catch of the week, he'll be able to pay off his fine with it, won't he? So, swings and roundabouts, 54 for 2. I don't know if there is a cash prize. Here's Wayne Madsen.
Are you putting one up?
I'd be surprised if he didn't get wrapped on the knuckles, because he hung around for a long, long time, but that was sensational, that catch. Really, really good catch. And, Harry came in his first game of the season, dismissed for 22. Both openers gone now. And Derbyshire, they're a little matter of 415 away from avoiding the follow-on target. And they're not going to match. The first wickets might have been similar. Well, the same. But the second wickets certainly aren't going to be the same. Oh, dear.
Payoff is fine, I like that. Now then, there's a bit of pedigree out there in the middle. Huge fan of Wayne Madsen.
Never got a century against Notts.
Oh, see, he's got in there early with that one. Might just have to reflect on that over the next 3, 4, 5 hours, however long it takes Madsen to rack up 3 figures.
Let's hope so. Patterson in and bowls to Madsen, who defends the first ball. Fielded by Lyndon James, and there's no run. There are 33 Burtons in the world, I'm told by Steve Doggett, who's been answering all the questions I've been asking all day and all day yesterday. Thank you, Steve.
Good work, Steve. We live for people like Steve.
Absolutely. So that, sorry, go on.
Is it going to rain?
Well, there wasn't any in the forecast this morning. I haven't checked recently. That was left alone outside the O stump. I'll have a sneaky peek. Yes, he will.
Steve will know. 33 Burtons in the world. See, I'm from Newark. Anybody mentions Newark, or you're absolutely bored and you wonder what's going off in the town, and you put in the old search thing Newark, and Newark, New Jersey.
Yes.
Flights into and out of Newark. Newark, New Jersey.
There is a Met Office warning for thunderstorms.
Thunderbolt and lightning.
Next delivery from Patterson beats Wayne Madsen and goes through to the keeper. So it might rain and it might not, I think is effectively what that says, because there is no rain actually forecast. But
is that one of those 50% chance of rain?
Well, it doesn't even say 50%. There is no, well, I say there's no chance of rain. It doesn't say there's no chance of rain. What it actually says is there's less than 5% chance of rain. But there is also a warning for thunderstorms, and of course if there's lightning around, they would take them off, I would imagine. Although they didn't in 40 degrees of heat yesterday, so they might not. Here is Patterson again in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this out to James. He's got a shortish mid-wicket there. He's in the position where he took that stunning catch to dismiss Harry Kane.
Whilst you were doing your last update, I was enjoying the movement of that tree. It's doing it again. If you look at the tree that we can see between the members' pavilion and the temporary permanent stand, there's a tree. It's almost like a sea urchin or something off the Great Barrier Reef, just moving about, swaying,
floating. Yeah.
Do you know what? Would you know what sort of tree that is? I'm not very good with trees.
Deciduous.
Green.
There's Patterson in the bowls to Madsen. Gets a bit of a leading edge. He wants to get off the mark, but he's sent back, and quite right too. And there's a shot at the stumps from Hasib Hamid that kind of missed the stumps by much. Whether he was back or not, I'm not sure. But he survived. He hasn't got off the mark, and it's 54 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, you don't really want to be run out for naught when you're 54 for 2 and needing 469 to avoid the follow-on.
It'd be an awkward moment when you walk back into the changing room, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We're 7 overs away from tea, incidentally, so we'll be very, very late to that.
Yeah, we're already 10 minutes behind.
Yeah, we've got no chance, have we? No chance. I sent a message back to my university pal, but unfortunately there were several spelling mistakes in it, which is not a good look for a journalist, is it really? I think he got the gist of it.
There's Luke Fletcher then going to bowl. Sending signals down to onto somebody. Comes in anyway, bowls to Brooke Guest. And Guest does exactly what he did, I think, to all 6 balls in the last over. Just got solidly in line and blocked it out. Lyndon James on the leg side doing the fielding. Play up Pompey says this could be a very one-sided game now. Well,
it could be now. When was it not a one-sided game? Did we not watching yesterday? Blimey. Hasn't suddenly turned into a one-sided game.
Well, you know what they say, you're never entirely sure who's in front till both sides have batted.
Well, I think we have a fair idea at the close of play last night, didn't we? 439 for 1. I know who I'd rather have been.
Here's Fletcher in a bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. I always feel guilty calling him by his surname when I'm sat next to you. Shouldn't really.
No.
Norman Stanley. 54 for 2.
Norman says he's bowling from his favourite end now, is he? This is the end at which he got the wickets last year.
It is, yeah.
Back on his spiritual home ground.
Former Derby legend, of course.
Saw his debut.
4 matches for them.
Not for goodness knows how many down at Bristol. It was awful. Not his debut of the game.
Comes in and bowls this wide of the off stump, and it is allowed to pass through to Tom Moores.
You might as well have had a bowling machine out there. They were absolutely flogged. It was my first game watching Derbyshire. I thought, what on earth have I let myself in for? But
didn't Andy Carter share the bowling?
Yeah.
I think he did.
I don't think he got any wickets either.
No.
It was just nobody got any wickets. It was just awful. It was just so flat, as Bristol can be.
Yeah. Who's he?
He's going to hoop this one somewhere, I
Well.
think. He wants somebody moving, but nobody's moved.
No, I think it's Ben Duckett at second slip. He just wants him a little bit wider. We'll pop a third slip in there. He's in and bowls and worked away on the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. 55 for 2. Derbyshire.
He's pretty mild-mannered, isn't he, Luke?
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted that one to go through third slip, really.
Yeah.
Just to see what his reaction would have been there. There would have been steam coming out of his ears. That would have been very amusing. It didn't.
No.
Never happens like that. Never works like that, does it? James Pattinson's got a huge smile on his face. He just turned around again now, but he had a huge smile on his face. Fielding at mid-on.
Here is the aforementioned Fletcher bowling, kept out by Madsen. So here we are then in Bristol in April 2016 as Gloucestershire racked up 563 all out from 125 overs. Luke Fletcher 21 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 54. Andy Carter 26 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 84. Is that Cotton or Colton?
Cotton, yeah, Ben Cotton.
Oh, Ben Cotton, yeah. 17 overs, 2 maidens, none for 90.
That one was awful.
Wes Durston 27 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 149.
Yeah, twirlies.
Next delivery is pushed up to James Pattinson at mid-on.
Did they get a second opportunity to bowl? I can't even remember.
So Derbyshire got 4-4-4. They batted first. Luke Fletcher got 11. There was 150 from Wayne Madsen and 96 from Chesney Hughes. Derbyshire 4-4-4. Gloucestershire 5-6-3. Derbyshire second time around 280 for 2 declared. Chesney Hughes 137 not out. So Ches enjoyed himself. 96 and 137.
That was it, wasn't it?
And that was it.
Yeah, it was awful. When I say he got no wickets, obviously the pair of them got one apiece, but it felt like
did he get one? I didn't. Yeah, Fletcher won.
It just felt like neither of them had.
So who was his first wicket? Ian Cobain caught Pointer.
First delivery from the Dane. Patterson over. He's left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to Tom Moores.
Happy days.
They all weren't they just? Yeah, it was. I think it was quite warm as well, from memory. So they were being flogged a bit. But Graham Welsh was the coach.
Was that your first year?
That was my very first game.
You see, I'd have thought you'd have done it more than 6 years. Man, it's 7 seasons, isn't it? 6 years, 7 seasons.
Well, I've done a bit with Callie at various points. And at Trent Bridge as well. This one is defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside.
Yes, I very much remember you coming and doing the what was the Chris Gale story? He was banned from that match, wasn't he? The match that Yorkshire won the county championship.
Oh, Andrew Gale, yes.
Andrew Gale.
Yeah, he was. That's right. Yes. When they won the title.
Yes,
there.
well, you did that.
I did that one with him and was the man on the pitch, gathering interviews at the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Trent Bridge looked after you both and put a nice big screen in your commentary room. And I'd sat there like a muppet all season without one.
Yeah, that's true. Next delivery from Patterson. He takes the short ball on, does Brooke Guest, and gets 4 runs for it as he hooks it down towards backward square leg. There were 2 men out on the boundary, but it was onto the ground, pretty sharpish. And Guest moves on to 10.59 for 2. Yeah, Callie looked after me. He took me to that one. He took me to the game down at Lord's when they won the title.
You went to finals day with him as well once, didn't you?
Yes, did the game when Yorkshire played Durham.
That's right.
When
Wood Bowl to
put
Root
that over
quickly.
to Root,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
a rapid. I
Yeah.
don't think he saw any
Yeah.
of them. 6
Yeah,
deliveries.
so did not lose to that year. Northants probably. That was the Ben Duckett did for Notts in the semi-final.
Yeah, Durham won that game. It was halfway up the motorway by the time the final was underway.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So we've seen you about a bit.
Yes, I'd sort of been popping up here and there. Did a lot of the T20 away games with him as well.
And before that, if you wanted to avoid Dave Fletcher, it was just keep away from the Bradford City press room.
Yeah, and before that, the Halifax Town
Yep.
press room. So, yeah, 59. Lots of people avoided me. Patterson is in, and there's a short ball again. It's pulled around the corner, not too far away from Moores, and it's 4 runs to Brooke Guest, but Moores flung himself to his left. I mean, it would have been spectacular if he caught that one. He couldn't reach it in the end, and Guest moves on to 14. It's 63 for 2. Not far away, but far enough. That's the important thing from a Derbyshire perspective.
I've always got a before and after relationship with Bradford City. And very much used to enjoy going there, and I very much used to dread going there. The before and after involved me being told where to park by a steward one day and coming out and finding myself clamped.
Next delivery again, short of a length, turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. 64 for 2. Your parking was an issue, I have to say, at Valley Parade. The actual facilities when he went into the press box were terrific,
Yes,
weren't they? But
yeah. And there's almost a sense of theatre, if I can try and describe this, but walking out the press box, it must almost be like, I don't know, walking out of the tunnel at Anfield, the This is Anfield sign, because you sort of walk up some little steps and there's the ground in front of you, which isn't always necessarily the case when you leave a press box to go and find your seat in the stand.
I think as Patterson is in again and Madsen defends it back towards him. That used to be the director's box.
Yeah.
Because the little press room where the director's room, they went up to the tier above with the new stand. It's sort of half a ground. It's a strange old place, Valley Parade, but it was home for a few years.
Yeah, they've always attracted good crowds as well, always been very well supported. Of course, some of us remember the days when there was a Bradford Park Avenue as well.
Yeah. National North.
That's where they are now, is it?
That's where they are now.
They found their home in National North.
Mark Bauer, former Bradford City defender, is their manager.
It's nearly 4 o'clock.
And we've only got 5 hours to go until tea.
So we're looking at 7, aren't we?
Oh, comfortably.
We're looking at 7.
Comfortably.
Which is the time this evening that Nottingham Forest kick off at Burton Albion. As Fletcher starts anyway over bowling. This is pushed into the offside, fielded by Liam Patterson-White.
I didn't realise until you told me yesterday that they're playing against the busiest or the hardest working side in the Bundesliga.
Hertha Berlin. Why are they the hardest working?
Well, they played Derby County at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, having on Saturday morning played 45 minutes against Halifax Town and 45 minutes against Salford at St George's Park. I'm sure how big the crossover was in players.
I was going to say, I bet it wasn't the same.
But yeah, it was two full matches.
Next delivery is on its way now as Fletcher bowls, struck him on the pad, but the cry of no ball will stifle instantly any thoughts of an appeal. May have been a costly overstepping, we'll never ever know, but in fact it struck him amidship, so it's probably going over the top, but poor old Brooke Guest
A little bit of pain, isn't he?
has just received a proverbial kick in the nether regions from Luke Fletcher. 66 for 2.
He was given one himself by the umpire.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost time for me to once again disappear in a cloud of smoke and do a samba along the corridor and go and speak to the listeners in the Robin Hood County.
Can't work out whether he's just breathing heavily or counting at the moment, Brooke Guest, but he seems to be all right now.
Yeah. There are 5 balls left. Fletcher, He's in, bowls, slapped away. Take that, you big brute, he says to Luke Fletcher. And he's put it away into the offside. Slater is quick over the ground, but even he can't haul it back. Nice looking shot. Derbyshire on to 70 for 2. Brooke Guest 19. Wade Madsen not yet off the mark.
Thank you, Dave. Dave will return, of course. That was a good response by Brooke Guest to the previous delivery that dealt him quite a blow. An unpleasant blow, I think it's fair to say. I'm going to have to turn the air conditioning off at some point. It's cooling down alarmingly now. There are thunderstorm warnings and it is very grey up above. As in goes Fletcher again and bowls. That one is driven for 4 more by Guest. That was glorious. It was over-pitched outside the off stump and driven beautifully by Brooke Guest for a boundary. He moves to 23, Derbyshire to 74 for 2. That's his 4th boundary. News has started. The update is after the news at 4 o'clock today. Just saying that out loud so Jack knows that I know what I'm letting myself in for. Fletcher just mops his brow, polishes the ball and sets off on his way. No ball, 4-4. Bowls to Guest, a foolish delivery that he pushes up to Pattinson, who's fielding at mid-on. And there's no run. They're getting very excited. Now, there are the... Oh, the ball. Guess what? It's the ball. They're not happy with it. Well, nobody's happy with it, let's face it. Nobody's happy with any of them, but this one looks like it might get changed in the 20th over. Umpires coming together. Paul Pollard and James Middlebrook. They're looking at the ball, they're putting it through the calipers, and they're going to give it back to the bowler. It's going through very comfortably, it looks like, from here. Stephen Mullaney walks towards the umpire and says, "Are you sure?" Luke Fletcher's got his hands on his hips and he's peering over the umpire's shoulder. Liam Patterson-White is in the vicinity, as is James Pattinson. Wayne Madsen's looking on and they're told to get on with it. Luke doesn't look massively happy and Stephen Mullaney less so. But they're going to have to just crack on for now. They'll show it to the umpires again in a couple of overs' time and they'll get it changed. 74 for 2. With 4 overs after this one, 2 balls left of it to go until the tea interval. In comes Fletcher. In and bowls, and that one is defended. Oh, I nearly got overexcited there, but of course I'm not in this bulletin. I know what's happening. 1 o'clock kickoff on Saturday for Derby County against Leicester. Interesting. Standing by. 74 for 2. Final ball of the over is about to be bowled by Luke Fletcher. He's at the top of his mark already, not quite coming back as far as the big advertising mat on the pitch, and he's in now and bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends it. There's no run. Derbyshire 74 for 2 now. They've lost Harry Kame in the last half hour. He was caught brilliantly by Lyndon James at mid-wicket after bowling of Dane Patterson. He toe-ended a pull shot and it looped in the air. James leapt through the air himself and took a good catch. That followed Lewis Rees, who was caught from a skyer by Stephen Mullaney off the bowling of Luke Fletcher. Wayne Madsen has been out there for 8 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark. Brooke Guest, who's been in good form this season, along with Madsen, is 23 not out off 30. Earlier on today, 618 for 8 was the moment that Nottinghamshire decided to declare. Therefore, Derbyshire require 469 to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. Then it in another 390. They're 74 for 2. And here is Stephen Mullaney, the aforementioned Stephen Mullaney, coming on for his first bowl of the match. 4:05 on day 2. He'll be bowling initially to Wayne Madsen, who, ooh, that one keeps a bit low. Or certainly Madsen makes it look like he kept a bit low. Distinct difference in pace between Mullaney and Patterson. That first delivery was bang on the money, as you would expect from the Nottinghamshire skipper.
I'm back.
Here's Mullaney again in bowls, and Madsen pushes it back to him. Yet to get off the mark, Wayne Madsen, but there are only 4 overs, including this one, until the tea interval, so I'm pretty sure that his mind will be focused on being there on the resumption, whenever that might be, 7:45, 8:45, something like that. Ridiculous, really, as in comes Mullaney, and it's driven out into the offside. There's a half stop by Hasib Hamid. The throw, actually, from, is that Patterson White?
Yeah.
Actually hits the stumps, but Madsen had made his ground, and there were fielders scrambling to make sure no overthrows were possible, which they weren't. Madsen is off the mark now, 75 for 2. Very windy out there, isn't it? Very windy. It's waiting for one of those storms to hit, really. Mullaney is in, and that might help us get away at a reasonable time tonight, or keep us here even longer. Ball is defended by Guest.
I was relegated to behind the signing of Harry Toffolo. And,
big news.
Well, they signed 2 of them. Is it Lewis O'Brien, the other Huddersfield player?
Huddersfield, yeah. Both taking a pay cut, I assume. Here is Mullaney again, bowls to Guest, who plays it into the ground back to Mullaney, who swings it round towards the stumps. I mean, bowlers are brilliant at that nowadays. That wasn't too far away from hitting them. Excellent work.
I wonder if either of them will grace the Pirelli Stadium this evening with their presence.
Yes, potentially, I suppose. They'll have been in pre-season training, won't they?
Might just wheel them on at half-time.
Mullaney's in again, bowls to Guest, who it's a bit of a leading edge back towards the bowler. It's the end of the over, just 1 from it. Guest has 23, Madsen 1, Derbyshire 75 for 2. Have they got a friendly at the weekend at home or something like that?
That's a very good question.
They might want to save them for the home friendly if they've got a home friendly.
Not entirely sure they have, but I may be wrong. Now there's quite a bit of work needed to be done to upgrade the ground from being fit to host Championship football in April and May to hosting Premier League football from August onwards. So I think that's why they've been using the Pirelli as a base.
Makes sense.
So there's Pattinson for one final little assault before tea. Bowling to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this one crisply up to Luke Fletcher at mid-off, and there's no run.
They're unlikely to be playing at the City Ground on Saturday because they're away to Union Berlin.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, it's in Berlin, and that's all part of the one of the signings. Awani is his name.
I think Union are the sort of populist team, aren't they?
They're the
in
Park
Berlin?
Avenue of Bradford, I suppose.
Yeah, but they're Bundesliga, aren't they? I think.
Hertha are the big draw. There's Pattinson in bowls, and a real play and a miss from
Kind of
Madsen.
shot was
He had a
that?
waft at that, didn't he? Really had a bit of a go. Luke Fletcher out of the attack, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Dane Patterson, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. Mullaney just the 1 over so far, which went for a single, and Pattinson coming back for his 6th over, none for 24.
4 Derbyshire bowlers conceded 100 runs today. There's a stat about that.
Next delivery on its way now. Madsen turns this away onto the leg side, out to Mead. There's a single, 76 for 2. We'll have a stat.
Well, it's only the 7th time it's happened in Derbyshire's history. Kent in 35, Glamorgan in 51, and then more recently Northants in 2003, Sussex in 2010, Yorkshire twice, twice in 2013, and today. So it's the first time I've seen it happen. I did ask David Griffin. He said he'd look it up, and he has. And fair play to him. The font of all Derbyshire statistical knowledge, and he saves me an awful lot of messing about.
He obviously spends an awful lot of time poring over it as well.
He's got all sorts of databases.
Yeah, that's great. Pattinson to bowl to Brooke Guest, who clips it on the leg side. And Lyndon James doing the fielding and then shies at the stumps. Yeah, that always worries me, the throw from that sort of distance towards the stumps with just one backing up. If it clips the stumps, it's going to deflect away for 4 overthrows. I'm not entirely sure the batsman had actually gone anywhere, but
should be dead ball, shouldn't it?
What if it hits the stumps?
Yeah, I think so. If it dislodges the bails, it should be dead ball.
Don't know about that.
We haven't got enough laws in the game. We need some more.
76 for 2. As Pattinson bowls a bouncer which goes over the back of the crouching Guest. 76 for 2. Bob down a long way there. No, I'll content myself with banging the drum for an extra bonus point for getting to 450 and 110 overs, I think. Duckett's gone in at shortish mid-wicket, leaving just one slip. So there's a huge gap between slip and point for one to be run down there. This one was in that sort of area. I guess if he'd gone on the front foot there, Brooke, and opened the face, perhaps he could have guided it down to third man, but he saw it differently. Shouldered arms, and it's obviously the right thing to do, as we're 2 overs away from tea with Derbyshire 76 for 2.
Well, that's why that Madsen shot was the one that you played the expansive-looking drive to, was not what's required at this moment. He knew it straight away, of course, but sometimes it's just difficult to stop yourself, I suppose. He couldn't stop himself. Joe Clark wearing Tom Moore's floppy hat. Sunglasses perched on the back of it. Very optimistic sunglasses. As Patterson begins a new over, and it's played off the back foot up towards mid-on. There's no run.
We did have Harry Kane bowling in sunglasses yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we
Just
did.
after the sun had gone in.
Yes, yeah. It had been out.
Had it?
I believe it was quite warm yesterday. I'm absolutely freezing now. It's Mulaney, isn't it? Is it Mulaney? Of course it is, not Patterson at all. It's Mulaney. Should have spotted the difference in pace, really. That one squirts out into the offside.
They got that spot on yesterday, didn't they, the meteorologists? And even to the point of saying it would be 40 degrees, and they sort of predicted that from a week or two out, didn't they?
Yeah, they couldn't tell if it's going to rain in 10 minutes.
No. I wonder how they knew it was going to be so hot.
Mulaney in again, out balls to Madsen, who cuts but straight to Pattinson. And there is no run. Yeah, it is a strange one, isn't it? But you're right, they're absolutely... Well, it enabled all the news outlets to lead on it on the day before and on the day, and of course today again.
Well, they said it was going to be 40 degrees in Nottingham. It was 39.8. I mean, you can't be much more accurate than that.
It's a good effort. Maloney bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. Duckett does the fielding. At short cover.
He's had a quiet game, hasn't he?
I barely noticed him, I've got to say. I did shout across. I was a bit naughty last night when Ryan Duckett, the Derbyshire chief executive, was walking across the ground. I said, Ryan, and he turned around and said, what? I said, your lad did all right today, didn't he? and he did tell me. I hope he's not listening.
Third cousin removed.
Well, no, he's not related. But he did tell me that once. I think it must have been here. That one's defended up to mid-on by Wayne Madsen. That he went round to the pavilion on the far side of the ground, and the bloke on the door said, "I've just let your mum and dad in." And he said, "I don't think my mum and dad are here." He said, "No, I've let them in." And it was Ben's mum and dad.
They were here yesterday.
No, that wasn't
Oh, another
yesterday.
day.
That was on another occasion,
Okay.
I think. Yeah, that was pushed out to the offside. That would have been excellent if they'd
Well,
been
it would
here.
really. Wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
That'd be just showing off in front of your parents.
Yeah. Maiden over from Stephen Mullaney. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1. 1 over to go until tea. Madsen 2, Guest 23. The partnership's worth 22 and Guest. Well, that's remarkable. Wayne Madsen's only got 2 of them.
Yeah.
76 for 2.
He's a man of. Well, I don't know. I'll probably get this wrong. He's either a man of Kent or a Kentish man. Ben Duckett.
It's the river, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know which is which.
Started with Northants, of course. Came to North's back end of 2018. And it's very much part of that team that went 30 matches without a win. He must have wondered what he'd come to. Signed for Notts, thinking perhaps there'll be a bit of success around the corner. 30 first-class matches later, eventually got off the mark. But he did hit the winning runs in the Blast final in 2020 to get a medal, having already won a couple with Northants. Here's Pattinson, final over of this session. Bowls, and there's going to be runs there for Brooke Guest as he guides it down to third man. They're going to come back for 2. As the fielding is done. Is that Lyndon James?
Slater, I think.
It is Slater, yes, it is indeed. So there's Lyndon at square leg. Yeah.
Just the way he trotted then.
Yeah.
I just recognised the trot.
78 for 2. So 5 balls away from the tea break. Those of you watching on the live stream, I think Kevin Howells is having a chat with the Nottinghamshire Director of Cricket, Mick Newell. Just started. Bouncer here from Pattinson, a little bit of a waste of energy. I think he might have bowled that one differently yesterday in that searing heat.
Yeah, that's another imponderable, isn't it? Something we'll never know how it would have been had it been the other way around. It was a good toss to win.
It certainly was.
Toss to win.
So not 618 for 8, at which point Stephen Mullaney declared. It was a pretty good half an hour, 40 minutes or whatever it was for Notts after lunch as Pattinson and Patterson White, and the bouncer goes over the head of Brooke Guest and through to the keeper. Liam Patterson White and James Pattinson rattled up a 100 partnership in next to no time. 618 for 8 was the timing of the declaration. And since then, Lewis Rees caught Mullaney, bowled Fletcher 24. That was 46 for 1 in the 12th. And Harry Kane caught James, bowled Patterson 22. That was 54 for 2 in the 17th. Pattinson in bowls, worked away on the leg side by Brooke Guest. He'll get a single, moves on to 26. Of course, Notts are now in search of bowling bonus points. Derbyshire only got 1. Notts the full haul of batting points, or the full complement that they were allowed to get. Would have got 6 had it been allowed. After 110 overs, the score was 477 for 3. But you fancy if they had got that incentive, that carrot, they might have gone to 500.
Yeah, I think so.
Next delivery on its way, and bobbed underneath by Madsen this time. The old 1 for the over. I never quite got my head around that.
I'm not sure how many they're allowed.
No.
That's one of them anyway. However many they're allowed, that's one of them. Yeah, I'm with you. I've never got to the bottom of that, really.
There's been several banged in short this over. 1 ball left, and then we can perhaps go and have another cuppa. 24 overs will have gone in the innings. Still got, obviously, 32 overs to go in the day, so when we come back, it'll be 20 to 5 with 32 overs left. Next delivery on its way, and again, over the back of the crouching Madsen, Derbyshire at tea, 79 for 2.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, there's not much else to add. They've told you about the 2 wickets that have fallen in the Derbyshire innings so far. 469 is the, ridiculous target to avoid the follow-on. So only another 390. Derbyshire have got plenty of work to do after tea, and they're going to have to bat long into tomorrow as well if they're going to have any chance of saving this particular game. They're currently trailed by 539. We'll be back in around about 15-20 minutes.
Group 3, second session with Derbyshire on 79 for 2. They will resume at 16:29. England return to the Incora County Ground on Monday 25th of July to face South Africa in the Vitality International T20, starting at 6:30. Tickets are on sale now, priced at just £15 for adults, £3 for juniors, or save with our family ticket for just £32. Find out more and buy online at derbyshirecc.com or visit the ticket office in the Incora Pavilion. to our 2 umpires, James Middlewood and Paul Pollard. Our 2 not-out batters, Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest, and Nottinghamshire led by their captain, Stephen Mullane.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground, and if you're listening, Jack Time and I are so sorry.
Who are you apologising to, Nick?
Back at base.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you missed one?
Yes. Wow.
They've not even noticed. The umpires are out in the middle. Nottinghamshire players following on behind skipper Stephen Mullane. And Derbyshire will resume on 79 for 2 with Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen at the crease. They've added 25 so far. The bulk of those runs added by Guest, who's on 26. Madsen with just a couple of runs to his name. He's faced 22 deliveries for his 2 runs. Wayne Madsen went for one really expansive looking drive in the final over of the session.
Slightly too expensive, really, but hey ho. Just 539 runs behind now. Oh dear.
So 32 overs remain. It's nearly 4:45.
Over 8's already -1. Need to get a move on. Might lose one of those batting bonus points.
Stephen Mullane, I think, is going to...
He started there, and then he stopped.
Yeah.
And pointed at Brooke Guest as though it was his fault. Perhaps it was. Mullane from the city end. In and bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends it straight back to him. And lots of excitement surrounding a delivery that looked like it was defended fairly comfortably.
We've got former Lancashire man bowling, former Lancashire man batting, former Lancashire loanee Tom Moore's keeping wicket.
Well, there's plenty of them in this game. Mullane bowls. This time it's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, straight to the man at mid-wicket, who's Ben Slater. Yes, good job Lancashire exist. That's all I can say. For so many reasons. Some of my listeners already know those reasons. One of them actually criticised me for explaining those reasons. Here comes Mullane again. That one's pushed out into the offside. Had the audacity to suggest I didn't support either of the teams who were playing in a particular match. Then the match did involve Derbyshire, who I don't support.
Oh.
Why would I? It's just a job. When I say just a job, it's more than just a job.
I've seen you sat crying in a corner.
Next time is defended by Brooke Guest. Tony's already on 5 Live now, my mate Tone. Speaking to Jack Timon with Sally Pepper, who he's doing the show with from the Quad in Derby City Centre. It might not be the Quad, it might just be Quad actually. Next delivery is leading edge as he tries to defend it straight back down the pitch, and it just comes off the outside edge and goes up to Liam Patterson-White, who's filling it mid-off. Dark, isn't it? Did you say that? Have you already said that? Sorry.
I haven't.
But it is.
I was thinking it then.
It's the kind of relationship we've got. It's a bit of brightness away to the west, but I'm not sure the clouds are moving particularly quickly at the moment, despite the wind. Here comes Mullane and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Ben Duckett, and there's no runner made no but to begin the evening session. Derbyshire remains 79 for 2 with 2 to Madsen and 26 to Guest.
It was a sprightly run in from James Pattinson. Over was called. He came galloping in, frisbeed his cap towards the umpire, and ran down to the end of his bowling mark. Of course, nobody else is ready. The fielders are just sauntering into position.
Well,
the umpires are getting themselves
the problem
there.
is just sort of standing around now waiting, isn't he?
Yeah. Of course, he hasn't got the ball. Liam Patterson-White's giving that a good old shine. 79 for 2. Come on, James, bend your back. You can imagine they'll have been saying, go on, bend your back.
There's wickets for you here.
Come on, backache, let's see what you can do. You know, all the usual sort of nonsense, just to get him fired up. He says Aussies are rubbish. In comes James Pattinson to bowl to Wayne Madsen, and that's gone through Moores for 4 byes. It swung this way, and it swung that way, and it went back again the other way, and completely deceived the keeper. Burst through the gloves and went for 4 byes.
Well, it must have been a yard outside leg stump when it passed the stumps. And by the time it got to poor old Tom Moores, he was diving to his right and barely laid a glove on it. I mean, that was remarkable. Remarkable.
That's some mighty fine polishing that Liam Patterson-White's doing on that ball to make it hoop like that. There is Pattinson again. He says neighbours are rubbish. Comes in and bowls down the leg side, and this time Moores is there. It's finishing, isn't it, neighbours? Oh,
yes.
Crikey, we've got black armbands in our house.
I watched it for years.
No, I haven't, but my good lady has it recorded whatever time it's on, and every now and again she'll have a catch up. Don't know why they're ending it, but they are.
It was kept alive once by the audience in this country, wasn't it? I know that the ratings in Australia were relatively poor, but because it was sold to Britain and 1 or 2 other places, it kept it going.
Couldn't tell you any of them. There's Pattinson in bowls. Madsen pushes it back to the bowler who plays keepy uppy 2, 3, 4. And that's about all. Not the best audition for a winter contract with Forest there, James.
You know, I think the worst thing you could do with one of these balls is start kicking it.
Well,
It's likely to fall apart, isn't it, really? And I'm not sure he's thinking that. They have shown it to the umpires once. It just about got through the calipers the last time.
don't know what Liam Patterson-White thinks about it. He's just spent 3 minutes buffing it and shining it and polishing it. His fast bowler's kicking it. There's Pattinson in to bowl. Again on the pads, clipped to mid-wicket. No run. Mullaney wipes his forehead, then wipes the ball, and then he starts polishing it. Not entirely sure he's got a remit to do that. That's Liam Patterson-White's job. Oh, now Fletcher's having a go.
He's just looking at it.
It's red and it's round.
Yeah, that looks like a ball to me. You have it.
He was probably having a conversation with it. 83 for 2. James Pattinson back to the sponsor's logo and then sets off. Bowls to Madsen. Gets one just outside the off stump, lays a bat on it defensively. Strange, these sponsors' logos, aren't they? Because you walk up to them and they just don't look. It's difficult to make out what the logo is and what they say, but you have to have the depth perception that you get with television or the live stream at the moment. I mean, we can clearly see the one at the far end, and even though it's upside down, the one at this end just looks a little strange, doesn't it?
Well, this one's got the bowler's markings on it because they haven't worked that one out that it won't come off. That was game 1.
83 for 2. Next ball is driven back to the nasty fasty end of the over. James Pattinson threw 8 overs, none for 28, and it's 83 for 2.
They've moved them further back since then, but of course they were slightly too close to the pitch they were playing on, and they're covered in green lines, which won't come out, unfortunately. So, slight error. But now they get the clubs a few quid, don't they?
I'm sure they do.
Enough to make it worth their while, certainly.
So a quiet start to this session. What have we had?
Just the 4 byes.
Yeah.
83 for 2 as Mullaney begins a new over from the City end bowling to Brooke Guest, who turns this one into the leg side. Off the face of the bat, Mullaney clearly thought that was going to get through. Something. You get a few, but Wayne Madsen's a bowler like that. When he bowls, he gets very few wickets, but every delivery he bowls, he believes is going to be a wicket. It's remarkable. He's standing at the non-striker's end with his hand on his hip at the moment as Mulaney bowls to Guest, who pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run, there's all sorts of nonsense been spoken out there. Dane Patterson was the fielder on that occasion. 3-4, like that one, yeah, bang, bang, 3-4. They'll be following on before the close.
He's trying to catch a trout.
He's fishing. That one is guided off an edge down to third man. There's a fairly meaty throw comes in from Pattinson. They get through for a single. Guest moves on to 27, 84 for 2. He's now taking his cap off and he's looking at the ground. Is James Pattinson? He's a bit of a character out there on the field, isn't he? He's forever fidgeting. He's walking in now as Mulaney bowls to Madsen, who defends this one with the outside half of the bat to Ben Duckett at extra cover. Again, there's no run. There he goes. That was Pattinson. There are players who can't, but there's a lot of Australians who can't keep quiet. I think that's basically the gist of it. That's how it works, isn't it? Shane is constantly at it. Madsen waits, Mulaney bowls, and that one's pushed out to the normal cover, who is Asiba Mead. He does the fielding. But he's always got a smile on his face, except when he's got the ball in his hand at the top of his run-up. But he's always got a... And I saw him chatting to a few people who sat outside the pavilion at Trent Bridge in the game earlier this season as Mulaney bowls, and that one is pushed slightly unconvincingly up to Patterson at mid-on, and Pattinson appears to be a very placid kind of chap off the field. But I wouldn't want to face him. I've got some bad food news for tonight. I've just received some really bad food news. Major fail. Revert to kebab, says Andy Twigg. Excellent. Marvellous. That's my tea gone.
So what, you're going to take away kebab now?
Always. Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah.
There's Pattinson. He's had the build-up from Dave Fletcher over the last 3 or 4 minutes about his character. He comes in and bowls, and this is just pushed back to him by Brooke Guest. So
he's limping now, but he's not limping at all. It's just something he's doing. He can't not do something, can he? He's that kind of cat. I love it. I absolutely love it. He's a proper entertainer.
He is indeed, yeah. So this is what, a pita bread with...
No, just the meat. I don't go for all
just
that.
The meat?
Yeah, I don't have the bread or the
what do you mean
salad.
Just the meat?
Just the doner meat in a tray.
With nothing else?
No. I won't have a pizza with it, but...
It's bowls. It's done the offside.
Oh, you've got to have something substantial with it, obviously. But yeah, that's generally that's what I would eat away from home.
A kebab and a pizza.
Yeah. And I'm effectively away from home, even though it's a home game, because I'm stopping at Twiggy's. So he was going to cook me some tea, but he's clearly had a problem.
A major food fail.
Major fail, he says there. He'd offered Yorkshire puddings and sausages, so the sausages are clearly burnt, and the Yorkshire puddings, well, whatever could go wrong with the Yorkshire pudding, I've no idea, but it's gone wrong.
Here's Pattinson into bowl bouncer. Played from
that one.
Yeah, played down into the ground from under his chin by Brooke Guest last Sunday down to Glamorgan ahead of the match, or down to Cardiff ahead of the match against Glamorgan, which started on the Monday, and got down there. Nottinghamshire supporters will have heard all my trials and tribulations last week. So I got down there, got out of the car in Cardiff at the hotel, and had a puncture. Anyway, got that all sorted out.
I'm just glad it was a puncture.
Then I went off and found a carvery for the old Sunday roast malarkey. Hot and warm and sunny as Pattinson bowls down the leg side. Catch it, they say! Tom Moores has claimed it, but the umpire unmoved. Not sure who generated that. Maybe Moores down the leg side. And everybody else joined in, but not out, they say. So yeah, it was warm and sunny. Sat outside Cardiff City Centre, carvery, ordered a glass of something refreshing, and I'll have the Sunday roast, please. And he brought it out. Enormous Yorkshire pudding, sort of monopolising the plate with the instructions: don't take your eyes off the Yorkshire pudding or the seagulls were having. And I watched them. They were coming down, dive bombing and pinching this, that, and whatever off the tables. And
Wow.
so scoffed me Yorkshire pud. 84 for 2. Pattinson in again. Oh, with a sharp bounce away over the head. That must be. Oh, it's a no ball. That was that short.
That's harsh.
James Pattinson turns and gives the umpire a bit of a glare and a stare.
I've seen a couple of harsh decisions in the last 2 matches. I thought that was harsh. The bowler can't do that one. What can he do? And Liam Travaskis bowled a ball down the leg side, the only ball he bowled down the leg side, and he was wided for negative bowling. And I thought, blimey, O'Reilly, if he can't miss bowl one of them, then we have got a problem. I'm not entirely sure about that. I'm not a big fan of the leg side wide in T20 always being given either. You've got to give the bowler something.
I've had a message. Time to get the slow left armour on, Dave, as Pattinson is in bowls and clipped away. Cries of catch. One bounce out to Duckett. Behind square on the leg side. They take a single. That message came from Liam Patterson White's dad. He'll be not be surprised to hear. 87 for 2.
Yes.
He'll get his turn, Dan. He'll get his turn. He's probably still basking in the glow of his half-century earlier on, hitting Anuj Dal for back-to-back sixes. Joe Clark made 5 today. Lyndon James giving it caught behind for 14. Mulaney made 2. Tom Moore's 11. Next delivery on its way. Pushed into the covers, no run. And last out, Liam Patterson went 54. The two have not mentioned, of course, the huge contributions from Ryan Duckett, the Derbyshire Ben Duckett, the Nottinghamshire batsman, 241, and a Seba Mead for 196. He was jinxed out by Dave Fletcher, congratulating him on his double 100. A tad prematurely.
I was desperate for him to get it though, Dave. That's the thing. I love him. I absolutely love him. And he couldn't quite get there. It was that 105 off 85 balls between Patterson White and Pattinson was very entertaining after lunch.
5 sixes between them.
Here's Mulaney in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside.
And had Seba Mead got 4 more runs, it would have been the 100th 200 in first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire.
I did look it up before, not that. You were talking about 4s and 6s, but 77 4s and 6 6s in the Nottinghamshire innings. 77 4s. Here's Mulaney bowling to Guest, who defends it straight back to him.
We're going to have a bit of a changeover, aren't we?
A complete changeover in a moment.
You're becoming a media babe.
I don't like to talk about it.
You're becoming a media babe, and I'm going to put my feet up and watch a bit of cricket.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I will, hopefully, at some point. Yeah, all will become clear in the fullness of time. I can't even type a password as that one's let go outside the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper Tom Moores. I am in the 5 o'clock news. They're keeping me in the simulcast is about to start, everybody, so fingers crossed, good luck. That's all I'm saying. What on earth could possibly go wrong? Just about everything, I fancy. In comes Mulaney again, turned into the leg side by Guest, fielded by Lyndon James. And there's no run. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? A simulcast with Radio 5 live on Radio Derby from 5 till 6. Very exciting.
Just got to hope nothing goes wrong.
Yes. You don't sound convinced. 87 for 2. Mulaney's on his way in again and bowls, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. I'm absolutely terrified, actually, I've got to admit. I don't normally get nervous before anything, really, but the thought of...
Are you commentating from the back of the room?
I'm going to be on 5 Live on that
So
one.
you're sort of going to be looking through.
Well, no, I'll try and keep out of your way. Let you and Kevin Howells, a joy for the listeners with you and Kevin Howells together This one is forced up to mid-off by Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. Chris Doidge is reading the news. I haven't heard that in my entire time at Radio Derby. So that's quite exciting. I don't know if John O'Baker's still there, but I owe everybody an apology because I completely forgot the sports news at 4:30. Might have been a slight hole in the sport. Good job it was that one I forgot. Not my big moment on at 5:30. I'll write the word ooh. Thank you, Jono. You can talk to me if you want. 87 for 2. And it's going to be James Pattinson. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 31. Probably bowled slightly better than that. I would ask you about the delivery bowled in the last over. I don't know if you saw it or not. Pattinson bowls. That one is defended by Madsen out into the offside just before we do the update into the news. That ball that went down the leg side and then swung back and completely beat the keeper. It's a keeper's nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah, we were all stood in the press box and everyone went, ooh.
It was a remarkable delivery. It was a yard outside leg when it passed the stumps and ended up going down to third man for 4 byes.
Lot of swing there.
Staggering amount of swing. Too much swing. In goes Pattinson again. Over the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who clips this away into the leg side. And Derbyshire get a run off the bat. 88 for 2. They haven't got many runs off the bat since tea. There's been 4 leg byes. There's been a no ball. And 3 singles, unmistakable tones of Kevin Holes in the back of the box. Looks like he's disappeared again, which is fine. Pattinson sets off again. Racecourse end in arm bowls, and Brooke Guest defends it. Back to the big Australian, who's halfway through his 10th over. Oh, we said Derbyshire then. I was getting excited. It's Derbyshire Wildlife Trust.
It's close.
Yeah.
Not quite, but.
Not even the top billing in the sport, I've just been told by somebody gleefully down the line. 88 for 2. Didn't expect to be. Derby County, somebody at Derby County sneezed. In goes Pattinson, and it's defended by Brooke Guest up towards mid-off. Mid-off. Looks like he got a bit of dust in his face as the ball rolled towards him. Oh no, Derby County have added an extra match to their pre-season. Quite right too. Here we go. We're not too bad at the moment, Chris. Derbyshire 88 for 2. We're in the early stages of the evening session here. Brooke Guest has 28. Wayne Madsen has 3. The 2 wickets they've lost, Lewis Rees for 24 and Harry Kane for 22, are entirely preventable, which makes them even more galling. But there's plenty of batting for the Derbyshire batters to do in the remaining 26 overs today and the rest of this match, in all honesty. They're currently 88 for 2 and trail by 530. Thank you, Jono. 88 for 2. As Pattinson comes in to complete the over from the racecourse end. He's in now and bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. And I'm going in now, everybody. Lauren, a couple of words from you. And then for the first time today, and I've no idea why it's the first time, it will be Kevin Howells.
Yeah, and that's bowling some tight lines here and sort of restricting Derbyshire just after tea. But just steady it into it. Want to keep going nice and steady, Derbyshire do. Lost 2 wickets before tea, so they just want to, these 2, Madsen and Guest, will want to keep going for now.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, yeah. Good form. Good form. It's been a crazy day, but a good crazy day. Madsen's on 3, the right-handed Madsen, and he just pushes that into the covers. Will it beat the fielder out there? An extra cover, and it doesn't. So So dot ball 88 for 2. The trees are still blowing, but I still think it's pretty warm. Nowhere near yesterday, of course.
Yeah,
Do you stay inside yesterday?
I did. Tried to keep out the sun as much as possible.
Lots of ice pops or something like that?
Yeah, a few.
What
few
was the
magnums.
secret?
We had magnums
Did
in
you?
our house, we did, yeah.
They're nice. I mean, other things are nice, of course. I mean, other ice chocolate. Oh, very nearly gets an edge. Maybe a quicker ball. He went forward to that, Madsen. Very little, nearly a nick through to the keeper Moores. But he still sits there on 3. Long way behind at 88 for 2. 618 for Notts. But there's Mick Newell, who was on talking this on Sports Extra a little bit earlier in the day. He said, you know, if Notts get 618, every chance it is and should be tricky, as this one's a nice sort of on drive, straight, but doesn't get past the fielder again. If they do get that 618, well, in every chance it's going to be very difficult to get those 18 wickets unless the pitch deteriorates a great deal, but I don't think we've seen any necessary sign of that as yet.
No, the wickets here this season have been pretty good for batting, and they've not deteriorated as quickly as some others, I think.
Spillane in and pushed into the offside again. Oohs and ahs. I tell you, if things aren't going so well, a little ooh and a little ah. Do you do that? Your weekend cricket, or
a little bit, yeah.
A bit of Derbyshire with the women's team, of course. You're the captain for those just joining us. A little bit of just sort of trying to gee yourself up. Actually, you know perfectly well. It was nowhere near getting a wicket, but you know, just make a noise.
I think you just make some sort of noise. It puts a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind, doesn't it?
Did I miss something, they think? Mullany bowls, and that's pushed by Madsen. He will scamper through for 1. They get that 1. And Mead had to move just a little bit to his left. Not a long way, but far enough to allow them to dash through for the 1. So Madsen moves to 4. 89 for 2. Now Brooke Guest on 28. He's currently now at the striker's end. We've got a slip, fairly deep slip here in Clark. And then Pattinson, that's a sort of deepish backward point, and then one's driven up to mid-off. And the end of that over. This is going to be a long, hard shift that's going to have to be put in by Nottinghamshire today, and no doubt a large section of tomorrow, to try and get these wickets. Very important for Derbyshire supporters, of course. I'm told it's nowhere near as bad as you get with a football, but in terms of Nottingham Forest and Derby County, but there's a little bit of edge in this part of the world on this fixture.
Definitely a rivalry. I know we've got a bit of a rivalry with the women, which is
Do you now?
Yeah, just a little bit, not too much.
I was going to say, hope it doesn't boil over. Pattinson, right arm, over and ducks out of the way of that one. There's Madsen. And just to duck out of the way of it, and also just make sure that the bat doesn't go back onto those stumps either. Madsen, no doubt, loving this. Up against Pattinson bowling here for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, left his bat up in the air a little bit there. Thought maybe he could drop it a little bit quicker, but got away with it on that one.
Yeah, and maybe that's what he was thinking afterwards, because he sort of shadowed it a bit, didn't he? And again, Pattinson in past the umpire. Balls, edge, and that's gone through where second slip would have been, could have been, but they weren't, and it's going to be 4 runs. If there had been a second slip, that should have been taken there, but there wasn't. There's a man down there at third. Came scampering to his left-hand side, but he couldn't cut it off. 4 runs. Madsen to 8. Derbyshire 93 for 2.
Yeah, I think they've sort of taken that slip out. They're trying to force Derbyshire to play it in different areas, I think. But taking that slip out obviously hasn't worked in this case for Notts, but Madsen will take every run he can get, I think.
It went sharply. Been a quick little grab. He would have needed to be if there'd been a second slip. Pattinson in again. This time more about middle and leg and up onto his toes. Madsen turns to the onside for no run. Interesting scores right around the country in both divisions of the county championship today. In the second division, this fixture course involving Nottinghamshire at the top, but Derbyshire had a good season. They want to get a few more wins as well. Got a couple of rounds in the competition, at least, coming up before a bit of a break in August for various reasons. And then more in September. Pattinson bowls full. Ooh, very nearly under the bottom of the bat there, but worked away by Madsen. Nice little battle going on, Lauren, at the moment. So, I mean, he can be a bit of a feisty, nasty fast bowler here.
Yeah,
Can the Australian, and it's good to watch.
Yeah, we've seen a few sort of times today he's sort of gone down the wicket and given a bit of a stare to a few of the Derbyshire batters, and he seems to be carrying that on. And Madsen, he's a hard nut to crack.
No, he is.
He will stick around for as long as he possibly can.
Prized wicket, most definitely. Pattinson turns again. And he comes in past the umpire, who's James Middlebrook at this end, and he bowls now full, driven. There should be at least one run. In fact, that should be 4, and it races across this ground, which really does have a not a burn look about it, but it does have a late summer look almost upon it at the moment. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 more, just over pitch. Madsen to 12, 97 for 2. You won't, of course, you clearly won't remember 75, 76. You've every right to ask me, do you mean 1875, 1876? But a couple of very hot summers that, in my memory, you just saw these pitches which had very little green to them at all. I mean, I'm talking about the whole field, not pitches, the field, the cricket field. And it has that bit of a look about it. And apparently it's changed quite quickly, not necessarily just in one day. As hot as it was yesterday, this did not happen in one day. But it does have that look of a bit of late summer about it already. Next ball bowled and turned away onto the onside, and there'll be no run to end a frustrating over in the end, I think, for Pattinson. He'll be a little bit annoyed by that. Madsen 12, Guest 28, 97 for 2 in reply to 618. Somebody's brought the dog in, I think.
Yeah, I could just hear this dog barking.
I hope they're allowed to bring the dogs in, otherwise it could require security.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's not make a fuss. Let's not make a problem for the dog, okay? I started it.
Done nothing wrong.
No, dogs. Well, you don't know that, and I don't know
true.
that. Yeah.
I am assuming that.
But back here to this battle. Interesting battle here at the moment because Notts know very well it's going to be hard for them to get these wickets.
Yeah, I think they'll want to try and take them as quickly as they can. But obviously Derbyshire know it is a big total for them to chase.
Changing the field here, Lauren. Man was out there square leg. He's gone in what sort of, I don't know what position you're going to call that, sort of a deep gully area, is it? Clark's in a deep slip. And that one's fended away.
I think that's the 12th come on for
Oh, I see,
Pattinson,
right.
I think.
Okay, so he didn't come moving from another position. I just saw him, my eye line from left to right, so that's why he came rushing on, yeah.
Can't
Good
tell you
spot.
who it is.
No.
It's not got a name or number on the back.
No. It's at this point, of course, and you know this very well, even on a Saturday and Sunday. Tell me who it is. Give me the name of the field who's come on, please. Next ball. Turned away. Short mid-wicket.
The typical bowler's name, please.
Yeah, that's right. Bowler's name.
Who caught that one?
Yeah, you've got it. One of those scores I'm looking at in Division 1 is an interesting one because Surrey were undefeated in the Championship. 244 for 8. It's a recovery for them. They were struggling. You tell me here, Mullaney in bowls and driven up to mid-off, no run. And it's Will Jackson, Kemar Roach who've led that recovery. Kemar Roach back with Surrey again. He was there start of the season. Picked up an injury, had to leave, but he's back there now, the West Indian. He's on 27 off 88 deliveries. Will Jack 79 of 152. But they trail by 27 runs still against Essex. Essex on a good run of results. So a challenge there, albeit at home there for Surrey versus Essex. And again, this is Guest working it away on the onside. The bowling of Mullaney, there'll be no run. So that of interest, can Surrey get themselves back on level pegging there and maybe even go on and win the match? That's the thing about Surrey, of course. I mean, they can be in trouble, and it's a sign of a good champion county.
Yep.
Get yourself in trouble, dig yourself out.
Absolutely.
Mullaney in again and into the offside. There'll be no run. But whilst all that's going on, Hampshire might be thinking, this is our chance because they're second in the title race in Division 1. But they've been frustrated for all the talk we have about, the temperatures and everything. Bad light for 2 hours this morning at Cheltenham College. Of course, it's college ground, so all part of the festival, no floodlights or anything. So they've had that. And then they came off for a bit of bad light mid-afternoon. They've had a bit of rain as well, but I think the fact they maybe are just going back on now there. But as Mulaney comes in and bowls, and Suznars again, as guest, just pushes it back up to the bowler. No run. But they'll be a little annoyed because they're in a decent position, 385 for 6 against Gloucestershire. And if Surrey were to slip up, that's their opportunity to close that gap there in that race for the title. And Lancashire, who are hoping that either Surrey or Hampshire will slip up. They've slipped up a bit themselves today because they've been bowled out for 132 against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire without a win, and I don't know how long in Division 1.
Yeah.
They got that last week, their first one. And maybe on course here for getting a second, and if it were to be against Lancashire,
It'd be a big win now.
massive.
Maybe it's a change of luck.
Do you reckon you'd be a cricketer who believes in a bit of luck? We've got to change a bowler here, though, haven't we? We'll talk more about change of luck in a few moments' time, but let's turn our attention to Pattinson, who I thought was involved with James Pattinson, 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 40, but he's been replaced here now. I was enjoying the battle, but perhaps he felt he had little more to offer at this stage. So Dane Patterson is going to bowl now. He's going to bowl his 8th over, his first 7. 2 maidens, 1 for 25. Brooke Guest and Madsen are the not-out pair. And it's Madsen who's currently facing a little bit of width and cuts to backward point. And Brooke Guest has to get his bat back in. So you a cricketer who believes a bit in luck?
I think you do need as a batter as well, I sort of find it, you do need a little bit of luck every now and again. But I do think like skill is obviously more important. But if it's your day, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure.
There's some
I'm yet to have my day, Lauren, but I'm looking. They tell me it's going to come.
I think it does come for everyone at some point.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. So Patterson bowls in the air through the hands of the man at slip. I think that's just gone straight through the hands of Joe Clark there.
Yeah, he didn't look like he got picked it up properly. So he's got his hands up
Above his head?
above his head, and it's just sort of gone through the gap between hands and head.
They signalled as runs there, 4 runs.
Yeah, there's a bit of a flash from Madsen.
101 for 2, Madsen to 16. Carry on, Lauren.
Yeah, you don't normally see sort of a flash from Madsen this early on in his innings. He was sort of get himself in a little bit more before that, but he's got away with that one. Knots will not be very happy.
No, neither to the bowler here, especially Patterson bowls again. Oh, a little uppish towards mid-on. So it's a different battle, and it's a good one again
It's a good,
between bowler and batter.
change. Good
Yeah,
change from Mulaney there.
it could have been an exceptional change from Mulaney. His bowling, by the way, is pretty special. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 runs only.
He just bowls it that sort of nagging line, doesn't he? Like trying to force batters to do something against him, and they don't want to do that this early on.
Patterson again. Bowls, LBW appeal into the pads, not out. Going down, I don't think he got anything on that, did he?
No, you couldn't hear anything from here. But they like that one, Notts did.
Well, they like this over, really. I mean, they don't like the drop a couple of balls ago, but something's happening out there. There's an energy again.
Yeah, there's been those two opportunities there. Sort of trying to make something happen. Notts will be a bit chatty now as well.
They will. South African Patterson bowls. Back into the pads again. LBW appeal, not out, says umpire Middlebrook. He has the look. He's got his back to us as the umpire, but we can see just the raise of the head, and just imagine him saying, not out.
Not out. Yeah, that one looked a little bit high from here.
Looked high, but what an over.
But it's really causing Madsen some issues here.
Madsen's on 16. 101 for 2.
This is a good change from Mulaney, this is. It's turning out to be a good change. We've not got the wicket yet, but...
Danger time, a bit of
Danger.
jeopardy about it all. Madsen on 16. Next, Leary gets bat on it. Oh, some relief there into the offside. to complete the over. No run. 4 that went straight through the hands of Clark, high above him at first slip. But Madsen's still there on 16. And Guest is on 28 not out. 101 for 2 in reply to 618. Scored by Nottinghamshire in their first innings. 618 for 8 declared as well. We're expecting a few more records. Well, not expecting. We wondered a few more records ago this morning.
Yeah, I think there was a list, wasn't there?
There was a
of
long
records.
list. There was quite a list, including the first maybe to a triple century. That wasn't to be for Ben Duckett. They did get the highest second wicket stand for Nottinghamshire, but not the highest of any wicket partnership.
No, they weren't far off though.
They were not, only by 4 runs, I think, in the end, wasn't it? Mulaney bowls and driven nicely by Brooke Guest up to mid-off for no run.
I see the sun's trying to peek through the clouds again.
It's been a funny old afternoon. I felt it's been actually quite bright. But you're right, without really seeing too much of the sun itself.
Yeah, I think we were talking in the press box earlier. We thought maybe the lights would have to come on at one point.
Well, they say bad light down there at Cheltenham throughout the day, really. Mulaney bowls and driven. Short extra cover. It's Duckett looking after matters there. Clark is still standing at slippies. A long way back from the batter and the keeper, Tom Moores, who's standing up to Mulaney, which is a decent effort. Mulaney, not the quickest, not the slowest.
No, but it puts that bit of extra pressure on the batter, doesn't it? Sort of making them feel like they can't leave their crease to get to the ball.
Mulaney again, in and bowls. Ooh, very nearly squares up to that one. Leading edge goes out again towards Duckett.
Clark's been stood at slip almost going through that drop earlier. He's been putting his hands up in the air like he's been practicing a little bit.
I was just making sure Fletch wasn't listening, because I'm sure everybody has said of this. Harry came and went for 22. Lewis Rees out also for 24 as that one's pushed into the offside. I didn't want Fletch to hear me use that line, but I still did. So those are the opening batters who are out, Kame and Rees. Kame caught James, bowled Patterson for 22. Rees caught Mulaney, bowled Fletcher for 24.
Yeah, I think both of them will be a bit disappointed in getting out the ways that they did.
So again, it's Mulaney. In he comes. Well, plenty of bat on that. And it worked out there on the onside, but clearly he must have thought I was just about to miss that pad and go straight into the pads, and that if it had done so, it would have been a very decent call.
Yeah, I think they're very animated, aren't they, the Notts fielders? They love a good ooh and a ah.
Mm-hmm.
Putting that pressure on Derbyshire. They know that it's their game, Notts to lose here.
And Mulaney, again, comes in from the far end. I was going to say fairly solid defence. It was solid enough from Brooke Guest. And it completes that over. We've got 21 overs remaining still of this day's play. Second day, latest round of matches.
Yeah, I think on that scoreboard there, just to your right, it says they're behind on the over rate.
Oh, it's
slightly.
worth keeping an eye on. Hampshire took to them earlier, 401 for 6 against Gloucestershire now. Yorkshire 73 for 2 after Somerset made 424. Kent 147 for 4, lead by 87 runs. Second innings. 9 down now for Surrey. Got to keep an eye on that one, because when that last wicket falls, I'm afraid I too might have to disappear, but there's nobody else to come in, so it'll be you, Lauren. I mean,
Yeah, I'll hold it together.
yeah, not in doubt, not a problem. Surrey 253 for 9, and they trail by 18 runs.
Got a bit of a delay here, but I'm not quite sure what for.
No, well, we're going to see again Dean Patterson bowl, but is that an area where the umpire seems to be putting some turf back down, if you like? Is that an area where maybe there's a sprinkler in there, or a microphone is put in there, a stump mic, and maybe It's become a little loose. Just making it firm again. Patterson. Again coming in past the umpire. In and bowls. Width and cut away superbly from Madsen. He'll enjoy that. That's behind square on the offside. That's 4 runs. That's 20 not out. And it's 105 for 2.
Yeah, solid shot from Madsen there. He's very good. Playing square of the wicket, so he'll be happy with that. Got that one off. A lot safer than that one he flashed at earlier. That went for 4 through Joe Clark's hands. Let's bring it back into Wayne Madsen's hands from the battle of the previous over.
Dave Patterson bowls again. Solid enough in defence into the offside. That wicket that fell at the Oval was the wicket of Kemar Roach, bowled Simon Harmer for 29. Harmer's second wicket, 2 for 58 now. But that 29 off 92 balls, Surrey needed that. They've got the deficit down to 18 runs with that 1 wicket remaining. First innings. Will Jacks is 84 not out of 159 balls, 7 fours. Patterson bowls. Comes down fairly late on that. But again, successful enough into the offside. No run.
Yeah, Will Jacks has had quite a decent season, hasn't he? For Surrey this year.
Well, a lot of them have, but yes, he certainly has, yeah.
Always seem to see his name pop up every now and again.
Yeah. Very important part of the Surrey setup, red and white ball. I think he had a bit of a turn down in the Big Bash as well in Australia, but I'm not so sure he got too much game time in there, which can sometimes happen. Next ball, bat on that again from Madsen. Tell you what, Brooke Guess is not seeing a lot of the strike at the moment, is he?
No, he's just standing on his bat the other end at the moment. So it'll be interesting when he gets back on strike to see if he can just switch that concentration back on again.
Yeah. Well, do you fare with your concentration? Do you find yourself, in all honesty, nobody's listening, none of your coaches or anything, do you find yourself drifting off sometimes?
Oh, yeah.
Do you? Good on you. That's a human thing. Patterson in bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Yes, no is the final call. So you drift off, and at what point are you reminded that maybe you've drifted off? When the ball goes flying past you, or?
I think that I have a loose shot every now and again. I know my dad's watched me play cricket for years, and he still comes and watches a lot of my sort of Sunday games.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, you can just see him stood on the boundary with his hand in his head going, "No, there's that flashy drive she's trying to pull out."
He shouldn't let on. You shouldn't be able to see that reaction. Next ball, it's bowled and squeezed away onto the leg side. There'll be no run. For those just joining us, it's Lauren Tuffrey, Derbyshire women's captain. But she also plays cricket elsewhere at the weekend. Where do you play your cricket again at the weekend? It's the end of that over, by the way. 105 for 2. Madsen 20, Guest on 28.
Yeah, I play at a club just not far down the road from here, actually. It's a Spondon Cricket Club. Joined this year to play the men's stuff.
Yeah.
I've been playing the women's stuff for, I think it's my 3rd season this year.
At the same club?
Yeah, same club. Play at Spondon still, which is it's a nice, lovely club, lovely people. Really enjoy.
Going well?
Yeah, we're doing all right. We're about 8th or 9th, I think, in our league on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Which is not too bad. It's a very young side.
Yeah, fair play. Mullaney, meantime here, in and bowls, worked away to short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I think we're struggling a little bit in the women's stuff, but we're struggling with availability of players this year. A lot of people are deciding to go on holiday, do other things, but I think it's the same across a lot of clubs.
It's a problem for cricket. It's a problem for cricket. So much needed people's time. Mullaney bowls, width and driven. Well, that's a question we're asking about Brooke Guest. Can he sort of get back into gear quite quickly? He's not faced a great deal. Well, the answer is yes. On the evidence of that, that's 4 runs through deep extra cover, and he moves to 32. Beg your pardon. He moves to 32, and Derbyshire 109 for 2.
Yeah, Guest is a good driver of the ball. He's played some important innings for Derbyshire this season across the different formats so far, and it's nice to see he's still sort of sticking at it. New to the number 3 role this season, and he's not been doing too bad.
New challenge set down by Coach Mickey Arthur.
Yeah, I think it's just finding someone to fill that role.
Mulaney bowls and again driven, but to the fielder this time, not past him. That's Luke Fletcher getting down at mid-off. No run. Oh, look out. Joe Clark's having a stretch. Is he going to have a bit of a go, or?
I don't know. He's feeling a little bit stiff.
He doesn't very often. Yeah, I reckon it's just the stiffness out there.
I do that sometimes. I'll just stand there and sort of roll the arms over, make it look like I want to have a bowl.
And then, heaven forbid, you're asked to. Mulaney does bowl. The captain, who's doing the work at the moment at that one end, turned away onto the leg side. No run. On a day which has been nowhere near, obviously, the height of temperature that we had yesterday, but still it's been a bit of a heavy feel about it still.
Yeah, I think it's odd, isn't it? Because, it's like 22 degrees now, I think it says on my watch.
Is that all? Mulaney bowls and squeezed away onside, no run.
But we would be saying, this is the height of British summer normally, wouldn't we?
Yeah, exactly.
22, we'd take it.
Definitely take that.
Whereas now it's sort of, I wouldn't say it's chilly, but compared to yesterday, I think it's sort of feeling it a little bit.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that bit, though. It's not really chilly, is it? But comparatively so. This partnership with 55 runs, Madsen and Guest. And that's Guest, works it way not past the fielder, though, at short, mid-wicket. Completes that over from Mulaney, who has bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens. Only 7 runs conceded here, Lauren, from Mulaney, keeping it really tight.
Yeah,
There was that boundary, of course, but...
He's just doing his job, isn't he? Just sort of putting it on the spot. I think sometimes you need a bowler that can just put it there and force the batters to try and do something different. I mean, at the moment, Derbyshire are happy to just keep it out and take it and, like Guest did, drive it to the boundary when it's there to do so. But they know that they need to sort of stick at it and the runs will come. They've got time.
See, Will Jackson's on 96, not out. 267 for 9. Trailed by 4 runs. Gets those 4 runs for a century, and it's parity on the score as well. Let's wait and see if he does that. Dane Patterson, right arm, in bowls, inside edge onto the pad. Well, that was a little bit loose in the end, I felt, from Madsen.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loose drive from Madsen there. Looks like he wants to try and sort of up his rate a little bit, but I don't think he needs to do that at the moment. Can keep carrying on. I think the loose ball will come every now and again, but he needs to be there for it when it's there.
He does. Well, he's been there for Derbyshire over many a year now. 2 slips in, by the way. Need to point that out. As Patterson bowls, driven, and a lovely drive. Glorious. That's so beautifully placed to the right-hand side of extra cover, to the left-hand side of mid-off, and flies away. It's 4 runs, and it takes Madsen to 24 and Derbyshire to 113 for 2.
Yeah, that looked like the shot that he wanted to play the previous ball, but it was just in a slightly better spot for him there. I enjoyed the way he hit it, and he just remarked his guard afterwards. Didn't even bother to go for a run.
To stay in the moment or the zone. Not to get carried away, where deep down he's thinking, God, that was good.
You know, when you hit a good shot, I think you know as a batter.
So, again, Patterson bowls. Let's be a little bit sharper on that one defensively. Into the offside for no run. Just going to call Dave through. Just have that another job to look after with that 9 wickets down at the Oval. 268 for 9, trailed by 3 runs. But here, some captivating cricket, because we know that everybody knows this is going to be a challenge here for Nottinghamshire to get these Derbyshire wickets. And there have been little moments, little spells when you feel the bowlers are getting on top, and there's a little bit of a fight back here. And it's Madsen who's on 24 at the moment, and that one's come back into him a little bit, into the offside. No run. We've got quite a few overs remaining of the game here tonight. more we have. It's 19. So we'll just finish off this over, and then Dave Bracegirdle will come in and join. Lauren, how many balls we got left? Just 2 deliveries of this Patterson 10th over, 1 for 37. Bowled 2 maidens so far. Doesn't have the longest run up. Now comes in past umpire Middlebrook, and that's wide enough for a very comfortable leave by Madsen, who swings around, body and bat. Quite exaggerated in the leave. As we mentioned earlier, you've got to be careful if you are going to bring about those exaggerated leaves, that you don't embarrass yourself by actually whipping the bat back into the stumps.
Yeah, you've got to be a bit. It looks good, but it doesn't look good.
No, that's not a
wrong.
good look, but it would be something if Madsen were to make that sort of an error. 2 slips going down again for Patterson into Madsen. I'm not too sure he intended to go that way, but actually it could be quite effective for a couple of runs out there on the leg side. They come running back in. Good throw, which is just over the stumps. It was Guest who's running to the non-striker's end. And I think that is the Australian, Patterson, who was there quickly. Sharp piece of fielding. And it did mean that Guest had to get those legs pumping, but he did. So a partnership of 61. It's the end of that over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39, but good piece of fielding from Patterson. There was 11 overs he bowled earlier, 2 maidens, no wicket for 40. So Madsen on 26, Guest on 32, partnership of 61. But with the score of 115 for 2, in reply to the 618, I shall move aside. A word from you, Lauren, and it'll be Dave Bracegirdle coming alongside you.
Yeah, the fielders there thought it was really close, that run out attempt there. There was a few hands on heads, hands on hips, but he got in nicely. So Mullaney comes in, start a new over, defended straight back to him by Brooke Guest there. Welcome back.
How lovely to have the headmaster with us today. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was nice.
Treat for everybody. Kevin popping in, jumps on a train, doesn't know where he's going.
Just ends up at Derby.
Just ends up at Derby.
Mullaney comes back in. This is defended back out by Guest.
Just thought there were the signs of a breakthrough when Dane Patterson had that over. There was a drop, one that burst through the hands of Joe Clark, and then one chip just short of mid-wicket, then back-to-back LBW shouts.
Yeah,
just looked as if there was momentum going Nottinghamshire's way, but it's been taken away again.
This Mullaney comes in for another ball, defended out again by Guest. Yeah, it looks like there's been a few sort of moments, and Notts have been getting excited about a few of the moments. Close for sort of run-out chance as well, last over. So it's all happening.
They'll have sort of prepared for this over the last 24 hours, or most of yesterday sat in the dressing room. They knew once they'd got into that situation, it was going to be a couple of hard days in the field.
Mullaney in again, driven to mid-off for a single, not single, sorry, a dot ball. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Good afternoon, Sally. How are you? You're very kind, and it's all nonsense, of course.
Oh, look, here Fletch as well.
Yeah, Dave's at the back of the box, moonlighting.
Not that he's mentioned it at all. Okay, Mullaney back in.
I'm almost as wide as I am tall, though.
Defended out. It's the offside for a single to the point area.
Only since 2016, so
There's no urgency to get the ball there. Just a nice. Let him have one.
Yeah, there's a great deal of sauntering going on. Very leisurely afternoon for everybody out there.
Yeah, I think they know. They know that it's going to be a challenge for Derbyshire, but also know that they do need those wickets as well, don't they?
Notts essentially need 18 wickets, and they've probably got a full 2 days and 17 overs in which to get it.
That's driven down the ground by Madsen for a dot ball. That ends Mullaney's over.
Unless Derbyshire can avoid the follow-on, in which case that's pretty much game over handshake. Let's all move on.
Yeah, and I think it's a hard challenge for Derbyshire there to get to that follow-on score.
Which is 469 they need to get to within 150 of Nottinghamshire 618. Dane Patterson sharing a joke and a smile with James Pattinson, the two overseas players. I think there must be somebody down below us that Patterson's chatting to. In fact, it's Liam Price, the strength and conditioning coach, the guy that keeps them fit for days like this. As Patterson comes in and bowls from our end of the ground, the racecourse end, and he bowls, although of course the overseas players weren't around for pre-season. Those runs up the hills and down the dales through the Nottinghamshire countryside, all the early morning swims, the hours on the static bikes, all the other fitness work that went in through the winter.
Yeah, they do put a lot of hours in, don't they? Pre-season nowadays.
They do. Of course, they're being paid all year round. This is pushed into the offside, so they very much are the property of the coaches and trainers during the winter. Days of yore, players would say bye-bye to each other in early September and reappear back end of April for an early May start. Longer seasons, lengthier contracts. Here's Patterson. Again, runs away from us. Past James Middlebrook. Bowls a delivery of good length, which Brooke Guest again solidly defends. He's been resolute today, Brooke Guest. 33 from 92 deliveries. This partnership worth 62.
Yeah, we were saying he was being a bit starved of the strike earlier, but he's getting a bit more of the strike now, Guest is, and he's sticking to his guns.
Yeah, the coaches ideally like it if a partnership is pretty evenly shared amongst the two players. It's Patterson in again, and Guest once more just caresses it up to mid-off. That's one of the two subs that have been on. I think that one's Kyle van Vollenhoven. I'm not sure on the other one. Might be young Ben Martindale, but I would be guessing.
We were trying to work out who it was earlier, but we weren't 100% sure.
Yeah, Luke Fletcher and James Pattinson were off the field at the same time, and thankfully for Notts, it was just comfort breaks. If they'd both around about the same time picked up an injury and couldn't bowl again, that would have left Notts in a bit of a hole. Here's Patterson. In again, nicked on the bounce this time to Clark at first slip. Genuine nick, but it went straight down into the ground, and Clark had eyes on it this time. 116 for 2. Last wicket went down in the 17th over. We're now in the 40th.
Yeah, they're both sort of trying to build something here, Madsen and Guest, and sort of sticking to it.
Not yet seen any twirly-whirly stuff, but don't think it'll be too long before we see Liam Patterson wide. He's turned his arm over a couple of times. Next delivery on its way from the Dane. Well, he's not Danish, of course, he's South African, but they call him the Great Dane. Dane Patterson, end of the over, and drinks, says umpire Middlebrook, and the respective 12th men, maybe even 12th, 13th and 14th men from each side will come rushing on with supplies, with drinks, with towels, with change of gloves for the batters, heaven knows what else.
Yeah, you get all sorts nowadays, don't you?
You do.
We get our drinks bag has a little packet of Haribo's in it sometimes.
Oh, yes.
We're like, yeah, get a little sugar boost, a few of us.
Don't tell Mr. Howells that, or he'll be he'll be there. Scores elsewhere. Just very quickly, whilst we're having this drinks break, Division 1, Hampshire 417 for 6 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. They lost a bit of time today, believe it or not, to rain, as they have at Taunton. Felix Organ with a century there for Hampshire. A couple of wickets to Zach Chappell, who's on loan from Nottinghamshire. What's Zach's figures now? 23 overs, 2 for 88. at Wantage Road. They're in the third innings of the match there. They're currently off for bad light at Northampton, where the home side are 25 for 1 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 128 over Lancashire. Somerset made 424, a century there from Tom Abel. Yorkshire in reply 100 for 2. Surrey's last wicket pair at the crease, 292 for 9, replying to Essex's 271. Good fight back there from Surrey, led by Will Jacks. And at Edgbaston, Kent in their second innings, they're 161 for 4, a lead of 101 over Warwickshire. Division 2, Sussex 523 all out, double ton for Chiteshwar Pujara, century from Tom Alsop. Middlesex in reply find it 50 without loss. Robson and Stoneman getting off to a decent start. And in the match that started today, Leicestershire 370 for 5 at Grace Road against Glamorgan. Another century there to Vian Mulder, back-to-back hundreds. In fact, he's currently 140 not out. Joey Everson of Notts, who's on loan with Leicester, made his first-class debut for Leicestershire today. Was out for 12, I beg his pardon. Out for 12, Joey. We have got spin here, Lauren. This is Liam Patterson-White. So the third Pato to come into the bowling attack today for Notts.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of purchase he's going to get off the surface here as well. Because obviously Derbyshire had McKernan.
Slow left armour, 29 wickets, I think.
There's Patterson-White comes in for his first ball. Madsen's swept that round the corner.
Dane Patterson down there with a sliding stop.
Should get 2 off that one as well. Madsen showing his range of shots already to the spinner. Got a few movements going on in the field. So Patterson-White comes in again. It's just defended back by Madsen.
Got a final wicket last year in the match to seal the victory for Notts, and of course end that long, almost 3-year spell without a championship victory for Notts. I think it was Aitchison who bowled the final wicket of the match.
That's a cut away by Madsen there. To the boundary for 4. So well played, that is.
Yeah, short and wide. It's been loosening up for quite some time. Not quite dropped it on the right spot just yet.
I can't quite see from this angle if he's getting any sort of spin. How does he spin it? Is he a big spinner of the ball normally?
Gives the odd one a big rip and it'll go a long way if he gets any assistance.
Defended straight back to Patterson-White there from Madsen.
It's just about the old spinner's friends, flight and guile. Just varies speed slightly. Toss 1 or 2 up.
See if he fires this one in again. It's hit back straight to him from Madsen.
Building of pressure generally. Surprised with 600 on the board. It's not more of an attacking field. It pretty much tells you all you need to know about how much assistance Steve Mullaney thinks he's going to get from his spinner.
He's just played that onto the offside through the point area for a single by Madsen there. Hamid charges in off the boundary.
Hamid and his taped up fingers. Probably see he's got more tape on his fingers than enough.
And that finishes Patterson-White's first over. Gone for 7.
Yes, won't be overly delighted with how that first over went, but I'm sure he'll settle into a spell and just allow the pressure to build. Here's Dane Patterson. Runs away from us. Bowls, struck him on the pad, asking umpire Middlebrook, and again, not out. This time, Madsen almost doubled up. He's just rehearsed the defensive shot a couple of times there. Wayne Madsen.
Yeah, he's causing a few issues here. Patterson is for Madsen. There's been a few LB shouts.
Just nips one back and Managed to get one through the defences there. Very confident shout from Dane Patterson. 2 slips in, Duckett and Clark. Next one is met by the forward defensive lunge of Wayne Madsen. Nothing a South African loves more than to get another South African out.
Get a bit of a rivalry. Slight change in the field here. Hamid's gone back sort of 3/4 of the way on the square leg.
Point for the marker. Both bats are on 33. Patterson to bowl to Wayne Madsen. He's got him this time, surely. Again, asking umpire Middlebrook. Might have been on reflection and inside edge. But Madsen didn't play that very well. He got into a really ugly position. Again, the one that nipped back from Dane Patterson. I imagine there was perhaps a little bit of inside edge. But Patterson just pegging away. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if he got a verdict to go his way.
No, he's really asking questions here. And I don't know if Madsen was expecting it to be slightly shorter, with Hamid obviously being pushed out slightly on the leg side. But got a bit squared up there.
Big smile up in this direction from Dane Patterson as he walked back. He's in and bowls. And this time Madsen able to drive it up to Stephen Mullaney at mid-off, and there's no run. This is Patterson's 12th over. Pattinson's had 11, Mullaney 10, Fletcher 8, and the spinner Liam Patterson-White just the 1 over. Still 14 overs to go, so best part of an hour. Guess even with the spinner on. Yes, Patterson in once more. To bowl to Wayne Madsen. Guided away to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, the Knots really think something's going to happen here, and I think it's something is building. Madsen just needs to stick at it. Patterson's just bowling that niggling line, getting a bit of movement.
Some welcome sunshine back again. This is pushed back to the bowler. Not that we've been desperately short of sunshine during the duration of this game. I just think that a bit of cloud cover would probably intensify as we got the wrong side of 5:30 and might even lose a few overs. But we've got the ground bathed in bright sunshine right now, so that will enhance the possibilities and probabilities of getting right the way through to the close. 14 overs remain. Derbyshire 1, 2, 3, 4, 2.
Yeah, and then got Patterson, White bowlers are over here from the city end. Hoping to put a bit more pressure on after that Patterson over, which was asking a lot of questions. Patterson White in. So defended into the onside by Guest. Guest looks like he wants to try and take on the spinner here, potentially. Patterson White in again. Flicked around the corner to square leg for a 1 there. Brings Madsen back on strike. It's like Luke Fletcher's warming up again as well. Or asking to bowl.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many Patterson's had in this spell, but maybe time for Big Fletch.
In again, swept away by Madsen.
For 4.
Yeah, we know he's a good on the sweep, Madsen. He brings out his shots when he wants to.
He's just out of our point of view.
Can't quite
Dane
see.
Patterson, no, but he's much finer, much too fine to get anywhere near that sweep shot. Slater's going out as an extra little bit of protection on that leg side fence now.
Yeah, I think with how often he likes to go to the sweep, Madsen, I think it's a good call to try and protect that boundary.
And now, fine leg being brought up. He's on the 45.
Patterson White in again. It's a cutaway by Madsen to Hamid on the point boundary for a single. Yeah, we've got change of field here for guest. Slater's coming in off the square leg boundary. It's Patterson White. Comes in again. Advances down the track. Is that a drop?
Well,
It's a bit of a hard chance.
Dave Fletcher will already have it down in his little black book of drop catches. It's very, very difficult. It was slammed by Brooke Guest back to the left hand of Liam Patterson White. He instinctively reacted, got a hand to it, but down it went. Fletcher would say that was a simple court and bowl, I'm sure.
That one's pushed out to the offside by Madsen for a single.
So Guest was on 34, a potential. It's very, very difficult. Half a chance for a caught and bowled 131 for 2.
I think it's one of those ones, isn't it, where sometimes as a fielder or a bowler, if you think you get a hand to it, you sort of beat yourself up about it, don't you? But that one has gone back quite hard at him, and it's a good catch if you take it.
Yeah,
but
only he will know, or we've not got the ability to zoom in on the stream. Only he will know if it was fingertips stopping the ball or if it was the palm of the hand. If it was the palm of the hand, he'll be very upset that it didn't stick. But fancy it was just the fingers, and he actually saved 3 runs rather than dropped a catch. Here's Patterson in to Madsen, nudges it out as far as Patterson White, and there's no run. 131 for 2. Partnership worth 77. These two came together when Harry Kame clipped Dane Patterson away and fell to a really sparkling athletic catch from Lyndon James, who was in for that very reason at short mid-wicket, flung himself to his right and hung on. Very good catch indeed, 131 for 2. As Patterson bowls once more, and Madsen plays it defensively, but with pace, pushes it up to mid-off. Stephen Mullaney fielding. The floppy Sunnats have disappeared. I think not when they started this Derbyshire innings. There was about 5 or 6 of them wearing the floppy Sunnats, but slowly one by one they've all reverted back to the county cap. There's Patterson in again. Bowls nice and full and hit crisply once more up to Mullaney at mid-off, no run.
it's been a really good battle, this has to watch, between these two.
Patterson receiving the ball back from his skipper. Where's number 2 now? Last year when he would have played here, he'd have been number 4, but with James Pattinson coming back to the club, he's reclaimed his old number. Patterson bowls, cut away for 4. Nice looking shot from Wayne Madsen. Moves him into the 40s, onto 43, 135 for 2. And we're in the 44th over and make it just about 6 o'clock. More from Lauren Tuffrick, and then the return from the celebrity mogul that is Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, Madsen's got over on top of that one nicely. Just a bit shorter from Patterson there, and just sort of guided it away to the point boundary. He'll have enjoyed that shot.
Lauren, I'm back.
And here he is.
I was never going to leave forever.
The famous Fletcher's back.
Well, it went very well, I think. This next delivery from Patterson, it's not for me to say, of course, is pushed up towards mid-off by Wayne Madsen. I've forgotten who all these players are now. I haven't really.
You missed the battle.
Well, I saw that over. I saw the over where it looked like Wayne Madsen was out 3 times. From my vantage point, certainly struck on the pad 3 times. He was dropped and then looped one into the leg side. It was a bit of a mess, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it was all happening.
Patterson bowls, and that's driven back towards him by Wayne Madsen. It's the end of the over. I've just got the 6 o'clock news in my ears. I'm fairly certain, I don't know if anybody's listening, but I'm fairly certain I'm not in this. But I'm not 100% certain, so I'm just hedging my bets, really. I can find out. But I don't think I'm in the 6 o'clock, because at 3 minutes past 6 is the Derby County story. It's the final instalment tonight. You'll be able to download it as well and listen to us, and then download that and listen to it later, of course. But been a terrific listen. That's if you're of a Derbyshire and Derby County persuasion. Of course, I'm sure there's a lot of listeners and viewers who won't be interested at all, and I understand that, but bear with.
Well, Patterson White is coming back for another over.
Makes sense.
They're
It's bowled
sticking-
nicely, hasn't it?
Yeah, sticking Slater out on the square leg boundary.
I'm not in it. Patterson White bowls to Brooke Guest, pushes it out into the offside. The sun's just starting to hit the window here. I've probably been doing it for a while now, but it's just warmed up a touch again, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I did switch the
it's all right
aircon
now.
off before because I got really cold. So if anybody wants it back on, do feel free.
No, we were saying that it's a bit chillier at 22 degrees.
I know, it's freezing, isn't it? Freezing. Next delivery is defended by Brooke Guest out into the onside. Yeah, I've got 20 degrees on my computer, but I have no idea where they get these figures from, if I'm entirely honest with you. Patterson White again. This time he uses his feet, Brooke Guest, and he's going to get... Well, he might not get 4 runs. It's bobbling across the outfield. Oh, it has got the legs to go for 4. Of course it has. Out towards mid-wicket. You can stop running, boys. In fact, Brooke Guest had run the best part of 3 there before he was convinced that the ball was going to go over the boundary rope, which it did. He moves up to 43 now. Derbyshire to 139 for 2. It's been a good response from these two after losing those 2 wickets of Rees and Kame. They batted sensibly after tea, I think.
Yeah, they've just been sort of hitting the looser deliveries to the boundary, which is all you need to do, really.
It's pretty much all that Nottinghamshire did yesterday. Patterson White again. He uses his feet, and this one just popped a little bit on him, so he turns it into the leg side for a single. Patterson does the fielding at square leg. 140 for 2, and Guest moves on to 40 from 102 deliveries. Wayne Madsen 43 from 85, making the most of any opportunities that he's been given. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. There's no run as Ben Duckett picks it up. An aircraft. We haven't seen many aircraft in this game. Right in front of us, and it's just turning somewhere. I've no idea where it's going. Yeah, I wasn't required. That's excellent. Patterson White again around the wicket, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Madsen for a single. Hasib Hamid comes in with his bandaged fingers and does the fielding. Madsen moves on to 44. 141 for 2. The partnership is now worth 88. It's got some way to go to match the partnership between Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid from earlier in the day. 402 they eventually finished on between them. A second wicket Nottinghamshire record and the 5th highest second wicket stand in county championship history, I'm told. Which is not a bad effort.
So you take that when you at the start of the day. If someone said, this is what you're going to end the day on, you'd be like, all right.
Yeah. Took them about 24 hours to do it, but even so, not bad at all.
Right.
So 11 overs to go. That might be it for today, Lauren.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow, though.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Excellent.
So.
Lauren returns tomorrow. She's going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle for the final little session of today's play, which begins with, we're all going home and Lauren can do it, begins with Wayne Madsen pushing the ball into the offside for a single. He moves on to 45. Derbyshire up to 142 for 2. Still a long way behind. These two settling things down. There was that very awkward over that Wayne Madsen faced, in which he was out 3 times the leg before wicket, none of which were given. Should have been caught at slip and almost looped one up to mid-on. Patterson is in again, and that one is an attempt to pull it. I'm not sure what that came off. whether it came off his shoulder or the end of his bat, but either way, as he went to pull it, it went straight into the ground and was fielded at slip. A clear miss-hit from Brooke Guest. I think the unpleasantness seemed to have passed us weather-wise.
The unpleasantness?
Yeah, the unpleasantness away to the left. All that grey. Because it's nice and sunny here now. Whether you say it's nice and sunny, it's a mere 22 degrees now.
We'll get it in. We'll get it all in.
No, we will. 10.5 to go after this delivery from Patterson, which is into the ground and driven down straight over the stumps by Brooke Guest, who calls Wayne Madsen through for a quick single, and Guest moves to 41, 143 for 2.
So you're a media lovey now.
Well, I was nervous as a kitten.
Why?
No idea why. I don't know. I don't get nervous about anything. I genuinely don't get nervous about anything, but just didn't want to make a fool of myself, or of BBC Radio Derby, as I was introduced by Sally Pepper, and Tony Livesey started asking me questions. But he was very kind. As Patterson is in again and bowls. That one is pulled around the corner. That's going to be 4 runs. Big Luke down at long leg didn't see it. Well, he says he didn't see it, and he goes off to fetch the ball from in front of the East Midlands demolition stand, and Madsen moves to 49. He clearly didn't see it, but
He couldn't have done a deal about it if he had seen it.
no, I don't think he could. No, it was hit pretty well, wasn't it, by Wayne Madsen?
He certainly wasn't about to sprint 20 yards and put in a full-length dive to try and stop it going over
I
the
was
road.
looking forward to the dive.
Yeah.
That would have been splendid.
I understand you were asked about the rivalry between Derbyshire and
I was
Nottinghamshire.
indeed, yes. This next, I gave a pretty honest answer, I thought, as this one is played into the leg side by Madsen, who's up to 50. That's his half century, Wayne Madsen, this season. He's got to 50 now 9 times. On 3 occasions, he's gone on to get to 3 figures, but it's his 9th half century in total this season. He's on 50 from 90 balls. And Derbyshire 148 for 2. How many 4s has he hit? Just let me fill that bit in, then I'll tell you what they asked. Well, what my answer was, and you see if I've been honest or not.
Well, you would have been.
Not that I'm...
I'm going to say it doesn't matter.
No, exactly.
If it's your opinion.
Yeah, well, he did ask me that question. Patterson, final ball of his over, is in and bowls to Guest, who leaves this one alone. That looked like a good lead from here. The ball continues to angle back towards the stumps, but not enough to dislodge the bails. And at the end of the over, Derbyshire 148 for 2. I said, he said obviously it was about the football. He said, what's it like in the cricket? And I said, well, I think Derbyshire regard Nottinghamshire as big rivals, but I don't think Nottinghamshire care, really. There are some envious glances towards Trent Bridge. I said, but I don't think anybody inside the county ground of a Derbyshire persuasion would be too jealous of what's happening at Nottinghamshire. But of course, I've never seen Derbyshire beat Nottinghamshire in T20. I've only seen the one win in 4-day cricket. Saw the 50-over win last season, of course.
There's Patterson White bowling. And, start of a new over. Wayne Madsen drops it on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James. Are you counting the Bob Willis Trophy, are you?
No, well, it was the worst thing that happened to Derbyshire in the entire COVID, I think.
Next ball on its way, Madsen watching carefully.
All of a sudden, everybody thought Derbyshire had arrived, and that clearly wasn't the case, because last season was an unmitigated disaster.
Madsen on 50, on strike. Liam Patterson-White tosses it up, and a little push to mid-off. Madsen set off a couple of paces, crying wait there at the same time. He quickly realised there wasn't going to be a single with that firm push down the ground. Terrific partnership this, worth 94. Madsen again pushes it back to Liam Patterson-White. He's gone for a few. This is his 4th over, none for 21, but 4 dots here. Perhaps his fortunes will change. Off just a couple of paces and sweep away onto the leg side. Slater doing the fielding. Madsen on to 51, 149 for 2 Derbyshire. Here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham. BBC commentary on the live streams. Next ball is
played on the leg side by Brooke Guest, so just a single from that over. Don't tend to go overboard on the football, on the cricket commentaries, but your mate Toffolo is starting for Forest.
Is he?
This evening in the
Salubrious surroundings of the Pirelli Stadium.
Well, they'll enjoy playing at a proper football ground, won't they? I've only ever spoken to him once. He was playing on loan at Scunthorpe United, on loan from Norwich City, I think, where he started his career. And I had to introduce myself to him because obviously he had no idea who I was. And I told him, I'd gone to university with his dad, and he said, "Oh, my mum and dad are in there." I said, "I'll go and tell them to come out." And of course, by the time he got back in after doing his media duties, they'd gone. Yeah. So I've spoken to his dad in the last 6 months or so. Sent him a nice message. Well, sent him a very pleasant message, really, to congratulate him. I've just followed his career because you do, don't you, if you know somebody. I can't say that I know him.
So where did he play then? Did he play Sheffield United? No.
No, he started at Norwich. I think he might have started at MK actually, but he was certainly in that area. But he was at Norwich. He played on loan at Scunthorpe United. I don't think he was at Sheffield.
Let me have a look.
Luke Fletcher then from the racecourse and bowling to Wayne Madsen. And Madsen, gets one on the pad. This is a big appeal from Luke, but the umpire's not impressed. And then the throw hits the stumps, and there's an appeal for a run out, but Wayne Madsen had already put his bat down some moments earlier. So that'll go down as a dot ball in the scorebook, but it doesn't actually tell anything of the story of the delivery. Go on.
Yeah. He played for Lincoln City.
Lincoln, of course.
So he's at Norwich, and crikey, if I was asking you all the clubs he'd loaned, he'd been out on loan to Swindon Town, Rotherham United, Peterborough United, Scunthorpe United, Doncaster Rovers. Then played for Millwall. Well, no, he went to Millwall, but didn't play.
Did he? No, that's right.
Lincoln City for 2 years.
Fletcher's in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Madsen for a single. He moves to 52, and the 150's up for Derbyshire, 150 for 2.
So then the Cowleys would have taken him to Huddersfield, wouldn't they, when they went from Lincoln to Huddersfield, and now he's at Forest. Yeah, there we are.
It's quite a gradual rise, really. It must be about 28 now, is he?
Oh, my word.
Sorry.
All these questions. 26. 19th of August, 19th of August, 90. Is that 5 or 6? Can't see because of the sun.
Fletcher's in again and bowls to Guest, who pushes out to the offside.
96, yeah, so he's nearly 27, end of August.
Okay. Don't think the last time I saw Steph, his dad, and Sue, that I don't think he'd been born, but certainly one of his older siblings had. He's one of 3. His grandfather, fascinating fact about New Forest footballer, had a house in Blackpool. That's where Steph's from. As Fletcher goes in again and bowls to Guest, who pushes it back towards the bowler, who picks up at the end of his follow through. Was Italian. He came into the country from Italy.
Follow.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what his granddad, Steph's dad's first name was, but there's a scene in one of the James Bond films. It's the one that's set in Venice, and there's either a ceremonial glass sword or something like that, and it gets shattered during this scene. And his granddad, Harry Toffolo's granddad, made it. Here's Luke Fletcher in again and bowls. That's pushed out into the offside by Guest. There's no run.
Claim to fame. Well, he's got many claims to fame, obviously. I made a glass sword that was broken in a scene in a James Bond film.
Yeah. They were a Venetian family, I think. As a lot of the glass makers in this country are. They're up in, was it Caithness, isn't it? Caithness Glass. I think he worked for them for a while, but there's a lot of Italians work there. Fletcher's having a word with somebody. It's either the bowling coach who's down there, I can't see, or it's a member of the crowd. I think it's more likely to be a member of the crowd. As Fletcher bowls, and it's defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside, but he was definitely having a conversation with somebody down there, the big man. It remains 150 for 2, just the one run off that first over of the new spell from Luke Fletcher, who's now bowled 9 overs, 1 for 25. Madsen 52, Guest 41, the partnership 96.
No, I've had a look. I can't see anybody.
No, I couldn't see anybody at all who might be connected with the club, but
8 overs to go.
only half an hour, that. Isn't it?
Yeah,
Although, with Patterson White bowling, it might...
it'll still be half an hour.
Oh, good.
Over 8 -1, but that will be, I'm sure, tinkered with at the end of the day. Notts could do with a couple of wickets in these 8 overs. Patterson White bowls. The start of the new over, Wayne Madsen, who's on 52, eases this into the offside. Ben Duckett does the fielding, a glint every time you look at Ben Duckett as the sun just catches his sunglasses, which of course are on top of his head. Next ball, ooh, kept a whisker low. Madsen was just trying to get into a position, I think, to play a big shot, maybe lifting it over Duckett at extra cover, but then had to quickly change his mind as it just started to creep under his bat. Dug it out well. Next one, ooh. Now, what on earth has he done there, Madsen? He's come charging towards Liam Patterson-White for reasons best known to himself. And then all he does is play French cricket once he'd gone about 4 paces down. No sense whatsoever, was there, in that?
I think he'd be better off staying there and being there tomorrow morning.
It's Patterson-White bowls, and this one's pushed into the offside. Might be a bit of chat out there, might just be getting a little excited. And if that's what's happening, Notts will be delighted.
Madsen likes a chat, but mainly against Notts, I'm told.
There's plenty out there that will engage with him. Next one skews off the outside edge. Luke Fletcher throws it to the non-striker's end. Big Forest fan, of course, so he has a healthy footballing rivalry with the Rams. Always says one of the strangest days was before a T20 against Derbyshire a few years ago. Next ball pushed back to the bowl. I'll tell you how long ago it was. Stuart Pearce was the Forest manager, and Mick Newell had brought Stuart Pearce in to give the pre-match team talk. Fletch walked into the dressing room, couldn't believe it. Apparently his jaw dropped.
Yeah.
Pearcey sat there. Sit down, son. I'm going to tell you what it means to play against. So he enjoyed that. 150 for 2.
Graham Rowley's just said that I was very modest regarding the rivalry between Notts and Derby. He's
You wouldn't. Oh, now what's he doing?
a Forest fan. Still chatting.
Of course, he's got a foot in both camps. Former Derbyshire player, of course, as we said earlier.
Balls to... that was bizarre, that chat. Balls to Brooke Guest, who defends it. I wonder if he'll carry it on when he gets back to the top of his mark. James Pattinson's egging him on here. I fancy he's just telling me, you have a go back. Fletch, you have a go back at them. Don't worry about that. You tell them. Got a huge grin across his face as Luke Fletcher stares towards the supporters. Almost goes as if it was an apple, almost to bite the ball, and now he's on his way in. Balls to Brooke Guest, who gets struck on the pad. There's an appeal, and he wants this one, does Luke, but he's not getting it. And the umpire, he asks if it was going down leg, and the umpire nods. Notts are certainly not getting too much out of him. This is James Middlebrook at our end, isn't it? He's not getting anything out of James Middlebrook in this innings so far.
As Derbyshire didn't. We've not had a single LBW in the game, have we? No.
I'm not sure whether many pads were struck in
No.
in the Notts innings.
There weren't too many appeals yesterday.
No. It was too warm. Too warm to appeal.
In fact, there were probably more in one Dane Patterson over than we had in the entirety of the first day.
Yeah, no, absolutely, no question. Fletcher's in again, and Guest gets a thick inside edge towards Duckett at mid-wicket. Up to the time of the day now where the ball is being thrown around to various fielders, and they're sort of throwing it in slingy actions and messing around, trying to keep themselves awake, really. Only 6.5 to go, boys.
Yeah, so I'm sure the skipper won't offer himself if a wicket does go down. So who's likely to pop out and join us?
It's a good question. Ben Aitchison, I would suggest, as this one is defended by Guest once again.
Was it Aitchison who got a half century in
Yeah.
last year's match?
Yeah, right at the death. He was the one spectacularly caught, I think, wasn't he?
No, I thought that was Sam Connors. You
Was it?
might be right.
No. You saw it.
Yeah, but I can't remember what I had for breakfast.
No, I can't either.
Let alone 12 months ago.
I didn't see it, but yeah, I would say that Ben Aitchison was probably. Well, it won't be George, so it could be Sam Connors. But
So what match did you see last year then? You left here to go and cover Burton Albion. Who were they playing? There you are.
Absolutely no
Come on,
idea.
there
Can you
are.
remember?
Of course I can't.
That's good. Fletcher's in and Bowles. That one is defended out into the offside. I could find out very easily.
No, you're all
actually.
right.
No,
You're all right.
no,
No, it doesn't matter. I just wondered if you...
No, it does. It was in. When was it? When was it? Was it in August?
No, it was early. So it was end of the football season, early cricket season. It was fourth game in, so it was either end of April or beginning of May.
There we go.
Fourth game in.
No, it's disappeared. Yeah, it was 29th of April to the 2nd of May.
I think you told me you came back here for your kit and everybody had gone. They'd all gone home.
Yes. Yeah, I think I came back. Well, I think I got somebody to pack it up for me. It's Fletcher on his way in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Guest into the ground, and nicely fielded by Patterson White at extra cover, who holds onto the ball because he's going to bowl the next over. A maiden, successive maidens, 150 for 2.
It's only 5 minutes since you said 8 overs remain in the day now, and now it's only 6.
Yeah, it's flying by now.
Now it's only
Flying
6.
by.
Derbyshire 150 for 2. As you say, Notts are almost just ambling around. They've put in a shift.
It's that time of day, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but the point I was going to make was now is the time really to up your game and just try and find peak performance. Get a wicket now and you can totally change the complexion of what you've got to do tomorrow. This next one's helped onto the leg side by Madsen, who's run the first one quickly, and that's all they'll get. Get a wicket and you make Derbyshire make a decision, which we presume would be to send a night watchman, and then, all of a sudden, there's not going to be any big shots. You can bring the field in. If you don't get him tonight, you might get him early tomorrow morning, give the bowlers a lift, and potentially, going through the motions, you've got Derbyshire 4 down, but that is a way away. Next one's just played onto the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James, but certainly I think you've got to give it your all, as I'm sure they are. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. Next one's dropped on the leg side. Terrific work from the camera crew, the production crew here at the county ground. In their air-conditioned room, a couple of suites along to the left with the blinds down of the window. Lovely and cool in there, 151 for 2.
It's only warming up in here because I turned the aircon off.
No, we're all right, we're nearly done. But it's very pleasant in there though, isn't it? They'll cut the odd shot, cut the odd wicket. Next delivery is worked away on the leg side. They take a single, 152 for 2. It was a strange old laugh.
They're enjoying themselves next door in the scorer's box, aren't they? Having fun. I'm not sure that's the way forward.
Has Roger got his chocolates out?
That's not a euphemism, is it?
No.
Oh, good. Good.
Patterson White bowls and Wayne Madsen eases it away to leg. And that's the end of another over, 5 to go. 152 for 2. Liam Patterson White, 6 overs, none for 24. Went for a few, his first 3 overs costing 21, so he's dragged it back.
Good to see they put his name smaller so it all fits on and it won't impact the information later on. So it should be, isn't it? Exactly how it should be. The 12th man, whose name I wrote down, it's Van Vollenhoven, isn't it?
Yes.
Has come out to furnish Luke Fletcher with a drink, and Luke has just left his cap on the floor. That's always a good way to endear yourself to the umpire. I'll just leave that down there on the floor, if you don't mind picking it up. Yeah, I've been standing here all day, and now I've got to bend down.
Sorry, Luke, I didn't see it. I've just stood on it.
He's going to be bowling to Wayne Madsen, who's on 54. Partnership worth 99. Only another 300 to go in this partnership. In goes Fletcher and Bowles left alone by Madsen. That was interesting because there were a couple of oohs from behind the stumps, I think, and then rather belatedly, Luke Fletcher, when the ball was in the wicket-keeper's glove, lifted his right arm up as though to say, well, that was close. Not sure that's going to fool Wayne Madsen necessarily. His highest score against Nottinghamshire is just 74. I say just. I wouldn't mind 74 in any game, but quite surprising.
Yeah, considering. But then again, Notts and Derbyshire haven't played that many.
No,
many
this
times.
is his 8th game
Yeah.
against them. It's only his 14th innings. Fletcher comes in and bowls to him, and that one is defended by Madsen up and into the onside. He's got a few half centuries, 4 of them, not 5 now. He's also got 8 ducks. But that tends to be the way with batsmen, doesn't it?
He's had 1 or 2 decent contributions in the blast, I think, in the past. A blast from the past.
That's not 8 ducks at all, it's catches. I beg your pardon. It doesn't give me the number of ducks. Ignore that one. There's an extra column as well for stumpings, but he doesn't have any of those in first-class cricket. He has kept wicket on the odd occasion. Fletcher's in again, and Madsen gets a thick inside edge. Down a backward square leg. They've run 1. I think they'll settle for 1 as well. Madsen moves to 55. 154 for 2. What moral victory for Luke Fletcher. And that is the century partnership between these two. It's come in, oh dear, what am I doing? 214 balls. So it's taken a while.
The last home game that Notts played at Trembridge was against Middlesex, and that last day when only 1 wicket fell. They all had a bowl.
Fletcher's in again. Defended by Guest into the offside.
They, just to ensure that everybody had a bowl, they even let Tom Moores take the pads off so he could have a bowl. And understand Luke Fletcher wanted to keep wicket, and they wouldn't let him. No. In a game where everybody's having a bowl, it was just so farcical that they wouldn't let Luke. They wouldn't let it deteriorate that much. I wanted it, Dave. They wouldn't let me.
Just when you thought it could deteriorate any further.
Yeah, they said they've got to do it properly, and Joe Clark had to do it.
Fletcher bowls it, played off an inside edge into the onside for a single by Brooke Guest, who moves to 43, 155 for 2.
This is the same Joe Clark that opened the bowling in tandem with Asiba Mead. So, the bowling had sort of slipped away from the norm, but they wouldn't let Fletcher keep wicket.
I suppose the only reasoning, if there was any reasoning behind it, was you don't want one of your stable of quick bowlers to go lame by standing up and crouching down for half a dozen deliveries, do you, I suppose? But
there wasn't a deal beating the bat that day, I have to say. What's he doing now? What's he up to?
He's hiding the ball behind his back and all sorts. He's got it in his left hand. He's not going to bowl left arm, is he? No, he's not. He bowls right arm, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. It was the final ball of the over. There are 4 to go. Luke Fletcher, 11 overs, 1 for 27. Madsen, 55. Guest, 43. Derbyshire, 155 for 2, trailing by 463.
It's almost like we could see the think bubble coming out of his head there. What can I do that's different? But he was struggling, really, to...
The second think bubble was completely empty, though, wasn't it?
He had...
Just fill your own thoughts in.
Yeah, he had a choice of 2 hands in which to put the ball, and he wasn't entirely sure which one of them it should be. 155 for 2. 4 overs left. Liam Patterson-White from the City end bowls a delivery which is pushed to backward point, and there's no run, and it's 6:30. I'll have to just disappear for a moment.
Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. 55 for 2. Patterson-White around the wicket, left armour. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Ben Duckett, and there's no run. So there's bad light at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire in their second innings are 25 for 1 and lead Lancashire by 128 after dismissing the Red Rose for 132. Brooke Guest clips this next delivery up towards mid-wicket. In off the boundary comes Ben Slater, and They go through for another single. Guest moves to 44. Yorkshire 154 for 4 against Somerset, trailing by 270 at Taunton. Hampshire have just been dismissed for 457 by Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Patterson White around the wicket bowls. That one is guided out towards extra cover by Wayne Madsen. There's no run. Essex are 19 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Surrey by 29. Kent at 198 for 4 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 138. Madsen pushes this one into the offside, and there's no run. In the 2 other games going on in the second division, Sussex bowled out for 523 at Middlesex and 99 without loss at Lords, trailing by 424. Madsen waits. There's a quicker delivery from Patterson White, again pushed out into the covers, and again fielded by Ben Duckett. It's the end of the over, 156 for 2. 3 overs to go. Madsen 55, Guest 44. And in the other game going on today, Leicestershire, it's day 1 at Grace Road. Leicestershire are 387 for 5 in their game, with Glamorgan having won the toss this morning and decided that they would have a bat first. Here at the County Ground, 156 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 462. And with 3 overs to go in the day, in goes Fletcher and bowls. That's defended by Brooke Guest. James Pattinson thought that might have been a wicket. Now they're making all sorts of very, very strange noises out there. Very strange noises. The whooping and the hollering. Clearly overexcited, a bit like the scorers.
When the scorers start hooping and hollering, you know
It's been a long
you've been
day.
in the sun too long.
It's been a long day. Fletcher in and bowls. Guest defends out into the offside again. Pattinson raises both arms skywards. Not sure why.
You need 1 or 2 out there just to keep chirping away, just to give everybody a lift.
He's pulled his shirt over his head. He just can't keep still. Mulaney having a chat with Fletcher as they walk back. No, it's Patterson, isn't it? Beg your pardon. Where is Mulaney?
Mulaney's 5. He's
Oh, right. Oh, it was Mulaney. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
It was Mulaney. He's smiling. Everybody's smiling. That's good to see. And in goes Fletcher and bowls. That's defended by Brooke Guest. He's heading towards another maiden. He's halfway through the over. 2.5 overs to go. We will all reassemble tomorrow, like the Avengers. That's about the only thing that is similar to the Avengers. I don't think Kevin Helms will be with us tomorrow. He's going to go off
no, he's
more exciting climbs, I'm sure.
he's planning on being on a train within the next hour.
Fletcher runs away from us now. In and bowls, and that struck Guest on the pad. Again, a big appeal, and again, Mr. Middlebrook is unimpressed. Fletcher turns around to look back at the batsman.
He's kept going though, Fletch, to be fair.
But yeah, absolutely. Both sets of bowlers have just come in and bowled. No one's complained. Well, not much. I think we're going to speak to Ben Aitchison at the close of play just to get his thoughts. Picked up 3 wickets
Got Duckett, didn't he?
this morning. Yeah, got Duckett and Hamid. So we got them both.
Yeah,
It's a shame we didn't get them yesterday, but he got them both in the end. As Fletcher's in and bowls. That's driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest. He's going to get runs here. He might even get 4 of them. It's being chased down by Patterson White, who's not going to give up, but he might as well do because the ball's over the rope. It's one of those teasers, that one. He was always in with a shout, but the ball just had enough on it. And Guest moves to 48 now, 160 for 2. With 1 ball of the anti-penultimate over still to go.
I mean, how could you phrase it? It's a good job you dropped Ben on 24 yesterday. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to bowl him out today for
Not
241.
entirely sure I'm going to mention the drop, unless he does. It's not vital to my clip tomorrow morning, so I'll just congratulate him on his 3-wicket haul in his second game back in the first team.
Yes, and congratulate him from me. He did well.
What's going to be about his short and run up. And goes Fletcher, the final ball of the over, and it's defended out into the offside by Brooke Guest. Just 4 off that one, 2 to go, 160 for 2. Partnership 106 between Wayne Madsen on 55 and Brooke Guest on 48.
And ask him if he was night watchman. It's important to know these things.
No, I think Sam Connors, thinking back, Sam Connors did it at Durham in the last match, so it would make, well, he didn't, well, he did a good job because he was out to the final ball of the day. So he, what turned into the final ball of the day in the last over, so he did his job.
Yeah.
But I think there'd have been a bit of a scrap between the pair of them. Although perhaps Aitchison would have said, well, you go, because I'm a better batsman. I don't know.
2 overs left. Liam Patterson-White to bowl the penultimate over. 7 overs he's bowled, none for 26. First ball is just gently pushed away for a single by Wayne Madsen. A throw off target from Ben Duckett. Tom Moores has to throw himself to his left to get a glove on it to stop it going for overthrows.
I think he was wary of crashing into the stumps as well, wasn't he there, Tom Moores?
Succeeded in parrying it into the direction of Lyndon James. 161 for 2. Madsen down to the sanctuary of the non-strikers end on 56. Guest has 48. Next ball sees Brooke Guest advance towards Liam Patterson-White and then push the ball straight back to him. Should have finished at 6 o'clock, so it's going to be about 40 minutes late, but that's, I suspect, not too bad. This is again pushed out to Duckett, and once more he has the shy at the stumps. The non-strikers end this time, no run.
When was the last time you finished at 6 o'clock? Can you remember?
Probably when it was raining somewhere.
We did it day one here. Sussex bowled all their overs by 6 o'clock, and then we went down to Taunton. Why would we go to Taunton? We did go to Taunton, but not to play Sussex. We went to Hove.
Next ball on its way from Patterson-White. Madsen plays it to backward point. Fletcher fields, and he throws it now with venom down to the non-strikers end.
And Sussex bowled 97 overs on one day.
Crikey.
They bowled too many. We finished at 6 o'clock. They've done it twice.
Next one sees Madsen down on one knee, just lapping it away for a single. 163 for 2. But where are Sussex in the table?
Well, yes, he hasn't done them any good. No, obviously. Well, but hats off to them for bowling
yes, very
quickly.
much so. But yeah, can only applaud it. We bang on about poor over rates, but then we look at the test matches and we think we've got a pretty decent over rate, getting through 96 overs in the day, but they keep them out there, don't they? You will stay out there until you've bowled it. If you want any supper, if you want to go home, you'll bowl your overs. Brooke Guest gets his 50th run, working on to the leg side from 134 deliveries, the partnership worth 110, and whoever would have been coming in at number 5 for Derbyshire can take his pads off because we are down to the last 6 balls. So no further batters will be required. 164 for 2.
He's had a terrific season. There's Brooke Guest batting at 3 centuries and 2 half centuries coming into this match. Conversion rate very, very good indeed. So that's 3 centuries and 3 half centuries now.
What can you do different?
At the moment, they're sort of wandering around aimlessly. The ball's being polished by.
Sort of.
It was Lyndon James, wasn't it? Initially was polishing it.
Yeah, they obviously early on sort of recognised they're not going to get a great deal of assistance either from the ball or the surface. But when you get 600 on the board, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't had silly points and short legs throughout.
Yeah, they might come out and do that first thing in the morning, I suppose, might it? But this ball's 55 overs old now as Luke Fletcher bowls with it, and it's defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside. And we all know what happens to these balls when they're 55 overs old. You wait for the new one, which will be around, probably just after lunch tomorrow. They will get the second new ball. Well, Nottinghamshire, which could prove crucial. Derbyshire still trailing by 454, so another 300 plus required before they have avoided the follow-on target. If they bat long enough to avoid that, A, it will be a very, very good effort, and B, it may well kill the game. Guest waits, Fletcher bowls to him and he defends it out into the offside. There's no run, unsurprisingly. Yeah, we're down to one slip. I've been down to one slip for a while now. Not as many men out as there were just after lunch. when Patterson, White and Pattinson were going berserk. The 105-run partnership.
So many runs have we had today? 3, 9.
I'll leave that to you.
Yeah.
Fletcher bowls a short delivery and he bails out at the last moment. Brooke Guest allows it to go through to Tom Moores. We've had plenty. I don't think we've had 400 as we did yesterday. 439 yesterday. We've certainly had more wickets today. In fact, we've had an awful lot of wickets. We've had 8 wickets today, haven't we?
We've had 9.
Was it 9?
3, 4, 3 for 9, I'll make it. Yeah, they're only one down overnight, so
you're right,
7.
yeah, 9.
3, 4, 3 for 9.
Not a bad day's entertainment. No. Fletcher's in and bowled. That one's defended by Guest. We have 2 deliveries to go. Not to started, as we say, on 439 for 1. Eventually ended up at 618 for 8 declared. 241 Ben Duckett. 196 Hasib Hamid. They added 402 in the end for the second wicket, which not only is a Nottinghamshire record, but it's also the 5th highest second wicket stand in championship history. So I'm told. The other major contribution was with the last pair before they declared, as Fletcher's in and bowls. That one is defended by Guest out into the offside. Patterson White 54, Pattinson 45 not out. They put on 105 in 85 balls for the 8th wicket. In total, and this is mad really, 77 fours and 6 sixes.
Gosh.
Was struck in the Nottinghamshire innings, and they got a couple of relatively early breakthroughs. Lewis Rees fell to Luke Fletcher, a Stephen Mullaney catch for 24. Harry Kame was the victim of Dane Patterson. Lyndon James taking a spectacular catch at mid-wicket. He was dismissed for 22. It was 54 for 2 at that stage. It's now 164 for 2, thanks to Wayne Madsen is on 57 at the non-strikers end. His work for the day is done. And Brooke Guest, who's on 50, who faces the final delivery bowled by Luke Fletcher. And he defends it out into the offside. And that will do it for now. Derbyshire 164 for 2. They're trailing by 454, so they need another 105. That's nonsense. They need another 305. Just to avoid the possibility of following on. Stephen Mullaney's inspecting the ball. Well, we've spent most of the season doing that, and he tosses it to the umpire, James Middlebrook. We'll pop it in his pocket, and first thing tomorrow, they'll probably change it after 5 minutes. Who knows? We'll be back, though. Thanks for your company again, Dave. Always a delight. Thanks to Lauren
Thank
as
you.
well. She'll be back with us tomorrow as well. No Kevin Howells, but you can't have everything. Derbyshire 164 for 2, trailing by 454. We will be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 3.